All right, so we're here at the machine. I'm sitting down. My first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start on this first one. And this is the three pieces that I'm going to sew together. There's actually two of those, so I'm going to have two of those long pieces sewn together. And once I get that sewn, we cut them in squares. And as you can see, this is the quilt I have right up here behind me. That's the one I'm trying to make, the table runner. So I'm going to start on that first. All right, so I just got finished cutting all my squares. I actually I have 8 of the light colored. I have 5 of the darker color. And you'll actually, when you end up, you're gonna have 2 extra squares. And I guess in case you make a mistake, you've got some extras, which that's always a good thing. So I'm gonna have to go back and reference my pattern now. And the next thing is I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start working with my triangles. I gotta start sewing some of these together, and then we gotta start sewing this thing together. So stay tuned. if everything went okay, I should have what you see up here, okay? So let's check this out. Let's just see if it looks like it. The next step now is to do some quilting. All right, we're out here. We're at the Handi Quilter Infinity. Got the Pro Stitcher on it. As you can see, we actually got the table runner all pinned to it. And we're going to do the robotic system and let it do some stippling on this thing to kind of finish this quilt. So let's get this thing started. All right, guys. Hey, just got it off the long arm, and I don't know if y'all can see it, but I'm going to bring it a little closer so you can see the work. But that was all done on the Pro Stitcher. So my quilt is basically complete. You know, got the batting and the backing on, and all's left next to do is do the binding. So I'm gonna get it bound, and guess what? Remember we talked about the hours? Why, I'm proud to announce right now, I feel pretty good about this because the Pro Stitcher really speeded me up. So we're approximately right now 2.5 hours. So if I can get this done in 30 minutes, the binding, which Deb's telling me it might take me a little longer than that, but I'm going to be just a shy over 3 hours, I'm thinking. So I may make my goal of 4 hours, so we'll see.
Hi, I'm Vicki Hoth. Congratulations on the purchase of your new 𝐏𝐤𝐸 Capri stationary long arm quilting machine. That was a mouthful, wasn't it? But this is such an awesome machine. You are going to love it. So what does it come with? It comes with the 18-inch Capri, 18-inch throat space. You have the 𝐏𝐤𝐸 Insight table with stitch regulation. You are going to be able to finish so many quilts and have that perfect stitch. So join me and let's get started on putting it together.
Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here, Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 2 of our virtual Quilt Fest. Hey, we have another great show ready for you today, and we're so glad that you've joined in. We had a huge crowd yesterday and had a great time, and we had a lot of great demos and a lot of great products. And we're going to have that again today. And hey, man, oh man, what can I say? The stars are out at the Quilt Fest. We had Jenny Doan here yesterday, and she's going to be here again today. And if y'all know Jenny, she is, I've given her the unofficial title of the rock star of quilting. She is, she got 350 tutorial videos on YouTube. She has had 110 million views. Think about that. That is incredible. So Jenny's going to be here today. We can't wait for her to come. And actually, she talked a little bit yesterday about how she got started and everything, but she's going to talk a little bit about some different things today. And we're going to have a Q&A at the end of that. So get your questions ready. If you have some questions for Jenny, make sure you chime in on either YouTube or Facebook on the chat. And we have people standing by. We have, Candace, Rhonda, and Deb, and Marina today standing by on YouTube and Facebook chat to answer your questions. And they're going to feed the questions to me that you asked Jenny, and we'll get those on air to Jenny, and so you can get the answers. And then we have the queen of quilting, Eleanor Burns, is going to be here this week. Matter of fact, we have her 3 days this week, and she's going to do 2 trunk shows, and then she's going to do a little seminar about quilting and techniques and things. So you don't want to miss that. We have her here. And then what can I say about our all-star judge lineup? Yesterday we had Meet the Judges. We had Camille Ross-Kelly on. We had 𝓤𝓾𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. And today we're going to have 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 and Sherry McConnell. I'm sorry, couldn't remember who I had today. So Sherry McConnell is going to be on, and so we're going to get to meet them, and they're going to tell you a little bit of what they look for in quilts and the do's and don'ts, and get a little bit, kind of find out a little bit about them. So you'll get to meet them today, and we're excited to have them on. So we have a ton of things today, and we have got so many specials, guys. If you're in the market for quilting, this is where you want to be. We have so many things to show you and talk about. But first, I've got to talk to you about the people who entered the quilts. If y'all haven't had a chance yet to go look at the quilts on our website, you need to go look at that. So if you go to sewingmachinesplus.com, on our homepage, there's a big virtual quilt show banner. You can look at that quilt show banner and click on it, and it'll take you to that page. And you can go in there and look at all the quilts they got entered. You can't vote anymore. Voting ended yesterday at 7:30 a.m. However, you can go look at all the beautiful quilts. We had 222 entries and some just beautiful quilts. And out of those 222 entries, we actually have we had 2 categories. Basically, we had a best of show, which our 4 celebrity judges voted on and decided. And then we had the people's choice, which you, the viewers, picked. And we actually broke that down to a top 5. The top 5 quilts that got the most votes made our finalists. And then we have a top 5 of the best of show that our judges picked. And so we're going to show those quilts to you right now. And, I can't say enough about them, but they're no particular order. But anyway, these are the top judges finalists that are our best of show. And we had 2 entries by Joyce D. And the first one's called the Bucket List. And I think David's going to show that one to you right now. And again, it is just, I wish, we could blow the pictures up where y'all could see them, but the detail is incredible. But if you go to that quilt show page, Quilt Fest page, and go to look at the quilts, you actually have pictures that you can blow them up and see the detail. But the detail work on Joyce's quilts is unbelievable. And then she had a second entry called Hallelujah. And again, this quilt just is incredible. The detail work on it. And so I looked at all 222 quilts, and I'm kind of in agreement with the judges. These were some of my favorites they picked as well. Our next entry that came in that in the top 5 is called Dream Catcher, and it's by Danette F. And Danette entered hers, and there's the dream catcher. And one of the things I found so awesome about this quilt, which you really can't see it, the detail is as good as on the pictures, but the so many cuts. I can't imagine how much time this quilt took Danette to do, because of all the details, of all the individual little cuts of the triangles and the squares and all the things that she did. There's no telling how long it took her to piece this. So a great, great quilt. Can't say enough about it, but it's well deserving to be in the top 5. And then our next one is called Force of Nature, and it's by Linda A. And Linda's, and just to kind of give you a background of this quilt, it's actually, she's an artist as well. So she, I think, painted this, and it's a painting that's painted, and then she goes over it. The technique is, and she stitches every bit of this. So everything you're seeing on this quilt is all stitches. And so the face, all the details, it's different colors of stitching. It's incredible that somebody has the vision and can actually, the talent to do this. But I just was blown away by this quilt as well. The detail work is incredible. And then our last finalist in the Best of Show was called Memories of May, and it's Melanie C. Entered this one. And again, this quilt, it's one of my favorites as well. It's just very, it's just a beautiful quilt. The colors are great, and my favorite colors on a lot of things are the red, white, and blacks. And I just love this quilt. I think it's so beautiful. And, if she gets tired of it, she can always send it to me. But want to talk a little bit about our People's Choice. Now, these are the ones that were chosen by you, the viewers, and that we had, 5 finalists of those as well. And basically what we did, we closed the voting 7:30 yesterday morning, and we took the top 5 vote getters. And so the very first one it's called Mission Beach, and it's by Carolina M. And Carolina entered this, and I wish Carolina would chat in and let us know, was she inspired by our very own Mission Beach here in San Diego. And but anyway, that's Carolina's entry. And the next one is Memories of May, and again, this was the one that actually made the finals of the judges' choice for the Best of Show. And so that's a lot to say. So Memories of May by Melanie C. Is the next one. And David, if we could pull that up, there you go. And so that one's, that says a lot to make it in the finals of both categories. The next one, it's called Life Goes On by Daniela P. And this one's interesting because it's about the coronavirus. And it's kind of fitting for our times we're in right now. And so the viewers really loved this quilt and got a ton of votes. And so that made our finalists. And then the next one is Forget Me Not by Janet D. And that quilt, as you can see it there, very colorful, a lot of detailed work on this as well. And it just kind of blows me away by some of these quilts, how much detail work is on them. And I think, some of the comments I saw on this one is they just loved the color combination that she picked on this. And then the last finalist we had was Kamala Harris is the theme of it, and it's by Tara B. And Tara did a great job on this. And if you look at the face detailed in the one picture, the color combination that she used is pretty incredible. And what you're looking at is everything, it's painted, but it's also the thread that's giving you the color. So pretty awesome. 10 finalists. We want to congratulate all 10 of you for making the finals. And because, guys, this is our first Quilt Fest, and hopefully for, the first of many. And, I think that it's pretty prestigious thing when you have 4, celebrity judges pick your quilt. And then you have, 35,000 people voted on the quilts for the People's Choice. So to think that among 222 quilts, you're in the top 5 and 35,000 people voted, I think that's a pretty something to be very proud of. So want to thank all the people who've submitted quilts, and thank everybody who voted, because I know that's makes a big deal when everybody votes, and you can see all the different things that happen with that. So, but one of the things I wanted to tell you too, the prizes. So as you can see right here to my right, we have the Golden Scissors Awards, and we're going to give those away for the People's Choice and for the Judges' Choice for first place. And they also get this, David, if you want to get a shot, I'll show them a long shot. I'll hold up the ribbon for everybody. That's just one of the ribbons. So for first place in each category, you get a big ribbon like this that you can pin to your quilt. And then we're going to also give a runner-ups award. And so the runner-up, actually, we weren't going to do. We just were going to give first place, but we decided the quilts were so awesome, and the judges told me they had such a hard time picking them. We decided, we're going to reward the second place winners as well. So they're going to get a big ribbon to put on their quilt for second place, and they're not going to go empty-handed. We are also giving them a really good a gift package, both winners. So if you win in each category, the People's Choice or the Judge's Choice, you're getting a $7,500 quilting package we're giving to you. And then for a runner-up, we're giving you a $1,700 baby lock sewing machine and serger package, which is a great one. So it's the Presto 2 and the Celebrate serger. So great prizes for our 4 winners. So we're looking forward to Saturday when we get to announce that. And so I hope y'all stick around and get to see who wins out of all these 10 people. So congratulations on all that. So, and the next thing I want to do is I really want to thank our sponsors. We could not put this on without our sponsors. And we most certainly couldn't be giving these great prizes and things that we're giving away. And so, our platinum sponsors for this event were Dime, the Grace Company, and Handi Quilter. Those 3 are really stepped up and were our platinum sponsors and have really contributed to the show. We really do appreciate them. And then our gold sponsors are Baby Lock and Juki. So they came in as our gold sponsors and helped, and you're seeing a lot of their products as well, that we're giving away and part of the prizes that we're doing. And then our silver sponsors are Aero Cabinets, Bernina, and Lighten Up featuring the Q-Bot. And then our bronze sponsors are Brother, So Steady, Gerome, and Laura Star. And then our associate sponsors are Kai Scissors, The Daylight Company, and Synchrony Financing. So those are all of our sponsors, and we really do, again, appreciate them doing that. So, and then I got to say, before our first guest comes on, I got to tell you about our Dream Studio giveaway. Now, y'all probably know this by now, but our Dream Studio giveaway is incredible. It's a retail value of $50,000 that some lucky viewer like you are going to win on Saturday. And if you went and voted on quilts, that helps your chances. And so we have the algorithm set up to where the more participation you do in our show this whole week, the better your chances are to win. So if you went and entered your email address on the Quilt Show page, if you voted on a quilt, if you are commenting in yesterday and asking questions, if you share the video on Facebook, if you go to YouTube and give us the thumbs up and hit that bell notification, if you're chatting and sharing things on YouTube, it will all help your chances. And then the other thing we're doing daily giveaways. So whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, what happens, just so everybody will know, it all comes into one system. We have one system that runs both platforms. So if you're commenting on Facebook or commenting on YouTube, it comes in, and that's where we're drawing our winners from. So I think yesterday we had about half and half. We had a bunch of YouTube winners and we had a bunch of Facebook winners. So don't worry about what platform you're watching on. You're still going to have a great chance to win no matter what. And so today I'm actually going to tell you what platform is winning, just so everybody will know. Yesterday we had it on the screen, I just didn't say it. So, but anyway, that's the winners that we're going to be, and the $50,000 grand prize winner is going to be awesome, and we're looking forward to giving that away. And then our daily winners, yesterday we gave away I think 2 or 3 great sewing machines away, and today we're going to do the same. So we're going to all day long till Saturday. We're going to be great prizes away, so you don't want to miss a minute of this. And The other thing I wanted to tell you, we also have, yesterday we were just inundated with phone calls at our call center, and they're working around the clock trying to answer everybody's calls. We've put more staff on the phones today to help out. They're going to work more hours today to help answer your calls. So just keep trying to get through. We also have more chatters on today too, on the live chat on the website. So if you go to the website and you want to go to the chat, you can talk to somebody live chat there, and they can help you out and can guide you on the website and can take your orders as well. And then we actually have Google Sheets. So if you happen to can't get through to a chatter, you can't get through the phones, and you want somebody to call you back, Kyle's going to be putting that link up in the chat window periodically throughout the day. And you can hit that link and it'll go in, and you just put your name, your contact phone number, and what you're inquiring about, and somebody will from the call center will actually call you. That gets updated real time in our call center. So you'll be able to get that call. So anyway, that's kind of the rundown for today. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. And but are y'all ready to get going? We are so ready to get going this morning. And our first guest, I've known her for a long, long time. Her name's Eileen Roche. She's with 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮, and they have so many great products. And I talked a little bit about Eileen yesterday. She's so innovative. She invents so many things that makes your life easier when you're doing in sewing, quilting, or embroidery. And that's one of the things I love about Eileen. She's always trying to reinvent things and reinvent herself and do things. And I know some of the things that she's come out with is just very innovative. And today we're going to talk about a couple of those products that she's come out with that are just awesome. And this morning, the first thing we're going to talk about is actually called the Weightless Quilter. And you're going to be blown away by the Weightless Quilter. And it is pretty awesome. David, can we show that overlay real quick? I want to show everybody the Weightless Quilter and a little bit about it. And I'm also going to tell you today, as we're going throughout the day, we're going to have certain pricing that I'm going to be able to just say, hey, this is the price of it, call in or just go on the website and order it. Some other products, I cannot actually tell you what the show price is because there's some restrictions with manufacturers on how we can advertise pricing. And so when we have show specials, I'm going to say, hey, this is a call-in special. I'm going to tell you what the regular price is, but if you call in or go to our live chat, they can actually tell you what the actual show price is. So there's going to be some savings on everything we have on the day's show, but some of them I just can't tell you on air. So that's kind of going to be how that works. But one of the things I want to tell you about is that Weightless Quilter. Now, it is $299, and this thing, I think, David, there it is. He's putting it up right now. And that's one of the things that we're going to highlight this morning with Eileen. And it's one of those products that I can't tell you what the show special is. It's $299, but if you call in, you're going to get the show special on this. And you're going to be blown away by this machine. We absolutely sold a ton of these yesterday. They're going to be shipping out. They're going to ship them directly from 𝓕𝓮 just to save time. And they're going to be shipping out on April 1st. But they, the order that they got coming in, we're probably going to sell it out this week. So if you are interested in this today, don't delay, get on it. Well, also wanted to tell you about Synchrony is one of our sponsors. They are got some great financing for us. So we have 60-month 0% interest financing available. So it makes those monthly payments extremely low on a lot of our products that you're interested in. So I'm ready to see Eileen. So Eileen, welcome back for day 2 of our virtual Quilt Fest. And I hope that you're excited as I am.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Blaine. Wow. Those quilts you just showed are amazing.
Oh, aren't they? I just can't get over how, it just blows me away about how talented people are at doing those quilts.
And they do it in the privacy of their home. They just pour their heart into all that work. It's amazing.
Well, one of the things, this year I did a little quilt challenge myself that one of our ready to sew quilt kits. And so I got a whole new appreciation for, what these people do and with these quilts. And, what I was really happy to see, one of our customers named Carol, I think she lives out in Arizona. She actually took the challenge I gave her on one of my live shows about getting one of our quilt, kits. in making a quilt and entering it into the contest. And she actually entered 2 of them. And I was so proud of her for doing that. And it was the first time she'd ever done a quilt. So that just shows you, you know, anybody can do this. They just got to start. And I think Camille, you know, Rose Kelly said it yesterday, just start. That's all you got to do.
That's right. It's the first step is the hardest. It really is. And once you jump in, you know, you really can't turn back. It's so much fun.
I know. So, hey, I've been telling everybody this morning all about this, you know, weightless quilter. And so you got to show this again. This thing, I told everybody yesterday, it was like having your 3 best friends holding your quilt for you while you're letting your embroidery machine do all the work.
Yeah.
So
well,
you got to show us this thing.
Okay. Well, I have a quilt running over there. We could just like kind of flip over and
oh my gosh, let's
take
do
a
it.
look and watch how it sways. But, you know, really, I want to talk about how quilters often, there's 5 mistakes that quilters that are working on their embroidery machine often make. And they are needle selection, thread, planning the embroidery, hoop selection, and maintaining the bulk of that quilt. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overhead cam here. Well, there we have the weightless quilter in process. I mean, you can see the quilt just sways as the hoop moves. So it's holding all that bulk above the bed of the machine, and it just allows the quilt to just carry the weight. That's what the weightless quilter does. It lifts it above the quilt, the bed of the machine. That's the most important part, because if you can take a look here, you'll notice this ridge here, this is the pantograph of the machine. And often your quilt gets caught back here underneath that pantograph. And that's when you have the hoop come apart. If you're using a standard hoop, if you're even using a magnetic hoop, if it's a very big quilt, you'll get quilt drag and it can slide, apart. But basically, it just does all the work. It holds it here while you go get a cup of coffee or answer your phone, or read a book, until it's time to advance the fabric to the next design. And here, it's stopping now. So we'll go ahead and stop the machine, and I'll show you how easy it is to advance. So I lift that top frame and I just slide it over the head of the machine, and I would be using a template so I knew exactly where the next placement would occur. And then I just drop that back in place, and I'm aligning the frame right with my fingers. I can feel that metal frame underneath, and then I'm ready to roll. And it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So let's take a look at on the overhead camera. You'll see that I have a variegated thread, and I have 2 bobbins to use. And those 2 bobbins, I guess maybe you're not getting my overhead camera in the shot, so I'll just bring it over here. So I have matching thread in both the bobbin and the needle, because we want the same weight. Now, it doesn't have to be the same color, but the same weight will give you a balanced stitch. And we just got kicked out of there, I think. Okay, so that's simple enough to do. Now, another thing that's important is planning your embroidery with templates. And so a template of an embroidery design, and I'll bring that over to the other camera so you can get a look at that. And you'll see right here. So this is a printed template of my embroidery design that I have placed right on my quilt. Now I know it's in the right position, in the right size, and I would center my needle right over that template in the center and then remove it right before I stitch the design. So that's how I would handle that bulk. But let's take a look over at PowerPoint so you can see the big job of handling a quilt with a standard hoop. It will often separate the inner and outer ring, and the bulk of the quilt often drapes over the sewing machine. And that's what causes quilt drag. That's what makes it separate. When you use a standard hoop, you're actually going to have to remove the entire quilt from the machine for every hooping, which is not desirable, because, that's just a lap quilt that's about 50 inches wide by 60 inches in length. And that's going to be about 50 hoopings in all. So, and depending on your hoop size, it's a lot of hooping. So you don't want to have to remove that quilt from the machine every single time. So that's the beauty of a magnetic hoop. It has that flat bottom that is attached to the machine, and I'm just lifting that frame, advancing my quilt, dropping that magnetic frame back in place, and stitching the next design. Now, you're going to stitch this half of the quilt, and when that's complete, you will take the quilt off the machine, and you'll actually flip it. You'll flip the entire quilt so that the unquilted portion is then under the needle. And when you do that, you will have to also rotate your embroidery design 180 degrees so that it's going to stitch, in the correct orientation. But that's all you have to do. And whether you're doing edge-to-edge quilting or custom quilting, either of those techniques are, available to you with your embroidery machine. So it's really fun. It lets you put that finishing touch on your quilt that you never thought you could do. I imagine if you're like me, you thought you'd have to quilt by paycheck, sending your quilt top out to a long armor and allowing a long armor to finish it. But really, with today's embroidery machines, sewing fields get bigger and bigger, and we have such a selection of embroidery designs to choose from. Many built right into the machine, many that you can purchase, online from a variety of sources. But it is really one fun thing to do with your embroidery machine. Blaine, do you have any questions, you think? Gayla, you ordered yours. You can't wait to receive it. Awesome. Good for you. Well,
Hey, one thing.
Weeks, right?
Hey, Eileen, one of the things I was, just kind of sitting there listening to you is, the first thing that popped in my mind is, you said about, today's embroidery machines, it's such a large embroidery field. And, some of these things are 12 by 12, 9 by 16s, that size. If you have in all the stippling and all the different things, just built-in designs in embroidery machines, you could do a king-size quilt very easily by using this weightless quilter and actually the combination of your monster snap hoops.
Right.
Making it was so easy just to move that quilt. That's what I found was so awesome.
Right.
I mean,
Blaine, Ellen wants to know, how you load the quilt. So here, I'll just show her.
Oh, that'd be great.
You do have to base the quilt. And that's a simple task to do. You would do that. I do it with safety pins is what I like to use. So if I was loading the quilt, I wouldn't have my top frame on. So let's lift that presser foot. Because I'm working upside down here. And so the very first thing I would do is, you turn on your machine and you retrieve your embroidery design and place your bottom frame on the machine. And that's just very simple. Just, goes right on, slip it in, close that lever. And then I do attach this outside corner to the fabric clamp. And I have those pieces that I could show you up close when we go back to the other camera. And then you just want to make sure you're clearing that presser foot. Now, for today's demonstration, I am using a finished quilt. It's already bound and so forth. So you would have your quilt sandwich with the 3 kind of open layers and just compress that, slide it under. And then you kind of stand behind the quilt and then pull your flex pole, get a handle on it, and then just grab it in the fingers. Let's see, there we go. And then, normally you're going to start in the center of your quilt. So that would be your very first position. That's where your template would be. And then, so, that's your planning part. We talked about that. And actually we have I think on Thursday or Wednesday, tomorrow afternoon, I have one of my educators is going to be on with you, Blaine, teaching about how to plan your quilting, which is really a fun, easy thing to do, but it's what gives you success. And it's as easy as, that. So now I am loaded and I would lower my presser foot and then press go. And I can work this just like if you were holding it yourself, you would work it. As the quilt advances over to the right edge, you may reposition the clamp so that you are allowing some of this to drape off to the side. You may roll that area. Here, I'll switch on this side. So you may roll this. Now I do have a hoop guard attached to this monster top frame so that this roll of fabric won't fall into the sewing field. That's it. That's the magic combo. Hoop guard, monster hoop, and weightless quilter really gets this job. Okay, so let's see. This is the floor corner bracket, and your pole goes right in here. It comes with 8 poles. 4 are thick and 4 are thinner. The thick poles have less flexibility, and the thin ones, of course, have more flexibility. And we include the 8 different poles so to accommodate different weights of quilts. You know, if you're going to do a flannel quilt or a king size quilt, clearly it's going to have more weight than, you know, a wool batting or very lightweight quilt. And so then here's your fabric clamp, and that goes onto the pole, and it, you know, it's got a nice snug fit. And then it comes with these little finger cots that you would put over the clamp. So it's a nice grip on your fabric, doesn't scratch, doesn't pull. It's a smooth little, you know, rubber finger, which, you know, I really love. That was an improvement that we added to that product last year. Okay. Nancy Ferguson, you just ordered yours. You've been looking at it for months. I know the sale price is really great. So you got to call in and find out what it is, because it is a hot, really a great price. And we're excited that people are taking advantage of it, Blaine.
Hey, they should. I tell you what, if David can show that overview, I'll remind everybody the price of this thing. So it's $299. Y'all see it right there on the screen. But if you call in, you get the show special. Now, these are one of these you have to call in to get the show special. And it is a fantastic show special too, by the way. So you want to take advantage of this week because I promise you they're going to sell out. Eileen has a batch of them coming in. They're going to be shipping April 1st. And I really believe we're going to sell out no problem this week. So if you're interested, get it today. $299, but we're going to beat that price if you call in. And we offer, Synchrony 60-month financing if you need some low payments. So, Eileen, there's no excuse for somebody not to pull the trigger on it today. If they have any idea that they want to start quilting, this would be something that they need to help, because it's just like we talked about yesterday, having your best friends come over and hold your quilt while you quilt it.
Yeah, and they're not critiquing, saying, "Oh, those stitches are too short," or "Oh, are you really going to use that color thread?"
Yeah, you got three of your best friends. It's not going to any back talk. They're just going to do exactly what you tell them to do.
Right. I know, and
So,
it sets up in minutes. I mean, it just, the floor bars just slip right into that clamp. They just slide right in there. No tools, no screws. It stays in place. And it can surround a sewing machine on a standard, like on a regular table, even a folding table or a koala cabinet. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I could show some of that layout, if maybe we could switch cameras, if that's possible, if David or whoever's working behind the scenes there with you, Blaine could, there we go. So here you can see we have the 3 floor bars in place. You do get 4, but really, frankly, you really don't need the 4th one unless you're doing some kind of extreme work. But anyway, this is what it looks like with your flex poles placed into the corner brackets. Now you can see how those corner brackets are angled so that the poles expand away from the quilt and the machine. And that's what gives you the flexibility and lets it sway as it moves. Now here we have a regular sewing machine, which you most certainly can use this for free motion quilting and ruler work. Here's the clamp. This is an image of before we added those little rubber fingers, which are so handy. And now here with an embroidery machine, you can see I'm down doing the lower right-hand corner. And so the quilt is expanded all the way around the table. On a small table, I would place the bars on the outside and behind the machine. And the length of the bars is 32 inches. So it's not that it has to fit under or behind, you know, it can just go around. Now on a larger table where your machine is in the center of that large table, then I would put that floor bar underneath the table, you know, inside the legs probably, so that I'm closer to the hoop, because it really is all about the hoop, right? That's what we're focusing on. That's the sewing field area where we're working. On a koala cabinet or a beautiful cabinet that heavy duty sewing furniture that maybe goes all the way to the floor, you can also surround it. Now the cross section of the floor bar is 3/4 of an inch. So if the bottom of your cabinet clears the floor by 3/4 of an inch, then you can slide a bar underneath. And for sit down free motion, like I know yesterday, Blaine, you had Handi Quilter on and they were showing that fabulous capri machine. Well, the weightless quilter works beautifully with machines like that, where you sit at the head of the machine, and imagine letting that weightless quilter handle the weight of that quilt while you do that beautiful thread painting, free motion quilting, or ruler work. It allows you to just focus on the on the task at hand. So here I am in the center of the quilt, and you'll notice, you know, I do have all 4 bars, all 4 poles placed on the corner brackets, and you know, the perimeters of the quilt are attached to the poles. And then as we advance over to the right edge, you know, probably this was taken, you know, when I was just kind of inventing this and getting used to it. Today, I probably wouldn't clamp that corner of the quilt in the foreground on the right. I would just drop that most likely. And at home, this is one of my sewing areas at home. So now I have 2 parts of the quilt because I'm in that upper right corner. So I've clamped both, ends of the quilt. Why not, right? You don't have to have all 4, clamps going. You can just use a set of 2 like I'm showing here. Now I want to point out that this is against a window. The weightless quilter, the poles are literally against that glass window, and they just sway and move left and right. No harm to the window, no harm to the quilt, no harm to the clamps. And, you know, it's a small corner space, so it works out just fine. So what else could you do with the weightless quilter? Well, binding. That is that huge task everybody has to do at the end. And it can really be, kind of a daunting task. You've already been, working on this quilt for days, weeks, months, maybe a year, some people, right? And the last thing to do is add that binding. And this weightless quilter makes such fast work of that. I actually today enjoy binding. It's not the headache that it used to be for me. And here is award-winning quilter Joni Zire-Poole doing free motion quilting on the weightless quilter. She does beautiful work. She helped me design this product. And here you can see that it is swaying as as it travels back and forth, and she concentrates on her tiny little stitches. She's a fabulous quilter. So it's always great to have input from, people who have different skills than me, for sure. And Julia, you like that it's got a great idea for binding. Yes, it's also really good for any kind of fabric that you don't want to touch the ground, like white bridal fabrics, or if you are also working on draperies, tablecloths, really large things, large projects that you just don't want that quilt drag. It's great for that, whether you're quilting or doing embroidery or even sewing. So that's pretty fun. Yeah, Joyce, it's great for binding. You're going to love it for binding. I'll tell you, it really does solve, that problem of now that quilt weighs a ton because it has all that thread in it. It's even heavier than it was, when it was the stack of fabric you brought at the fabric store, right? Yeah. Oh, I've lost Blaine's sound. Is that just?
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
Got to blame it on David. He never takes me off mute. So, hey, one of the things I had to ask you, when you had it, they were showing it against your window.
Yeah.
It looks like, that doesn't take up much room either. It looks like it's pretty compact, just not very around your sewing cabinet. So you could use this pretty much anywhere, couldn't you?
Right, absolutely anywhere. So each of the bars are 32 inches. So from the back corner bar to the front, you're going to have a length of 32 inches. But it doesn't have to, your table is probably narrower than that. The depth of its sewing table is probably about 27 inches. But, the beauty of it is those flex poles are going to splay out. They're going to expand out. And if there's a wall back there, that's okay. Instead of going like that, it'll just do its job more upright, and it'll, allow it to travel back and forth. Here, we can start this again if you'd like so that you can continue to see how it works. There we go. It just sways. I mean, I love it. It's like having a dance partner, right? And Kathy Rowland, great idea for wedding gowns. I know. I made my daughter's wedding gown several years ago. I'm 5 now. I can't believe it. But, all that white fabric, it's petrifying. No matter how clean your sewing room is, it's a project that takes a while to do. It's not like, well, for me, I didn't walk into my sewing room and say, okay, today I'm going to make the wedding dress, right? That went on for weeks, I think. So, it's hard to maintain a sewing room if you're busy in there all the time and making sure it's absolutely spotless. So that was a really great solution for that.
Eileen, I really love this product. I love this product.
Yeah.
And I can see, you hit on something too. You were talking about, yesterday you saw, Handi Quilter, we were showing the capri and that free motion with the cabinet. This would be perfect for that. So it would actually, help manage all your fabric and quilts that you have on there. So I think there's a huge use for this. And that's probably why, we sold 35 of these yesterday. We've already sold 8 of them this morning. And they're flying off the shelves. Like I told you, we're going to sell out this week. They're going to be a lot of these sold.
Right. And, it's not only are they flexible, but you can cut these to your needs. So once you get this set up in your own home, at your own machine, then you may determine that these poles are too long. And so you'll cut off a couple inches just with a regular saw, a jigsaw, or just, it takes a little, little muscle, but not a whole lot. And I would work it down like 2 inches at a time until you're comfortable. It doesn't really need to be that tall. It just needs to make sure that it's lifting the quilt above the machine bed. So you want it to be at least 8 inches higher than the top of your table. Now, the longest ones that we include are 5 feet, I believe. And, that's because some people like to quilt or embroider at counter height. So, if we send everybody short poles, then it wouldn't work for the tall people. So, Blaine, you know about that because you're a really tall guy. So you know how some furniture works for you and not for other family members, right?
It does. Yesterday, it was so funny. I was in here sitting, in the studio, and Marina, one of our chatters, says, y'all need to take those ribbons from beside Blaine away. And I was like, well, why? And they said, because it makes you look small and you're a big dude. And
yeah.
So
For those of you who don't know, because he's just sitting down, you're like 6'2"?
6'3".
6'3", yeah.
All of our guys are tall. Kyle's 6'4", David's 6'2" or 3". So everybody, all of our guys that work here, we're all pretty tall guys. So it's so funny. And then we have a couple girls that Andrea that works for us is like 5 foot, aren't you, Andrea?
Oh wow.
Under 5. Yeah. So it's when me and her are walking around, it looks like Mutt and Jeff.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. That's funny. And it's good that we're on separate cameras because I'm only 5'3", so it would be.
I know. I started to say you're kind of small too. You're a little tiny.
Kind of small, yeah. When Nancy Zebin and I used to tape, they would sometimes put me on a box and she would kick off her shoes so that we could get a little bit more level. And then so many people when they met me, they would say, "Oh, you're so short."
Well, I wouldn't say you're so short. You're just petite. You're real petite. Yeah, so, petite. Well, hey, this thing, I want to remind everybody at home again about this price. This thing, guys, is an incredible product to have to help you manage your fabric at home when you're doing quilting. And just like Eileen showed, even for binding, how great is this to have for binding? The price is $299. That's the regular price. If you want the show special, you have to give us a call. Call in to get the show special, or you can go on our website and talk to the live chat people. The live chat people can also give you that special price, and you can check out. These things are flying off the shelves. We sold 35 yesterday. We've already sold 8 this morning, and we're going to probably sell another 35 today. Right now, Eileen, I hope y'all have 150 coming in, because this week we're going to sell 150 of them. And I told you we would sell out of what you have coming in. So if y'all want one of these, don't delay. Act today, because they are going to sell out this week. So Eileen, I think we're at the end of our time, but we have you again a little later this afternoon, and we're going to talk, with its counterpart that, to me, I think you just need to get both. That snap hoop monster just makes sense to me to have it with the weightless quilter. So look forward to seeing you then, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, thanks for having me. Bye.
Oh, thank you, Eileen. So everybody, don't delay. If you want to get one of these things, make sure you act on it. And then again, Eileen's coming back. We're going to talk about the snap hoop monster, and she kind of showed a demonstration of that while she was demonstrating that weightless quilter, and it just makes moving the fabric so much easier. But guess what, guys? Next up, we have Kelly Ashton and from Handi Quilter, and Kelly, she I'm so impressed with all the people we have on our show this week. The experience level that everybody has is just unbelievable. But Kelly was a quilt shop owner. She just really honed her skills in by all the her day-to-day things in her quilt shop. She started working with a lot of different avenues in the sewing field. She got hooked up in 2013 with Handi Quilter, actually became a national educator, and traveled the country, going to dealers, putting on educational events. And now she's the education studio manager at Handi Quilter. And so welcome to the show, Kelly. And she was here yesterday. We got her back again today. And thank you for being here, and welcome to Virtual Quilt Fest.
Thank you, Blaine. I'm excited to be here again. So I'm going to tell you about our newest machine that Handi Quilter has to offer, and it's called the Moxie. And we released this machine last fall, and it was a big hit. And I'm going to tell you some of the reasons why it was so popular. So it has really easy to use features. It has an awesome price point, and it allows any quilter of any level to jump into free motion quilting on a long arm. So I'm going to show you a few things today. I'm going to show you a little bit about the features, about how we scroll through. I'm going to show you the frame that it comes with. I'm going to talk about what the Moxie comes with to get you started. When it arrives at your door, it has everything you need to get started quilting. And then I'm going to do a little demo on quilting so that you can see how easy it is to drive the Moxie. So let's get started. So I'm going to tell you about the Moxie screen. So it's a little different than our other features or other machines. It doesn't have a touch screen. It just has this small screen. And we use the buttons on our handlebars to scroll through the different features. So on the right handlebar, or on each handlebar, we have 2 buttons. But on the right handlebar, we have a start and stop. Its only function is to start and stop the machine. But all 3 of the other buttons are involved in selecting and scrolling through the features of the machine. So I'm not going to scroll through all of them for you, but the first thing we want to talk about is stitch regulation. This machine comes with stitch regulation. It has 2 modes of stitch regulation. One is called cruise and one is called precision. It also allows you to quilt in manual mode if you like manual mode. And sometimes I like to quilt in manual mode, but the precision and the cruise, where they're connected with the stitch regulation, gives you a couple of different options when you're stitching with the regulator. So anyone has quilted any of their quilts probably understands how important it is to have a stitch regulator. Okay, the Moxie has a 15-inch throat, so much bigger than if you've been quilting your quilts on a domestic machine. You can see how that 15-inch throat space would be a benefit to you. So let's see, what else? It just moves and glides so easily. It's on a carriage, that runs across this track, and it just is so easy and smooth to drive. And I'll show you that in a little bit. Okay, I want to show you the frame that the Moxie comes with. So the Moxie comes with an 8-foot loft frame. It's called the loft frame, and it has an option of adding an extra 2 feet. If you want 10 feet, you can add another 2 feet. With an 8-foot frame, you can quilt a quilt all the way up to like 84 inches. So the price point and the size of the machine and the frame system are awesome. All right, so on the loft frame, it's this 4-frame system that Handi Quilter uses allows you, it has a take-up pull in the back. Let's see, back here, this is called our take-up pull. And as we quilt and we advance our quilt, the finished part of our quilt rolls up on this take-up pull. Then it has a pull right here. It's called the idler pull. And what that does is it keeps your quilting surface level, which is really important to get a good stitch. You need the level surface. And then our 2 pulls in the front. We do also have an option with the loft frame to set it up in a high position or a low position, which actually reverses the roles of these 2 pulls in the front. How I have it set right now is in high position, and my quilt top is rolled up on this inside pull, and the quilt back, the backing is rolled up on the pull that's closest to me. And then my batting sits right there in the middle. It's a really simple system for loading and advancing your quilts. It doesn't require you to adjust the levels of the pull at any point. It just rolls up right there on the back. So we did talk about casters yesterday, and we do have an option of putting casters on this frame as well if you need to be able to easily move the frame. All right, so I wanted to show you about the accessory kit that the Moxie comes with. So it comes with this wonderful kit, and I'll show you a little bit about what's in here. It comes with a kit right here that comes with a yard of gridded fabric. It comes with pins. So all you have to do is the machine and the frame system come with 3 leaders. And the leaders are what we attach to the poles that then we attach our quilt top and our quilt back to those leaders. So the pins allow us to just pin our quilt top and our quilt back right to those leaders. It comes with the foot that's in place right now is a totally round foot. It's called our ruler foot. And it also comes with an open toe foot so that you can see clearly when you're doing different types of stitching. The package also comes with 4 different types of thread. So you've got your thread to get started. It comes with needles, it comes with bobbins, it comes with the oil that you need to oil your machine, and it also comes with this old channel lock. And a channel lock, we just put it around the wheel and touch the tracks, and it locks the wheel so that I can do a perfectly straight stitch, either vertically or horizontally. So whenever I load a quilt, I like to have a perfectly straight line across the top so that when I put the quilt top up there, I know that I'm starting off really straight and square. So that's what comes with the kit. It also comes with a sheet of decals, some fun stickers. I've set them aside somewhere, but I can actually kind of decorate the Moxie with those fun stickers. It has some decals that I can put on my poles that with an arrow that reminds me to roll it this direction or that direction. So lots of fun things in the Moxie box. Everything you need to just get started quilting as soon as that Moxie arrives at your door. Okay, Blaine, if you have questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to do a quick little demonstration on quilting. I did the pilot test drive today, so I know that the stitch regulators or the encoders are in place and we're ready to quilt, okay?
Yeah, we'd love to see that thing in action.
Okay, I put some bright green thread on today so that you can see the thread a little better as well. And sometimes stitching is actually hard for viewers to see, but what I want you to focus on is kind of how easy it is to move and manipulate the machine. So I just put it in the position I want to start. I'm going to do my half stitch, my needle down, my needle up. I let go of the thread, and then I can catch them both right there and pull my bobbin thread up. Let's try that one more time. I just test drove this, so it was ready. Check my bobbin right there. Okay, I'm just going to do needle up and down a couple of times. I just hold that button and it just does a little locking stitch so that I'm ready to go. And here we go. We're just going to push the start button. I have it in cruise mode. I'll stop that really quickly again. If you notice when I push start, the needle just starts stitching. That's cruise mode. If I were in precision, it wouldn't start until I started moving the machine, but my preference is cruise mode. So I'm just going to do little E's and L's. We've all done that with our cursive. It's just basically just doodling. I think one of the nice features that the Moxie has is it has a speed alarm. So if I stitch too fast, if I stitch faster than the stitch regulator can keep up, it'll actually beep at me. If you heard that beep, that's just telling me it's a good learning tool, teaching me to slow my hands down and keep nice, even stitches. I'm not sure how well you can see the stitches, but the Moxie makes a beautiful stitch. Super easy to move and just glides right across that track. So that's just a little sample of the stitching that we can do. I'm going to just bring up the thread. There are a couple of things that you can add to the machine. And one of my favorites is the ruler base. So this is a ruler base. And because the throat of the machine is only like 4 inches wide or something, it's not a great place to be able to balance and use safely rulers. So we recommend that you use a ruler base anytime you quilt with rulers on your Moxie. And I just wanted to show you how easy it is to quilt with rulers on the Moxie as well. So we're just going to bring this to the side. Well, you won't be able to see it. So I'm going to slide this underneath. It has a couple of notches and there are some knobs on the machine. It just has to fit around those knobs. Oops. Slide it into place, and then I can show you how we can stitch with the rulers, okay? I don't know about you, but I really like to stitch in the ditch. It really finishes my blocks or different parts of my piecing. I don't do it everywhere, but if I'm going to stitch in the ditch on a long arm machine, I really want to have a ruler. So I'm just going to show you how that works. I'm just going to hold the ruler right up there. And because I have a ruler foot, it's completely round. I can use it on any side. I can move, when I get here, I can just move the ruler to this side and it's still safe to use the ruler right there. When I'm using a ruler on this machine, it's important that you use rulers that are 1/4 of an inch thick. So the 1/4 of an inch thick makes it so the foot doesn't bounce on top of the ruler. So it's that easy. Let me show you a curve really quick. If I put the curve on here. I just line that right up, turn it around. Okay, and you can see how perfectly it does a curve and how nicely it does a straight seam as well. I don't know if you can see that very well. Okay, where are we at? Okay, Blaine, would you like me to scroll through some of the other features like the lighting and stuff that the machine has? Or do you have any questions? I can't read the screen.
Hey, we do have a question,
Okay.
Kelly. One of our viewers was asking, how hard is it to change bobbins out? And if you could, maybe demonstrate just how to change bobbin.
You
I know
bet I
you
can
checked
do
it just a
that.
minute ago.
Yeah. The other nice thing, I'm going to show you, I have to break the thread, so I'm just going to move the machine, I'm going to bring it back to that stitch, go needle down, needle up. And when I move it away a second time, it actually pulls up the bobbin thread. So I can cut all the threads right there and not have to worry about bobbin threads being strung across the bottom. So let's show you the bobbin. It has a little lever. You probably can't get the camera underneath. We don't have it set up for that. But this is the bobbin case. Where would you like me to hold it? Okay, this is the bobbin case. It's an M-class bobbin. And to take it out, we do use this little lever, or this little lever on there. But we don't use that lever when we put it in. When we put it in, I just hold it like this, and then I put it underneath the machine. And the lever is to the right, but I'm just not pulling it out. It sets in there, and I just push it until I hear that snap. And then I know my bobbin is in place. I was going to tell you that this machine will stitch from 4 stitches an inch up to 18 stitches per inch. Can't speak today. So 4 stitches per inch gives you a nice basting stitch. I mean, that's 1/4 of an inch. If I have 10 stitches per inch versus 4 stitches per inch, I mean, 4 stitches per inch is like a basting stitch. So it allows me to baste across my quilts, across the top, down the sides, and it allows me to do a really fine stitch up to 18. I usually don't go much higher than 16, but if I'm doing some micro quilting, I do like to have my stitches per inch a lot smaller. So I could also put it in manual mode like we talked about, and manage the size of the stitch by how I'm moving the machine. So yeah, good question. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, Kelly, they were also wanting to know, I know that somebody asked, can you change the height? And I know that there's a high setting and a low setting, but do you have any other adjustments other than that, just as far as the height?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a good question, Blaine. And it does come with, the frame is height adjustable. So we've got about 8 inches of height adjustable. So how I start is this is actually, all of the quilters I quilt with in studio are a little taller than I am. But when I stand up to the machine and I put my arms at a right angle, I want the pulls to be just a couple of fingers below my elbows. That's a really good place to start. Some people like it higher, some people like it lower. But you could just take the frame and adjust the level of those legs so that it is height adjustable for different heights. We also have casters on here like we talked about. That makes it just a little bit higher. So if I needed it set a lot lower, I probably wouldn't use the casters, and I could set it, it'll actually go probably a good 6 inches lower than where I have it right now. So I'm 5'4", and this is set kind of high, but it'll go at least 6 inches lower than this. So it's pretty good to adjust to most levels of height. So yeah, good question.
Hey, Kelly, the next question was, does Handi Quilter have robotics for this yet?
Oh, Blaine, that's a really good question too. Stay tuned. We have something really exciting coming for you. You're going to want to know about, but Mom's the word today.
That's awesome. And then I think another question was, can you put rear handles on it?
You bet. You can put a quilt. We call it quilt from the back because you just want rear handlebars if you're going to quilt something from the back. So if I was going to put rear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you explain to everybody why you would want rear handles and what their uses would be?
You bet. So if we put rear handlebars on, that allows us to be able to quilt with pantographs or like groovy boards. So a pantograph, I actually have one right here I can show you really quick. Hold on. A pantograph is a paper that has a design printed all across it. So if I were to put this at the back of the machine, can you see that okay? And I could stand at the back with the rear handlebars. The quilt from the back kit also comes with a laser light. So I would aim the laser down at this pattern and I would drive from the back. So I'm not looking at the front of the quilt, I'm just looking at this pattern at the back. And I just take the laser and follow those lines. It's a great way for people to get used to free motion and to applying a nice design on their quilt. So all it takes is the quilt from the back kit. You would also want to add the tabletop that's at the back. The frame doesn't come with a tabletop. but you can add it if you choose to quilt from the back. You would want to add it. So, excuse me. So quilting from the back allows you to use pantographs like this or groovy board. Now, a groovy board is a stylus that you would put at the back of your machine, and it's spring loaded. So instead of the paper, you would have this big, we call it a groovy board, and it has a design on it with grooves in it. And the stylus slips right down into that groove. And all we have to do is from the back of the machine, drive that stylus around through those grooves. It's a really easy pattern to follow. And it's a really great way to get a beautiful design on your quilt from day one. It's really simple. So if you have the option of quilting from the back or quilting from the front. So all it takes to do some free motion quilting is to get doodling, start practice drawing and learning those pathways in your head, and then you can come right to the machine and start quilting. In the Getting Started kit with the Moxie, we actually send with it several designs that you can practice. One of them is the E's and L's we talked about. Another one is just stippling. It's meandering. It's a perfect design for learning how to manage the machine, to manage your fabric, and to kind of teach your brain some pathways to get in and out of filling the space across that whole quilt. And then once you've mastered those designs, you can start adding new things. So when you're quilting, we just recommend that you do something until you learn to do it well, and then add a new feature. And so we've given you some ideas that come with the Moxie to get you going with free motion quilting. So lots of fun stuff. The Moxie is a fabulous machine. You're going to love the price point of it, and you're going to love the features that it offers, and also how easy it is to use.
Well, Kelly, one of the things you just said, that price point they're going to love. I got to remind everybody and show them what the price is at home. So, hey, you can get the Moxie right now, shipped free right to your door for $49.95, and that includes your free loft 8-foot frame. The 8-foot frame loft frame comes with it. And if you order right now this week, we're going to actually throw in a $250 gift card, and that'll be emailed to you electronically by Sewing Machines Plus. So you'll get that $250 gift card, and then you're going to be able to add some quilting accessories if you wanted to with that. But you're also going to get that accessory kit. So you're getting the Moxie 15-inch long arm, you're getting that 8-foot loft frame, and that accessory kit, and the $250 gift card. Hey, and we are offering 60-month 0% interest financing to make those easy monthly payments. So it's $49.95, free shipping to your door. And if you're outside of the state of California, no tax. So you can't beat that. Guys, order these things. We have been selling the heck out of these things since they came out. Great, great machine. If you're trying to get into quilting, you want to get your first long arm, what a better machine to start with. And so Kelly, one of the things that people, always ask me a lot too, when, we go to trade shows. I know you're always at trade shows, a lot of the same ones I go to. And when we were doing that, they always come up and, they talk about, the ease of using it. And, I've had people say, well, I've got a bad shoulder or a bad elbow. How hard is it to, guide and maneuver? What would you tell them when somebody asks you that?
Well, it's so light and easy to move. It just glides right across this frame. We just have to have people try it and they see how easy it is to move. So if you need to feel it for a bad shoulder, just get your hands on a machine, but it just glides right across the track. It's very light. You hardly even know that you're moving something around. It doesn't take a lot of pressure. I don't recommend that you hold on with a tight grip. You just have a light touch on the handlebars and it'll just move around just like butter. So you'll love the Moxie. So.
Well, I always tell people a lot of times, to me, it feels like it's got power steering. You can just take, 2 fingers and just move that thing around so easily. And so I'm always impressed by, people that are very talented like yourself that can quilt really well. You use your artistry to draw basically is all you're doing. And it just amazes me what y'all can do with these things, free motion like that. I'm a robotics guy. So that's the only way I can make it look good. But Kelly, hey, we sure do appreciate you taking the time. And I know we're going to see you later on in the week as well. And, coming on today. And I know this Moxie is a great machine. It was a great addition to Handi Quilter's lineup. And we're going to show everybody an overlay one more time so you can show what you're getting. Again, this is the Handi Quilter. It's the 15-inch Moxie long arm quilting machine. It comes with the 8-foot loft frame, and you're getting that free accessory kit with it. And also right now, this week, our show special is we're going to also give you a $250 gift card with purchase. And we have Synchrony financing available, 60-month, no interest. And hey, we are taking orders right now. You have 3 ways to order. You can go right to the website and place your order right online. You can speak to one of our live chat agents, or you can give us a call at 800-401-8151 and place your order with them. Our staff is extremely knowledgeable with long arms, and we are the largest long arm dealer in the country. And so they're extremely knowledgeable. And then we have a service department is second to none. If you have any question about any long arm, doesn't matter what brand, they can usually help you out. And even if you didn't buy it from us, you can call us and we'll help you out. So our guys are so talented with the long arms and so knowledgeable. We try to help everybody. So anyway, I really appreciate Kelly coming on, and we got another presenter coming up right after you. And Kelly, are we seeing you again today, this afternoon?
Kim will be on this afternoon.
Kim,
so
okay.
We'll see Kim this afternoon.
All right,
Yeah.
so we'll see Kim this afternoon again, and then we'll see you another time this week. So
Tomorrow.
have a
I'll see
great
you
day,
tomorrow.
and we sure do appreciate
Okay.
you coming on and sharing everything about the Moxie.
Thanks, Blaine. Have a good day.
You too. All right, guys, there it is, the Moxie, and from Handi Quilter, and it's their newest edition, and what a great machine. And then Kim Sandberg's going to be on a little later this afternoon, and we're going to talk about some other Handi Quilter products. Handi Quilter is one of our platinum sponsors, and we so appreciate them being on our show and helping us out with this. But coming up next is one of our other platinum sponsors, and it's from the Grace Company, and it's Karla Gerome. And Karla, she took a quilting class in 1986, at a store, and started doing it. She is hooked on it and fell in love with quilting. And, she was encouraged, to develop her skills along the way. She loves to challenge herself and with different designs and patterns. And she's really accomplished. And she started working at Grace, and we're so happy to have her on the show today. And so, Karla, welcome to day 2 of our virtual Quilt Fest.
And what an honor to be a part of the Quilt Fest. Thank you for inviting the Grace Company, and we are truly blessed and honored that you have given us this opportunity to talk about our products and to showcase Sewing Machines Plus. We love you, and we appreciate all that you guys do for us as a company. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Karla. And I want to know everything about cutting circles today. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know that I know everything about cutting circles, but I do love our circle cutter, and I'm excited to show you how it works and just show you a couple things that I've come up with. And all it takes is a little imagination, and you can do whatever you want. So anyway, let me just jump off and show you a couple quilts that I've created. This quilt behind me, I made when the circle cutter first came out. I was testing it out to see if it really worked, and it really does work. And so I made this quilt. It's kind of a Japanese-inspired quilt because we make quilting frames for a lot of companies, and Juki was one of those companies. And so this went on the quilting frame that we made for Juki. So it was just really fun, and I used all these different color blues, and it turned out really nice. And what I did was I appliqued all these circles on by hand. I didn't even use the machine way back when because we didn't have our machines yet. So then over here, I just want to move over here, Courtney, right here to this one. This is my very first free motion quilt I ever free motion quilted. And I just was inspired to cut out a bunch of different circles with different fabrics, and I just put them on the background, and you can see right here some of them float off the edge, and so it's just kind of a fun take, and they're different sizes as well, so you can cut multiple pieces of fabric at one time, up to 3. No, I wouldn't cut any more than that, and I just put them on, and you can just see that it was really fun and just really different. And like I said, this was my very first free motion quilt, and it just turned out a lot of fun. And so those are just 2 styles, okay, that I wanted to show you. But then I was doing a little homework, and I was, fiddling around online, and I saw a similar design online, and I thought, hey, we could do that with the circle cutter. So last night I whipped this up, and it's just a fun little design that looks like, I call it my spectrum eclipse. And it just looks like, the lights turned on in this area and it's dark right here. And it was really easy to put together with the circle cutter. And so I just wanted to show you some of the many, many, many things that you can do with the circle cutter. So what I went and did is I'm going to show you a little bit how I made this. Is I went and pulled out 9 dark, well, not 9, 8 dark pieces of fabric, and then I got their counterparts of the light pieces of fabric. And then to make it easier on me, I cut out squares of heat and bond, and I ironed it on. And so now I can cut out my circles. My dark circles is what I'm going to cut out first, all right? And so what I did is I just cut out the square. So what I'm going to do is just fold my squares so that they match up, so that I have a mark on them and a center point. And now I have my little intersection here, okay? And I turned it over so it would be easier for you to see. So right here on the circle cutter, you have your anchor, is what I want to call it. And it's a little pin that you push down, and you can see right there, it's a little pin that pokes down into the fabric, and it has this wide surface. And this wide surface allows it to glide over your fabric without it bunching up and making it all bunched up, and you get the little wavy lines. Now, also on the circle cutter, you see right here, we have, it goes from 2 to 12 inches. So you can make large circles or smaller circles. And I'm going to make a 6-inch circle. So I just undid my anchor point, and I slid it down to my 6, and you see it has these little arms right here that come out, so that you can know that you're right on the 6, and then you just turn the little knob here to lock it into place, and it's not going to shift or move on you. So what's nice about the circle cutter is it has a safety feature. So if you're not using it, you can lock it so that a little kid's not going to cut themselves, or so it's got a lot of safety features involved. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my little anchor point, and I am going to position it right over my intersection right here. And I want to turn this. Okay, so I want to turn this so that I can put it right here in the center. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of cross my hands, okay? And I'm going to push down on my anchor point right here. And then I'm going to push down on my little blade, which is in this part right here. And I'm just going to twist it around just like that. And I have my circle, just like that. So I have 2 circles down, and I have 6 to go. But that's what I did with the circle cutter. So I'm just going to keep going, but as you're perusing, you can cut out circles and you can use raw edge applique. You can applique them on like I did on these two quilts. You can, oh God, the sky's the limit when it comes to the circle quilts and what you can do with them. So I'm just folding it again to get my cross marks so I can find my middle. And then I'm going to fold it one more time right here. And I love the creative side of quilting. I like looking around, thinking of new ideas, ways to use our different products. It's just one of the fun things. You know, it really makes my job the perfect job because it's really not a job. It's more of something that I like to do. So I'm getting paid to do something that I really enjoy. So I'm just going to do it again. So I'm just going to, I've marked my X. I'm going to put my hand down and I'm just going to cross and I'm going to go round just like that. And I've made one more circle. And you can see how easy it is to line up your intersection with your pivot point. So if you wanted to use this as well, you could cut out another square outside. Just make sure that you're doing your seam allowance and you could fussy cut it. And then you could use this as well on another block. So you could put one on top of the other and have a different look. I'll put it down here. So there are a lot of things or ways to use the circle cutter. And Blaine, I know that it's an incredible price this week. As we're talking about it, all our True Cut items are a great price. So I'm just going to do one more dark and then I'm going to show you what I did with the light colors. So I'm just going to line that up and I'm going to do this dark blue. And I'm just going to line it up and put it down. And then I'm just going to push and turn. And you can see how smooth a circle and how nice the edges are. You don't have to take your scissors and cut again like you do with some. All right, so let me do a light color. And I've got my dark colors. So let me do my light blue right here. So I'll do a light blue one really quick and I'll just show you. Now with this little design, it's kind of fun. You can tell that I'm doing the same size circle on the light colors as I did with the dark colors. And what I'm doing is I will cut the centers in half right here and just do a half circle for right here. And then I'll do a quarter circle right here on my corners. And that's where you get that fun look. But what you want to make sure is when you're putting this together is that you make it nice and straight and you position them so that they're nice and straight across to get that nice look that you're looking for. So let me finish this up right here. And I'm going to show you a couple other of our True Cut products as well, since it's Circle Day. All right. So here's my light blue circle. So since it's just a quarter, I already have my quarter marks because of my center. So what I'll do is I'll just take my straight ruler and I'm going to line it up on my mat, so I'm making sure it's nice and straight. And I'm moving over. And what's nice about our rulers is you can tell I have our true grips on it, so it's not going to slide and move, so you can get a nice accurate cut. So I'm going to place it on top of my mark, and I'm using the lines of my mat to help line up my circle. And I'm using my guide to make it nice and straight so I don't deviate and move off in any direction. I just want a nice straight cut. And I want to just make sure. And I'm just going to cut it up like that. So now I have a half circle, okay? And now I'm just going to take my half circle and I'm going to cut it. And I'm going to line it right here on my mat across the top so I know it's nice and straight. And I want to line it up so it's the center is lined up along this angle and horizontal and vertical. So I'm using the lines of my mat as well as rather than my cutter, because this I want it to be nice and accurate. And so I'm just lining it up, and I'm using my cutter again, and I'm just going to go up like this. Okay, and so there I have my half circle. And so you'll just put that on there on your black background. So that's this one right here. So really easy. The circle cutter makes quick work of it. You'll spend more time ironing than you will cutting. That's the truth of it. So let me do one more. I'll do the green. I have the green here. So I'm just going to hurry and cut the green out. And the black background on this just kind of makes it a lot of fun. And it's a little different look. And look how quickly it's working. I'm getting it done. So again, I'm just going to place my circle cutter. Now you can do any size circle you want. I just was kind of doing my little test last night. So these are 4-inch circles that I made this with. I'm cutting out 6-inch circles right now. So anyway, just very, very, very easy to use. I'm just going to turn it again. I'm going to place my anchor, push down on it. And I didn't show you right here where the blade is. So when you purchase the circle cutter, it comes with a little blade. And it's a smaller blade than the 28-inch blade. And it has a little cover, a safety cover over it that you have to take off. But it's not hard to do. And we also have replacement blades for your circle cutter because you'll use it time and time again. Eventually, the blade will wear out. My one at home is just about getting worn out. I haven't changed it yet, but it's getting close to time. But anyway, just know that you can also purchase the replacement blades with this as well. And then, like I said, I'll finish this one up. And then I want to just kind of show you all the great rulers that we have. Besides the circle cutter, we have our comfort cutter, which I am using. And so I get so excited. We were just talking about this. I get a little ADHD because I have my mind going 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I want to talk about everything all at once, and I have to slow down and make it work. And make it make sense. So I'm just going to fold this again for my green and make sure that it's all nice and centered. And then on my green, it's my darker green. So now I have another little quarter circle. And I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to line it up on my mat right here. And all you quilters already know how to cut. I know that. But our products, the Grace True Cut products, are awesome. My brother, when he came out with True Cut, wanted to design a cutting system that was safer for you, more accurate, and easy. And makes it easy for you. And you can tell with my ruler, because of the holes allow you to see through so that you make sure that it's lined up. And the guide on the track of the ruler just makes it so you're not deviating away. And so you're going to get a nice, accurate cut. So there's my green. So I'm just going to put that up here with the green. Oh, that wasn't the right green. I used that green right here. And I'm going to turn it so it's like this. So there's the green. Okay. And let's do a half circle really quick. Got this orange here. I could do this all day. Yeah. Honestly, this is so much fun. And so before I show you how to cut, you've already seen that. Let me talk to you about some of our other rulers. We have a whole arsenal of rulers for every quilter out there. So some of my ones, we have our standard 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. And a lot of people are like, oh, why do you have the holes? Well, the holes make it easier for you to hold it into place. With the true grips, they grip down on the mat and they just make it a stable environment for you to be cutting. And then the holes also allow you to line up easier as you're trying to line up your markings. So it's easier for you to see your eighths or your quarters or your halves as you're moving across, trying to decide what size strip or block you want to cut. So it just makes it that much easier for you to align your ruler on your fabric to make that accurate cut. So there's the easier and more accurate. And what's nice about our rulers is that they have this terrific track on it, and this track is raised. So it keeps the blade away from you, but also your little guide on your cutter fits into the track, and it just glides along it for you to make that cut where I'm not going to move away. Now, I like to hold my cutter with my thumb like this, but you can hold it with this. And so ladies or gentlemen who have carpal tunnel or problems with their wrists and their shoulders and their elbows, any problems that you have, the cutter is bent to allow it for it to be ergonomic. And so it's more comfortable for you to cut with. And it's just a great investment. So if you haven't invested in a great cutting system and you spend hours doing what you love, this is a great opportunity for you to jump in and purchase something that I know you'll love, and it will last for years and years and years. And one question I get asked all the time is, does it work with other rulers? Yes, it does. This cutter will work with other rulers. However, with the other rulers, you don't have the track, so it's not going to keep you as accurate. But this little guide right here is removable. So you can easily take it out and use it with other rulers. Because I know that we have other rulers that are specialty rulers that we love to cut with. And so with you removing this guide, it allows you to work with any ruler at all. And our blades are fabulous. So if you haven't tried our True Cut rotary cut blades, try them. You'll love them. And they last a long time. And then we have our sharpeners. And the sharpeners, yes, they really work. I will attest to that. We wouldn't sell you something that didn't work. And it works, and it works well. Now, it won't work on platinum blades. I'll be honest with you there. The platinum blades have a little coating on them, and it takes a long while for that coating to rub off. And so it will not work with those platinum blades. So, but this is a great investment. And the circle cutter is just one of those awesome features to our True Cut line. And now we have our square rulers that also have the guide, and they have the holes, and it makes it easier for you to fussy cut if you're into fussy cutting your squares. And so we have a 12.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. We have a 9.5. Let me see if I've got it right here so that you can see them all. We have a 9.5 by 9.5 inch ruler, and we have a 6.5 by 6.5 inch ruler. And so these work really well for cutting those nice squares. Then, like I said, then we have this. I love this ruler. I use it for even my quilting, my machine quilting, because it has the raised edge and it sits nice and flat. And I had my husband cut it down. And I use this all the time with the true grips on the back. Oh man, it just keeps it nice and steady, and my foot just glides along the edge right here of my machine. So I love this 3x18 ruler. It really does a great job, not only for cutting, but for machine quilting as well. So one of those little things that working here at the Grace Company, I get to try new things, and that's what I tried. So, and then let me show you this great combo that we have. So we have what we call our True Cut combo. So if you want a cutting system and you just want to get everything all at once, this is the True Cut combo. What comes with the True Cut combo is you get the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, along with the 45 millimeter rotary cutter and the True Grips. And so this is a great way to just get started and get everything all at once, rather than choosing a ruler here or a ruler there and then deciding that you want the cutter or you just want to start out with the cutter. This is a great combo to start out with. And then, well, God, we got so much I want to talk to you about. So anyway, well, we have some great triangle rulers, but I can't seem to find them in my little pack here. So darn it, I wanted to show you our triangle rulers because I love our triangle rulers. I have been doing so many quilts using the triangle rulers, and they also have the guide on them. They're easy to read and they're easy to line up. So those are 3 more triangle rulers that you can look at and take a gander at, and then join me later on and I'll show you how to use them. So on the website, that's what I'll do. So let me just show you real quickly the half circle, what it looks like. I'm just going to fold it again, get my intersection, and then I'm going to put my anchor down. And then if I'm running on, just stop me, Blaine, because I get really excited about talking about our True Cut products and everything. And so I could just go on all day. Maybe not all day, but for a good while, okay? All right, and here's the orange one right here. Now
Hey, Karla.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a couple questions if you have time to answer real quick.
I do.
So one of them, our viewers are asking, what is the largest circle that you can cut and what's the smallest?
The largest is 12 inches or 12.25 is what it says here. And the smallest is 2. So
2
those
inches.
are
Okay.
the 2 sizes. That's the largest. This is a 12-inch circle right here. And a small 2-inch circle is the smallest that you can cut.
Okay.
And have a
then
nice accurate cut.
Okay. And then another question came in is, how many layers of fabric will it cut?
3. I wouldn't cut any more than 3. And the reason I'm not cutting multiple layers is because I have the heat and bond on. And that's why. I could put 2 of these on and cut them. But because I had that extra layer of heat and bond, I just decided to do them one at a time. So I could show you. So let me show you what it looks like with 2 layers.
Karla, too, I know that it does have replacement blades that you can buy, but typically, how long does the blade last when they're using it?
Like I said, mine hasn't been changed and I use it all the time. So I would say, I know that's a hard one to say, maybe 60, 70 circles. If we're doing it like that, probably more than that, maybe 100. But
I guess it depends on, how much, what kind of
subjective,
fabric and how long you're using it. But hey, I want to remind everybody too, while, nobody knows what the price is on this. So we got a great special, everyone. The 360 cutter that she's demonstrating, you see it on the screen right there. It's $39.95. But right now, if you order, use the coupon code VQF360, and we're going to give you 40% off that price. So you can go right to the website and order it directly through the website using that coupon code. You can talk to our live chat agents, or you can call on the phone, but you don't even need to go on the phones. You can actually just go through the website, put in that coupon code, and get 40% off that cutter. Now, all the other True Cut products that Karla was showing, all the rulers, all the rotary cutters, all those things, anything on our website is True Cut. You get 30% off during the show. And all you have to do is go to our website. It's sewingmachinesplus.com. In that search bar at the top of the screen, you can type in True Cut, TRUECUT, and it'll actually take you to the True Cut category where all the products are at and all the things that Karla was talking about. You get 30% off all of those by using that coupon code VQF True Cut. That's VQF True Cut. 30% off all the TrueCut products. But however, that 360 cutter you see on the screen right now for $39.99, you get 40% off by using the VQF 360 coupon code. And Karla, these products are absolutely fantastic, and I've used one of the rotary cutters, love it. And you know, it's ergonomically correct on your hand, and it's sharp blades. So I love those things. But it's the first time I've seen your 360 cutter in action, and that thing makes circles easy, doesn't it?
It does. And, you know, I just cut 2 layers. So just wanted to show you. There's 2 layers with the heat and bond on. So I probably could have gone through 3. But just wanted to show you what quick work it makes of cutting your circles. And that was just 2 layers. I probably could have done 3. I was going to say another question a lot of quilters ask is the felt quilters. They love to use felt. Will it cut felt? Yes, it will. How many layers of felt depends on how thick it is and how the felt is. There's some that are a little tighter woven than others. Some are a little looser weave. So it does great work. And like I said, because of the width of this, it just glides over your fabrics. So you don't need to worry about it bunching up and causing you problems and then having a nice wonky circle that you're going to have to use on your wonky quilt. So this will make your circles look really, really nice. It's very exciting products. Check out our TrueCut line with Sewing Machines Plus. They're running some incredible deals just for you wonderful quilters out there. Any other questions that I can answer?
Hey, Karla, there's one more question. On the your anchor point on the TrueCut 360 cutter, what is holding that in place? What helps hold the fabric in place when you're pushing down on that?
Okay, let me show you. Can you do a close-up in? Not on my face, just on the circle cutter, okay? It's a little pin. If you can see that, I'm pushing it in and out, and maybe I'll walk a little closer, okay? So hang on here. Are we in the picture? No, let's get it focused. There we go. There's that pin. I'm trying to push it in and out. There's a little pin right there that that pushes down into the fabric, and that's what's holding it into place. It's just a little pin that you're pushing in. So that's what's holding it, Blaine. Right
Perfect,
there.
perfect. So we'll remind everybody one more time about the pricing on the 360 cutter. This thing is $39.99 regular price. Right now during the show, use the coupon code VQF360 and you're going to get 40% off the regular price. And you don't even need to call in. You can go right to our website and order and just use that coupon code. And then if you want to look at all the other products that Karla was talking about and showing, they're all on the TrueCut page on our website. Up in the search bar on our website, you can type in TrueCut, TrueCut. It'll take you to the whole page of all the TrueCut products. And everything you see on there is going to be 30% off. And the coupon code you need to use for that is VQF TrueCut. And that's VQF TrueCut. And that'll get you 30% off any product we have on our website on TrueCut. So great products. Karla, thank you so much for being on our show today. And thanks for demonstrating that. That is awesome how to cut circles. And I know we had a lot of excitement about that. So I think a lot of people are probably going to be trying those out.
Great. Well, thanks for having me. I enjoyed it. And I'll see you this afternoon. We
sure will. We'll see you this afternoon. All right, guys. Hey, we're moving right along here. And so some great products from Grace. Grace is one of our platinum sponsors. And Karla did such a good job. And you can tell she's passionate and excited about cutting the circles and things and making quilts because she's a big time quilter. So, hey, but moving right along, hey, we've got a great product coming up next. We cannot wait for you to see. And it's from Aero Cabinets. And our presenter is Lynn Mars. And Lynn has been on our show before. She's been doing some things with us. And, Lynn is a woman who loves to sew and quilt. And, what's so funny about her background, Lynn actually worked in the dentistry field for over 40 years. And she was a hygienist. And so she kind of got into the quilting, and she kind of compares the two. She's like, you have to have everything so precise and ergonomically correct in the dentistry, and you kind of have to do that in sewing and quilting. So it just, she just said it was like, it was just natural for her to head in that direction. And so Lynn is a great addition to Aero Cabinet. She's getting to utilize her talents there, and she's going to utilize her talents with us today. And we are super excited to show you a combo product today that we're going to have. And so it's the one of the sewing cabinets, and we got a really good package for you. So Lynn, welcome to our day 2 of our virtual Quilt Fest, and thanks for being here.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to get going. This is an amazing product.
It is, and I'm excited to talk about the Bandicoot sewing cabinet today, and the Kiwi table and the chair. I think this is a great combo package that we're going to show today, and we got a really, really good price on it. And so I'm excited for you to share all the features and benefits of this to our viewers.
Well, I can't wait to get started because we have bundled 3 amazing, truly wonderful products together. And you were right when you referred to my history in the dental field. It was so important to have that ergonomics to relieve yourself of back fatigue and wrist fatigue. And sewing is really similar because we sit at this static posture. And if it's in an awkward position, you'll start to feel all of those muscular skeletal things, and your soft tissue twinges start to pick up again. So to have this bundle at this great price, and it alleviates all of those concerns, I can't wait to get started on showing you some of these features. Can I start? I think so.
Yes, go ahead. We're waiting on you.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me start out with the Bandicoot. The Bandicoot is an amazing sewing cabinet. We have it housed here. It will fit most of your mid-sized machines. So if you measure your machine, it should hold up to those machines, up to about 19.5 inches. You have to save room for the power cord, and then about 10 inches deep. So it accommodates most of these. It has a very expansive work surface. It opens up to a full 5 feet. In addition to that really great work surface, it has storage, room for 20 spools of thread, and it has 2 storage cubbies. So all of our sewing utensils can kind of get tucked away and in a nice, convenient area, which saves us a ton of time. The other really great feature about this is that it houses our sewing machine permanently. So it has a 3-position hydraulic lift. And it is Talking Sewing 101. Here it is. We can go down into the storage position, tucks it all away nice and neat, or you can come up into the free arm position, say you're doing some garment sewing or whatever, but most of us quilters love this flat bed sewing position. And again, that just keeps those wrists at a really nice ergonomic angle. So the 3-position hydraulic lifts just makes your life so much easier, and it is amazing. And I don't know if I talked about pricing, but this bundle that we're bringing to you is $12.99. It will be $800 off your MSRP. So it is an amazing deal right now to set up your sewing studio. Easy as that. So I should show you really quick too, because we've got the expansive work surface of just over 5 feet. Say you don't have quite that much space all the time to keep your sewing machine set up. This will fold up into a very compact 1.5 by 2.5 feet. So again, what this does is it gives you the opportunity to set up your sewing studio, but yet if you have a multi-purpose room, you can keep this in that room and not have it be so intrusive. So Arrow's done a great job. 𝓤𝓼𝓻𝓽𝓵's done a great job of trying to keep all of that in mind for us as far as what our needs are, what our space available, et cetera, et cetera. I'm so excited about this because the Bandicoot is just a great little sewing cabinet. And with that being said, it does. I think it appeals more to your beginner sewers because it's meant for those mid-sized machines. It's a nice way to just get you situated and get you sewing in comfort and convenience. But it also, I think it plays well to us experienced sewers because we might have that second machine or a machine that we're going to be teaching our grandchildren or our children on to have their own sewing center. Great. It is, time saver, life saver, and it keeps those little fingers out of our, really important things that we don't want to see walk off, say that rotary cutter or the scissors that we covet. It has a way of doing that. So to give the little ones their own little sewing center is also a real plus. I've also had friends talk about moving this up to, say, their vacation home. Again, just a nice little convenient area to have a second sewing machine. So it's just exciting and all at a great price. Now, the next thing that I'd like to show you, because it's all part of the bundle, and I get really excited about this, is the Kiwi. This Kiwi alone has been an amazing time saver for me. It offers you a pressing surface. And again, when we're talking about accuracy and keeping our quilt blocks, precise and measuring the way we want them to measure, you know how important pressing is. So to have this little pressing station right next to your sewing cabinet, invaluable. Also, it's kind of annoying when you're chain piecing and you get all those little dog ears and you're always like, oh, you got to snip those off before you go to your next step. You've got a little cutting mat right here. So it's just a matter of turning a little bit and I can zip off those little dog ears. So I love the convenience of this, but more than that, this Kiwi offers storage. And do we have storage? We have two fully extendable thread drawers, which I absolutely love. For myself, I keep some of my colored threads, my embroidery threads there if I'm going to do some applique. You have two full drawers for those. And again, fully extendable so that you can see all the colors. None of them get lost. You have a really great middle-sized drawer that, for me, everybody's so different. What do you want to keep close at hand? But I put things in here that I like to use, but I might not use real frequently, that I want to have them out on my sewing cabinet. So I have like my machine gears if I'm going to do some free motion. I'm trying to think of the things that I have in there, but anything that I may need. Oh, my bobbins. I have a little bobbin caddy. And down here, probably my most favorite drawer. It's nice and deep. It houses an iron. So any of your taller items, you have your iron, bottles. I've got my best press. So this deep storage drawer offers you a lot of opportunity to store some of those items that normally we have laying down. They can remain upright and easily accessible for us. Not to mention, the Bandicoot and the Kiwi sit on industrial size casters. So we're talking mobility. Whatever is convenient for you, whatever you need to do, these will move around. So if you need to reconfigure your room, again, multi-purpose room, or perhaps you just need to push this into a different area to give you a little bit more floor space, these casters can take it and makes it very easy for you to move. Kiwi is important for that because I can tell you, with the Kiwi, I move mine around all the time. I talked about cutting and pressing. I will have my Kiwi move to the right-hand side of my machine. It sits at the cabinet height, so it's like a natural extension of your sewing surface. So I just need to swivel and I can do my cutting and my pressing. Now, the other day I was sewing and I was putting on a binding on a really heavy queen size quilt, and it provided a lot of weight on that left side. I thought, aha, sheer genius. I took and I moved my Kiwi to my left side of my machine. I opened it up and I used that as a support for my quilt as I fed it through and put that binding on. So again, very, very versatile, just incredibly versatile. And again, I can't say what a great price this is, because all three together, again, $12.99. It's, you have a studio set right at your fingertips. So the last thing, I shouldn't say the last thing, one of the other best things about this bundle is the Aero hydraulic chair, #1 rated in the US. I have the buttons chair right here. Let me go grab 2 more chairs and I will show you. They're so much fun. Here we go. This is a So Wow, So Now chair. And then, I'm sorry, I have one that's, we have some solid colors. So all told, we have 10 chair fabrics to choose from. Myself, I kind of gravitate toward these patterns because they just make me smile. Every time I walk into my little sewing area, I'm excited to go down and spend a couple hours or a couple minutes, if that's all I have, to sew. So when I have my chair there waiting for me, it just makes me smile. So whatever, if you like the zen of more of a solid chair, you have that. If you like the spirited creativity, put a spark into your sewing life, then you have some of your fun patterns to choose from. And so if I go over some of the features of the #1 rated hydraulic Aero chair, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about that amazing lumbar support. So again, we talk ergonomics, comfort, convenience. Right back here, you can see this will fit really nicely into my back, and it is so comfortable. Also, again, with the ergonomics, this will go from 18 inches, if you're a little height challenged like myself, or you can take this up to a full 22 inches, which will give you a little bit more height and keep your thighs parallel to the floor. So you have the adjustable chair, you have the lumbar support, and I will talk about myself because I'm a little bit of a klutz. So I have a tendency to tip out of my chair because I'm constantly dropping things. It doesn't happen with this chair. Back when I was repurposing an office chair, it didn't always go so well for me. My seam ripper would fall on the floor and I'd be like, oh, so I'd lean over and of course I would find myself on the floor with my seam ripper. This 5-star base here, I can turn around, I can pick things up, and I have absolutely no problem. The other thing I was going to note, when I talked about that adorable Kiwi that I absolutely love, it's like an extension of my right hand. When I move it to the right side of my machine and I set it up with the pressing mat and with the cutting board, I don't need to get up and go to it. What happens is I just simply turn. This has a 360 swivel. So say I am sewing along, chain piecing, I can take that off and I can do my cutting and my pressing, and I can turn around and I can go right back to my sewing. So between the 5-star base, the lumbar support, and the 360 swivel, I could probably sell you just on that, but there's more. And again, I don't know if you're like me, but sometimes my projects don't always go so well. And I think I only have a short segment, so I probably can't talk about all the mistakes that I've made. But let's just suffice it to say there's been a fair amount of those. This chair has a storage unit. So absolutely love this. Truthfully, I do keep my reference books in here, but again, that's up to you. What do you want to store in here? Perhaps it's those specialty rulers, or maybe it's a special magazine that just that inspires you. But again, because of those mistakes I talked about, I have a stash of chocolate that I keep in there because every once in a while, it's just like, I need this feel-good moment. So I'm going to swirl away some chocolate in there for those times when I'm like ripping out another seam for the millionth time. So the storage, the lumbar support, the 5-star base, the adjustable height, all of it makes up for one amazing chair. So if we talk Sewing 101, it's time. If we think back to where we were last year, maybe we've purchased a machine for the absolute first time. Maybe we reintroduced ourselves to our machine. Maybe we just had more time to sew. I know a lot of us put in hundreds of hours sewing a lot of masks. I know I did. What became a want for me as far as sewing cabinets and a chair and maybe some extra storage pieces became a need. I realized just how compromised I was getting by not sewing in that proper position. So getting myself a cabinet, getting myself this great, amazing chair, and the convenience that the Kiwi has brought to my life has enhanced my sewing machine experience or my sewing experience. And it's kept things organized. I'm finding that I have more time to sew. And let's be honest, ladies, who doesn't want more time to sew? Oh my goodness. Life still marches on, and I have a dog to walk or a meal to make or grandkids to help out with. So my time, even though I found myself with more time, it was still kind of split up. And when I had the convenience of having all of my sewing things in like one area, it made my life so much easier and it made me happier. And again, just having this bright chair in my room, I brought a smile to my face, the convenience of everything. I think it's 2021 and you deserve this because the price is amazing. At $12.99 for these 3 great pieces, you can't beat it. So I think it's time to treat ourselves, make our sewing experience fun.
Hey, Lynn.
Yeah.
You're exactly right about the price too. I got to tell everybody, this package is exclusive for Sewing Machines Plus. We're the very first company to launch it. All 3 items for one price, the $12.99, and it's actually $150 savings if you buy the bundle. You can buy them all individually. You can get it in white or you can get it in teak, both cabinets, same price. And you can pick between 10 different colors of the chair, that hydraulic chair, but it's $12.99. That's $150 savings if you bought them separately. And also, if you call in, this is one of those call-in specials I talked about at the first of the show. We got another product that we're going to throw in for free, but I can't tell you what it is on air because of advertising restrictions. But they can call in to get that other free special that goes with this package. It is an incredible package. And Lynn, you did a great job of showing it off. But we do have a couple questions. I had one question for you, Lynn. Yep. On that Kiwi table, is there a replacement cushion that can be replaced if that wears out over time?
On the sewing pad, I would have to get back to you on that. I don't know if 𝓥𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵 has that. I know myself, should this ever wear off, it looks like it's a simple upholstery piece, and I would just put another piece of fabric over there and with a staple gun, staple it on. I have been using mine for about a year now, and it has not shown signs of wear. So, but I would say that it's very easy to recover should there be a need, but I'm not so sure that you'll run into that problem. It is very, very durable, and I use mine a lot. I'm working on a really small block right now. I don't know if you're familiar with like the Lori Holt patterns, but they're just these little tiny pieces. So I'm constantly pressing and sewing and cutting. So it's gotten a lot of use. I'm working on a fairly big project right now. So I would say I can get back to you on whether or not we carry the replacement pads, but it's very easily, should something happen, you know, 5, 6 years, 10 years down the road and you need to recover it, it looks like it would be a really simple thing to do.
That's good to know, Lynn. And that you probably are right. You could probably just do it yourself with the, you know, to replace it. But it, you know, it sounds to me like it's going to take a lot to wear that out. But I also wanted to tell everybody on your Bandicoot sewing cabinet, you know, you talked about it was the intermediate type machine size. Well, that'll accommodate a machine that's 19 inches wide by 9 5/8 inches deep. So, you know, just make sure you measure your machine. It's not going to accommodate those great big, you know, combo machines, but, you know, the smaller type intermediate machines, they'll fit right in there. So 19 inches wide by 9 5/8 inches deep, and measure your machine and make sure it'll fit. And I think even on our website, Lynn, they can go and we actually have all the different machines that, you know, I think they have some that won't fit. It shows the ones that won't fit. And but you can just measure a machine really easy to see if it'll fit. But great price on this.
Yeah. And the sewing well, it might be a little bit misleading if they look at the dimensions of our sewing well. I think it's like at 20 inches, but you have to remember you have to accommodate your power cords on the right-hand side. So hence, yeah, the 19 inches by about 9.5, 10 inches deep, and it'll fit perfectly into this Bandicoot. It would be a perfect size for it. So yeah, you're right. The mid-size machines up to, you know, the smaller machines to your mid-size machines, absolutely perfect cabinet for that.
Lynn, also, I wanted to know how many spools of thread will the doors hold on that cabinet on the Bandicoot?
It holds 20 spools. So for me, being a quilter, it is just perfect for my piecing thread. So my whites, my blacks, my grays, my taupes. But on the other side, say, you know, I do like to do a little machine applique. So it will also house some of those threads that you might be using for a particular project, or just if you're a sewer, it will hold at least 10 different spool colors. So 20 spools all together, 10 on either side. That is usually pretty substantial for us sewers. That's enough that we don't have to really scrounge around looking for too many other hiding spaces. But the Kiwi also accommodates that. So if you're into embroidery, you've got even more thread storage in that little Kiwi cabinet.
Well, you know, Lynn, I was noticing, you know, with all the storage that you have, that would, you know, be perfect for an embroidery, you know, person too, because they can have places to store their hoops. They got places to store their thread. So there's so much storage between the Kiwi cabinet and the actual, just the hydraulic chair alone. You could put a lot of stuff in that. I'm amazed at how much storage for such a compact, you know, design that is.
Well, I love the chair. I said it makes me smile every time I walk downstairs into my sewing area. I love the fun patterns. But again, for those of us that have a multi-purpose room and you need some of your, you know, more solid collars, we have those also. The storage, I think I didn't mention that in this Bandicoot, it also has 2 shelves. So you can store your sewing machine manual, again, books. I think that would fit a project box. So if you're working on a particular project and you want to keep that all housed in one unit, that should fit in there also. It's, you know, there's a lot of potential for storage. And so if you think about what you need, what makes your life easy, between the Bandicoot and the Kiwi and this adorable arrow chair, you're gonna have your bases covered. And it fits into such a small footprint, which just surprises the heck out of me. You can open it up to have all of this expansive workspace, and you get excited with all your creative juices and your projects and your fabric, and it just looks delightful. But then I'm sewing in a spare bedroom, so my kids are coming home for the weekend. It all folds up really, really nice and compact, and nobody would even know, except for maybe my
Lynn,
son laying on the floor.
You're exactly right. And I want to remind everybody at home again about this package. Hey, this thing is $12.99, and it's going to have the Bandicoot sewing cabinet. It's going to have the Kiwi storage cabinet that comes with it, and it's going to have that hydraulic chair. You have 10 colors to choose from on the chair. You can choose the white or the teak color for the cabinet and the 2 cabinets. And also right now, if you call in, we have another special. We're throwing in another accessory item for free. Can't tell you what it is because of advertising restrictions, but trust me, it's going to be worth it. You're saving $250 just on the combo. You can buy these individually, but if you need the whole combo together, all 3 pieces, you're saving $150. Hey, we have easy way to order. You can call 800-401-8151. You can go to our website at sewmachinesplus.com and speak to one of our live chat agents standing by. And if you can't get through by some chance, Kyle has been putting up in the chat, he's putting up the Google Sheets page, and all you have to do is hit that link. It'll take you. You can put your name, your contact number, and put what you're inquiring about, and we will call you. I know the phones have been really busy the last 2 days, and so just have a little patience with us, and we'll get your call. But hey, this is a great, great special. And also, one of our sponsors, Synchrony, is offering some great financing for you. You can finance this thing, make those low monthly payments. We have 60 months, 0% interest. And hey, guys, guess what? We're going to ship this thing free right to your door, absolutely free. Free shipping, all in the lower 48 states. So how's that? Lynn, that sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it?
I can't get over how amazing this deal is. When I think about when I first started sewing, and I've pretty much sewn on everything from a dining room table to a banquet table, and repurposed an office chair that I said was not my new best friend because I was on the floor more than I was in the chair often. This pricing, I would have leapt at it. It's incredible, and especially after the year we went through. I mean, it's been stressful, and sewing for me has been my peaceful zone. So to make it so comfortable and convenient for me at this amazing price, I am just so happy to be able to offer this to you and to your customers because we deserve it.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Lynn, what's so awesome about this is, my wife, I just bought her a new sewing and embroidery machine for Valentine's Day. And, she's got it sitting on her dining room table. And I told her, I said, you need to get a cabinet. So she was at the store looking at her cabinets, and she goes, man, those cabinets are expensive. And I said, well, there's a lot of different prices. I said, you can pay for whatever you want. And I told her, I said, man, you need to check out Arrow Cabinets. I said, we have got a incredible price on one that's going to be on our show. So this is what we're going to buy for her. She just got the new Brother 3600D machine, and she's going to have this to put that in. So we're super excited to get one of these for her. And I don't know what color chair she's picking out yet, but she's going to get the teak color and one of those pretty chairs, and she'll be set up.
Well, we have cabinets that will accommodate all kinds of machines. So this is our base introductory model for those, just getting into the sewing market, or maybe, again, I won't discount it, some of us experienced sewers. So we have machine cabinets to fit all kinds of sewing machines. So stay tuned. I think I have some more coming up in the later days, but this one as a base unit for those mid-sized sewing machines, you really can't beat. It gives you everything you need at your fingertips and at an amazing price. So I'm excited. It's really a great deal.
Well, Lynn, we are too, and thank you so much for being here. I know you're going to be here more in the week, and we're looking forward to some more products. But I want to remind everybody at home again, one more time before we get off this product, this You know, this is a great combination. Hey, it's the Bandicoot sewing cabinet. You get the Kiwi storage cabinet along with it, with the hydraulic chair. Hey, this thing is a combo. We're the only company in the United States right now that has this combo exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. It is $12.99. That's $150 savings if you bought them separately. Hey, you can get it right now. Call 1-800-401-8151 and tell them you're wanting the special, because we also have another special we can't show on air because of advertising restrictions, but we got another accessory we're throwing in absolutely free that is a great addition. You're going to love this. We're going to ship it absolutely free right to your doorstep, and we also have 60 months 0% interest financing provided by Synchrony. So hey, it's going to make those monthly payments extremely low for you and make this really a great deal. So hey, don't delay. If you want one of these, act today. So guys, we're ready to move on to our next, and it's time to meet the judges. But before we meet one of our judges, just want to remind everybody, if you tuned in late, we're right in the middle of our Quilt Fest. This is day 2. Hey, and we're we've got a ton of prizes we're giving away all day long. But we also had that big $50,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And a lot of people are asking, how do I get in on that? How can I enter? Well, it's not too late. If you went and voted on any of the quilts, you went to that virtual quilt show page, you can actually put your email address in there. That's one way of doing it. Voting on the quilts was one way. The voting is over. So now you're saying, well, how can I get in now? Well, guess what? Just tuning in to either Facebook or YouTube, going in, sharing our video, sharing the show. If you actually go in and ask a question, make a comment, it actually gets you in as votes. The more participation you have throughout the week, the more chances you have to win. The algorithms are going to pick up all that activity, and it gives you more chances. If you're on YouTube, go and hit that bell notification, give us a thumbs up, and you can actually comment from there. All your comments and all your questions from Facebook and YouTube, they funnel into our software here. So when we choose people for the prizes, it's coming from both. So we will let you know, where the prize is being won today, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, and just so everybody knows, because I know a couple people yesterday thought, they were only picking Facebook people, but no, we had, about half and half yesterday of the prizes. But we're going to have tons of prizes all day long today, and we're going to have, a ton of great products and presentations. And then you still can get in on that $50,000 Dream Studio giveaway, which is incredible. We're super excited about having that. And but we're going to have a judge, one of our judges coming up next, and then we're going to give some giveaways. And then right after her, we're super excited. We have Jenny Doan is going to be here again. Jenny was here yesterday. She talked all about how she got started into quilting, talked a little bit of how it turned, her hobby turned into a multi-million-dollar business. And, she's made, 360 tutorial videos on YouTube, and they've had over 110 million views. So I call, Eleanor Burns is going to be on our show this week as well, and everybody calls Eleanor the queen of quilting. Well, I've kind of given Jenny the unofficial term, the rock star of quilting, because she is actually a rock star, and we're so excited about her being here today. And but next up, we have 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮 is going to be coming up, and I don't know, I'm getting some sort of music in my earbud, David. I don't know what that is. Is Melinda here yet? She's not here. All right, so let's we're going to go ahead and have a couple words from our sponsors while we're waiting on Melinda to get in on the show. And so let's hear a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back. So that's what I was hearing. we're back. A little technical difficulties, but we made it back, and we got Melinda in. So I got to tell you, tell you a little background behind Melinda. Melinda 𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵, she's been lecturing, teaching both in U.S. and abroad. She's been featured on the Quilt Show with Ricky Timms and Alex Anderson. Her work in education has been featured in several different countries, making her an international name in quilting. She's written 2 books. She has done a tremendous amount of things. She's been featured in fabric magazines nationwide, and we are super, super excited to have her on our show and one of our judges. So please welcome to our show and Melinda 𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. And Melinda, so thank you for coming and being part of our virtual Quilt Fest.
Thank you. My husband was in a meeting and I'm screaming across the house to get him out of a PG&E meeting to come over here and help me get on.
We were wondering what happened to you. We were like, okay, we were scrambling to play some videos or something. I was like, okay, she hasn't got in yet. So
I forgot to push a button.
We're super, super excited you're here. And,
it's an honor.
Talk to you a little bit about what your process was in judging, and then we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that you do. But the judging, I know it was very difficult for y'all because of how many great quilts were entered.
Yeah.
And so what do you do as a judge? What do you kind of look for, and then what are some do's and don'ts that you could maybe help some of our viewers that might be interested in doing this next year?
Yeah. Oh, I highly recommend doing this next year. This is a great venue to show your quilts, and we don't have to stop entering shows just because of COVID and we're at home. In fact, I think a lot more beautiful quilts are being made right now. But I'll tell you, it's hard to be subjective and judge a quilt show. And usually, and I've judged a lot with 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓷𝓰. We are friends, but we're both have different backgrounds. And I have an art background, so I'm usually invited to judge quilts because of my art background. So I bring that into the mix. So usually when you have 3 judges or it's an odd number, it makes it a lot easier to judge because you have this person, this judge has this ability or skill, and this one has, and we can share ideas. And sometimes, and we have done this before, Karen and I, she will show me something that I missed, and I can show her something that that she may have missed, but she doesn't miss much. But and that always helps, having that blend of people, personalities coming in. So I'm the color babe. That's all I can do. I'm good at color. Okay, I can't spell, but I can do color. So I bring in the color. And a lot of times we get wrapped up in the technical engineering of the quilt, which is thrilling. We all love it. And quilting can encompass every style of creativity. If you are a math person, if you love shapes and accuracy, boy, quilting's for you. If you're the art quilter and you love to run with scissors and drive outside of the lines, quilting is for you. Now, how do you put those right and left brains together and make a judgment on which quilt's going to win? It's really tricky. It really is tricky. And so we have to learn every other skill. When I first started in art, I asked my art teacher, I'm in junior college. And I'm like going, why do I have to learn this stuff? I'm never going to do this art. And she says, Melinda, to be a real artist, you have to learn every technique so you can break them later. So when I started quilting, when I was 18 years old and I was going to art school, I figured out I needed to learn everything about quilting because I was obsessed. And I have always loved color and helping people find color. So a lot of times in quilting, we're all about the technical, which is so important, and the threads and how our stitchings are, which is all very, very important. But color causes a subconscious emotional reaction in the viewer. And I always tell my students now, and I do this for people who go, why didn't my quilt get noticed? Did you think about color? Now, I said I can't spell real well, so I have to ask help when spelling things. And so, but if you're having color challenge, let's say, run it by somebody you know who has a good color eye to make sure that you're covering all the boundaries of your quilt. You've got the great design, you've got the technical skills all the way down to that binding, your stitches are even and precise, but when it comes down to the final decision between maybe 3 quilts, it starts hitting you the color. Now, color, like I said, is subconscious. So a lot of times when judges walk past something, they don't know they're being drawn to something. Now, when I say color, I don't mean bright in your face. I mean a subtle interaction of the colors are singing together. And color causes an emotional reaction in your brain. They've done studies to see that when colors flash in front of you, it causes this chemical reaction in the brain. In fact, they did this study where they put these little neuron things on men. You'll love this one, Blaine. They put it on men and they had women walk by in certain colors of red dresses. And every time these women would walk by, the men would have a reaction to a certain color of red. It is an orangey red and they call it Corvette red. And there you go. So you need to know those things. So when you're putting your quilt together, you've got all the technical skill. You need to know that color is so important in the process. And so my whole thing is teaching about the color because sometimes we overlook it. We get so involved in the technical, which you have to have that. You know, I do pieced quilts. In fact, I did one recently, and I realized that my 1/4 inch was off the whole time. So I used my seam rubber and I took out every little stitch and put it back together and it was perfect. And I felt so good that I had done that because you want to have that perfect 1/4 inch. You want to have that good design. You want to have that good color all in a quilt. And that's my thing. It's really, really hard when I was looking at those quilts. So I narrowed down, I got it to at least 9 quilts that I thought, oh my gosh, these are, and I tried to look at different kinds of quilts, like the piece quilts, you know, the thread play, people that had great thread play, original design. Oh, I love when people bring in those original designs. There were modern quilts that were spectacular. And so, it was really hard to pick one. So I had 5 forever. And then finally when you called me, I had to make a decision. So any other questions?
Well, you know, I can kind of feel your pain a little bit because I actually looked at every quilt. I looked at all 288, and I'm telling you, I was just like, I'm glad I didn't have that daunting task of trying to narrow them down because, you know, I just started looking, oh my gosh. And, you know, the ones we're showing the finalists here on air, and the pictures we're showing really don't do them justice. You know, the pictures we had on the website they did a pretty good job of some close-up shots in the binding. So the ones that we're showing here, and I'm inviting people to go look at them on the page because they're a lot different, but I can't even imagine what these things would look like in person because they're so beautiful.
I bet they would be beautiful. Oh, they would just blow your mind. It would blow your mind.
It would, and I mean, I'm blown away right now just by the ones that entered. Just looking at pictures, you know, there was a couple, and matter of fact, you know, it was interesting to see you 4 judges what y'all picked and how close together that some of y'all picked the exact same quilts, and that was what was so interesting to me is, you know, y'all are looking for the same things, and you know, so it kind of helped me a little bit too, this whole process. So I was kind of going through it and I had picked, and I'll be honest with you, I kind of picked my favorites out and kind of comparing them, and all the ones that I actually picked, 2 of the ones I picked, y'all picked. And so I felt pretty good about that. I was like, you know, in which, you know, naturally, one of mine was it had the colors, I'm sure that probably had Corvette red in it. But I was drawn to it by the color, you know.
Yes,
and
it'll be hard. And
oh
I
my
think
gosh,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm just, the other part of I was drawn to was knowing how much time and work, somebody spent the
Absolutely.
time doing some of these things. I just can't imagine, some of these quilts, all the work that they did and how much, quilting they actually did.
Quilters are all pretty crazy. But if a guy works on his car, he's out there working on his car day in and day out. Well, that's what we're doing. There's something that is thrilling about going in and manipulating fabric and making something. And then quilters do a wonderful thing. They give it away. We make things because we have to. And a lot of times it's very therapeutic. And in that quilt show, I guarantee you there were some very therapeutic things going on where people had to make something going through a hard time. It's really kind of cathartic, when you're dealing with all of these things that are going on in the world right now. We are going to have a batch of beautiful quilts come out because we're all trapped at home. And I personally am trapped at home with my husband. And he's not retired. So that's given me a lot of time. Get in that studio.
Well, I think you're right. During the pandemic, the sewing industry just kind of got turned upside down because of so many people buying machines, and everybody kind of attributed it to, well, everybody's making masks. Well, I think that probably happened in April of last year.
That was the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, but since then it's just been everybody who's been a sewer, or maybe they tabled that hobby for a couple years. They've kind of gotten back into it, and they're sewing again, and that's why they're buying more supplies. And so it's been great for our industry, and it's great for people that are getting back into it. We're super excited for them.
In my business, I travel a lot and I teach and I quilt, judge shows. So what I started doing was I'm going to do classes online. So like you, I started doing some YouTube classes for people that I know have taken my class and haven't finished that quilt yet, which you don't have to finish things. I don't know if you know that. It's all, the thrill is in the process. No, there really aren't any quilt police because I've gotten rid of all of them. So quilting is therapeutic. Go in, play, and you're not a real quilter if you aren't doing at least 10 things at the same time, because we're all schizo and we all have to have this project. Some of us are knitting, some of us crochet, some of us are cross stitching, and I hop from project to project to project, and you'll find all these quilters do it too. We love to have projects going on. So,
hey, Melinda, so I wanted to ask you, I know that you're super, super busy and you do all these classes. How can somebody, reach you? Do you have your own website where they can go to your website? And then okay. And then they can get through your social medias?
Yeah, I have website. My website is 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮. Very creative. And I also I'm on Facebook, but on YouTube, I have a YouTube channel. Melinda Beulah is the name. And I've put up behind me, you can see that white quilt, the dogwood. I did a class, and it's 4-part class, free on YouTube, on how I do my raw edge quilting. These are all raw edge quilts. I don't know if you could see that one won best of show. And then my little nasturtium over the orange thing. I just did a class of that, and that will soon be on YouTube too. And it's been really fun. I cannot believe I have an Etsy shop where I'm a pattern designer now, because I took my award-winning quilts and I turned them into simple patterns. I had to simplify them, not have 100 fabrics in them like I normally do. But I have a collection of patterns because a lot of people want to do an art quilt, and I love designing them and then hearing from my students. I took it to my son's house and he said, "Mom, that's the best thing you've ever done." I love hearing that these people are getting a reward of making something beautiful. And so I'm working on all kinds of stuff, and I've been experimenting with my little brother scan and cut, which I hope to show you soon, on how I cut out some of these quilts with my scan and cut. And I have a new pattern line coming that helps you use. All the patterns are designed to be scanned into the computer. So they're the brother scan and cut, which is, there he is. And
Melinda, you know what I'd love to do, and I'm gonna put you on the spot, but I have a Facebook and YouTube live show that we do every other Thursday. I'd love to have you to come on my show and let's spend a whole hour showing how to cut designs that you do on the scan and cut, because you and I were talking about that on the phone, how you utilize that. And I just think that's incredible that you can do. And, I think it's great that people can go and see, seek you out on your website and find out about your classes. And because you're in to help people with quilting, and I love that.
I like to. I want to inspire, and we need fun things to do in this world today. And quilting is one of them. Nothing's better than playing in color and fabric and handing somebody a quilt and them appreciating it. So I really, truly love to play in fabric and color. And I love to piece too. I'm not as good as 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 though.
Hey,
now she's got a long arm. Now she's going to be a fierce.
Oh my gosh. She is, she's pretty incredible. I tell you what, I looked at some of her work too, and I'm just blown away. But hey, I know we're going to have to get off here and we got to move on, but
Sounds
hey,
good.
I thank you so much for stopping by this morning and saying hi and kind of sharing your quilting experience with people. And I know that we're going to have you later on in the week too. You're going to come back. So anybody out there that has any questions, make sure that you write them down. And when we have her, Melinda, later on the week, we'll have a little Q&A too, if anybody has some questions for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
I think you're doing a great job out there, and keep it up. And thank you so much for being a judge, because you really helped us out. And so it was great. And we'll,
by the way, those awards are really cool.
You like those
awards with the scissors? Oh my gosh! I'll enter it just to get that award.
Yeah, the golden scissors. Hey, and you know what's so crazy about it? The scissors actually come out and you can use them.
Oh no! Oh please!
So
this is
pretty
better
awesome.
than a sewing machine. Well, no.
Oh, it is. And so we've got the plates are temporary on there right now, because we're actually going to get them engraved with the winners' names.
Wonderful.
And so we didn't stick these. They're actually making some other plates on them right now, so we can actually engrave their names. But it'll be pretty cool. But yeah,
so cool.
It's going to be a good prize that they can put on their mantle, and then they can take the big ribbons that we've got. I don't know if I showed you the ribbon.
I saw those on the. I did. They're beautiful.
There's the they even get a big wide shot. There's the ribbons, and
that is gorgeous.
They're really pretty. We're gonna have those for. They can, I have seen them at the shows. They always pin them to their quilts, so they'll be able to do that at home.
And at home, then they display them on the wall in their studio until a big fire comes by and burns your house down, and you lose all your awards.
Oh, I know. I felt so bad for you when that happened. That is terrible.
No,
but the bright side is you can make more quilts, and you have a brand new house.
I do, and I got all new fabric.
That's
my new house is better than the one that burnt down, so that's even better.
I know. I hate that for you. So thank you so much for coming in. We look forward to talking to you again in the week. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
All righty. Bye bye. All right, guys. Guess what time it is?
Giveaway time.
It is giveaway time. We have got some stuff we're going to give away, getting ready for Jenny Doan to come in. And so we're going to give some stuff away. And the first prize that we're going to give away today actually comes from Daylight. They're one of our associate sponsors. And we have the Halo Go that we're going to give away. And we're super excited. You see it right there. This is a great little lights, LED light. And our winner for this is Lucille Kemp. So congratulations, Lucille, on winning this. And again, I'm going to tell everybody how you claim your prize. When we get all the prizes given out, I'll let you know how you can claim your prize. Our next product they're giving away comes to us from So Steady Essentials of Tradition Design Club full year. So you're getting a full year of this, and from So Steady. And our winner is Terry Click from Facebook. Oh, and I forgot to say too, Lucille was from YouTube. Lucille came to us from YouTube. And then Terry is on Facebook. So Terry Click, congratulations on winning this. And our next prize is from So Steady. It's coffee and cream quilt pattern, and it's a Westerly design template. It's 12 1/2 inch cross crosshair ruler, 4-inch flying bell curve, and it's our winner's coming to us from YouTube, and it's Tammy Barton. Barton. So Tammy Barton, and congratulations, Tammy. And then our next prize is actually coming to us from Facebook, and it is from Dime, and it's one of the weightless quilters that you saw this morning. This thing is incredible. We have been selling the heck out of these things, flying off the shelves, but we're giving one of those away right now, and it's from Facebook, and her name's Julie Christian Shear. So Julie Christian Shear, congratulations on winning one of the weightless quilters. Julia. I can't ever see the names. So anyway, Julia Christian Shear from Facebook, thank you so much for being on today, and congratulations on winning. And our big prize this morning we're giving away is a Brother LB5000S. This is the Star Wars embroidery machine. It's a 4x4 embroidery machine provided to us by Brother, and the winner comes from YouTube, and it's Alicia Evans. So congratulations, Alicia Evans, and congratulations to all of our winners this morning. So, and here's how you claim your prize. You're going to send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, at sewingmachinesplus.com, contest@sewingmachinesplus.com. And in the title, you're going to put I won. In the body of your email, put your name, your shipping address, and the prize that you won. We'll know the prize that you won, but it helps speed things up when we can see it in the email. We can connect the dots a little easier. So do that for us and get that to us, and we'll be shipping out. We'll start shipping all the prizes next week after the show. And so just be patient. You'll probably get it in a couple weeks. So with that said, I've got to tell you a little bit about what's going on with our show so far. So, you know, I don't know if y'all heard the statistics yesterday, but, you know, we had 35,000 people voted on the quilts that we entered. We had 222 quilts that were in the entries that qualified for the entries. And we had over 80,000 people that came to the website and looked at the product page and looked at all the quilts. And so tremendous amount of traffic. We had a great day yesterday. I think there was, you know, somewhere's up there. Kyle, was there about 14 or 15,000 people watched yesterday show?
It actually ended about 30,000.
Oh, wow, a lot more than I thought. So Kyle just said that yesterday we had 30,000 people watch the show. We have people watching on YouTube. We have people watching on Facebook. And we also have people watching on our actual website. We're streaming it live on our website on the Virtual Quilt Show page. And so Quilt Fest page, I mean. And so there's a lot of ways you can watch, but if you're actually watching from a website, we would love for you to move over to YouTube or Facebook so you can make comments and ask questions. And again, guys, we got that $50,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And it's not too late to, to get entered into that. We're going to give that away on Saturday. And how you can win, there's a lot of different ways to help, but we have algorithms that pick up all your activity, and it automatically chooses somebody from all that activity. So the more times you get your name in the hat, basically, you have a better chance to win. So how you get your name in, so all the activity that you do. So if you go in and you make comments, you share the video, if you ask questions, the more times you do that, the more votes that you get put in, or more names you get in the hat. If you're on YouTube, if you give us a thumbs up, hit that bell notification, ask questions, make comments on there, it also helps you. So all the activity that you do on the show will help your chances. And again, guys, I can't stress enough of this, prize that we're giving away, a $50,000 prize. And can we pull that up again? I'd love to tell everybody exactly what we're giving away. It is pretty incredible. Can we show an overlay, Dave, on your screen? I wanted to show everybody at home too what they're getting, because it is a unbelievable package. And I got to thank all of our sponsors that stepped up and helped us. That we can. I'm getting a lot of feedback in my earpiece. Sorry about that. But it's a great package. Our sponsors, stepped up and gave us some great product to give away. And so we're super excited to do this. And I know one lucky viewer out there is just going to be awesome. And can you be able to pull that up, David, so they can see that? Okay. I just want to show everybody at home exactly what everybody's getting. But anyway, I can tell you, Grace provided a Pro 21 with a continuum frame with a light bar, and that's one of the prizes. You're getting the Lighten Up robotic system to go on that. Your Handi Quilter gave us a Capri with the Insight table. We have that on the show. You saw that there's some lucky viewers winning that for free. Going to get all this package. Baby Lock, you're getting a Baby Lock Accolade serger with this. You're getting the Brother 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓷𝓰 sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting a Brother SDX230DX Disney scan and cut. You're getting the 𝐏𝐫𝐤𝐦𝐞 Scissors Professional GS7 3-piece set. You're getting the cutting table and cutting mat from 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. You're getting the Laura Smart U ironing system. You're getting the Juki DX 4000 QVP sewing machine, and you're getting the dime bundle, and which includes, I think it doesn't include the thread set, a ton of things. I mean, you get a 288 spool exquisite threads with all the display racks, and it's just a ton of stuff. But anyway, that's what you're getting, and we're super excited to be able to give that away. And so I hope somebody has plenty of room. If not, you're going to have a big, huge yard sale, after you win this. So anyway, what I'd like to do right now is, have a little quick word from our sponsors and show a couple commercials, and then we're getting ready for Jenny Doan to come on, and y'all are going to be super excited about that. Yesterday, she was on here, and she talked a little bit about how she got started. She talked a little bit about, how it developed, her hobby into a multi-million-dollar business. And today she's going to share a few other different things. And so we're super excited to have Jenny coming on today. And so anyway, we're going to hear a word from our sponsors. David, are we ready to show a couple commercials? And we'll be right back with y'all just in a few minutes. Hey, we're back. And again, we want to thank all of our sponsors. And guess what, everybody? I've given her the unofficial name of the rock star of quilting, and I hope she doesn't mind. So, but anyway, I gave her that unofficial title. And so, because everybody calls Eleanor Burns the queen of quilting, and I love Eleanor. And but Jenny, to me, is just the rock star. And we have her here. So I want to welcome Jenny Doan to day 2 of our virtual Quilt Fest. Jenny, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I am so good. And I hope I don't know if you heard that, but I actually gave you the unofficial title, the rock star of quilting. Hope you don't mind.
I love it. So tell me, just for a minute, tell me, how is the weather there?
Well, you know what? I can't, usually on all my live shows, I brag about the Southern California weather. I always kind of rub it in everybody's, it's 70 degrees and sunny every day. It was actually terrible yesterday. It was cold. We had all kinds of weather. It was really cold. Then it rained. Then the sun came out. And then last night it sleeted, and I had to scrape ice off my windshield this morning.
Oh my gosh. That's
which
unusual.
I live up in the mountains, but it was crazy, the weather. But today it's supposed to get clear, and it's supposed to be kind of chilly all day, but it's supposed to clear up, be sunny all day. So Not getting that warm weather like we usually have, but it was this past weekend. It was absolutely gorgeous here. So, a couple bad days here and there is not too bad.
It's been gorgeous. It's been just gorgeous.
I
So I was hoping to
know
kind of
when you're
seriously, because we're a little gray out today. It's not winter cold, but it's supposed to get winter cold in a few days. Again, just one more little blast. Well, I hope one more.
I know.
But
Y'all had it bad this year so far.
we've had a cold winter this year. Yeah, it's been really
Yeah.
cold. Colder than
Did you
usual.
get part of that big blizzard that blew through?
I don't know. I don't know. We had some snow. I don't know if it was a big blizzard.
Okay.
You mean like yesterday?
Well, I know there was a big belt, and like down in, they even got down as far as in Georgia and Arkansas and everything. They got a lot of snow, which they never get like that. But I didn't know if you got part of that as well,
We
or is
did
that
get part of that.
usual?
We did get part of it. But I love that. Anything that forces me to have to stay home, I love. You
Get
know,
to sew, right?
if we get this much snow in Missouri, it's like, oh, I can't get out of my driveway. Stay home and sew.
Stay home and quilt.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what
So
I do.
you know what? Great response for you being on the show yesterday. And again, we're going to have, you're going to talk a little bit today. We're going to have some questions and answers at the end of your, about 15 minutes left. We're going to talk, have some questions for you. And so I know everybody's so anxious to hear from you, and they're so, I told them yesterday, think of some questions to ask, because she loves questions and answers. So hopefully we'll have a bunch coming in at the end of the day.
Now, every question that I answer will take me like 45 minutes. But other than that, I do love
Hey, that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all.
Hey, I did find out too. I asked my friend who made this quilt for me what the name of this pattern is behind me.
Oh, great.
Asked, and it is called Stitch Happens. And it's by, seriously, I think, 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓽𝓲𝓷𝓰 Quilt Designs. So it's called Stitch Happens.
Put that up in on what was the name again?
Stitch Happens.
Okay.
And it's called Seriously, I think, by 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓽𝓲𝓷𝓰 Quilt Designs.
𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓵𝓽𝓲𝓷𝓰 Quilt Designs. So we're going to put that on the screen so everybody can look that up, because I know they loved that.
Wait, there we go.
There it is.
Everybody take a screenshot. Who wants it? I love that little thing. I just think it's adorable, and my friend made it for me. And I didn't know
It's awesome.
what the name of the pattern was. So I texted her last night, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I'll find it for you." So that
we're going to share that with everybody. Then we're going to share that, and I bet you a bunch of people probably wouldn't buy that pattern.
Right. It's fun. It's a fun little sewing machine.
So Jenny, what are you going to enlighten us with today?
Well, today, sometimes when we're quilting, we lose our sojo. That's like mojo only for quilters. I call it sojo. And sometimes we lose our sojo. And honestly, one of the best things that you can do for your sojo is to go to a show like this, because you get so filled up with all the beautiful things that you see, all the new techniques. Something's going to spark that creative brain. And once that creativity gets going, the sojo problem is over. But I have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about how to get your sojo back. Now, I don't really lose my sojo, but sometimes I get so caught up in having to make a tutorial, make a quilt and do a tutorial every week that I feel like I'm pushing things out instead of giving things out, if that makes any sense. And so I happened to be reading, somebody said to me, well, if you've lost your sojo, you should read this book. And it's a book by the gal who wrote Eat, Pray, Love, I think Elizabeth Gilbert, and it's called Big Magic. And it's about creativity and how it happens. And that book was just a life changer for me. I just loved that book. I loved her intuitions. And one of the things that she said is that if you tend, however you create, people, it's the creating part that keeps us going. It's that looking at that block and going, oh, I can't believe I did that. It's that part that keeps us going. It's that part that keeps us like you know, our brain alive, that spark alive in our brain. Because people say to me, what's your favorite block? Well, I don't have a favorite block, but I have a favorite moment. And it's that moment when I put something together and I go, oh yeah, that's going to look good. You know, and I love that moment. Or I see or I put two blocks together and a whole new pattern appeared. That's also part of that moment for me. I love that part of that moment. And so, so for me, that was really it. So one of the things she talks about, because one of the questions I had is, I went to, right after I started, I was just doing in the industry a couple of years. And I was practically the only one who was doing pre-cuts at the time. And I thought, I'm going to do a jelly roll spool quilt. I'm going to do, you know, I'm just going to take strips and sew them together and make a spool quilt. And so I was talking with one of the designers that I was going to do this spool quilt. And she said to me, there are 6 of them here this year. And I was just kind of stunned. And then I happened upon this book, and she was, and in Big Magic, it talks about how of creativeness like an entity. So you can be like standing out in a field, you know, and you'll get this idea for something. Well, if you do it, great. If you don't, that idea kind of moves on to somebody else. Or maybe the idea hits 6 people at the same time. And she talks in the book about how nuclear fusion was created on 2 sides of the world, like at the same time. And so it's like, you know, and she talks about how she wrote this whole book. And then she had, she started having her family and stuff like that. And so she kind of put it on a shelf. And about 5 years later, this girl came to her and said, oh, I had this best idea for this book, and proceeded to tell her the exact book that she'd already written that was on the shelf back there. And so she started really studying it. And so it was a really good book for me to read, and I learned a lot about it. But one of the things she said to do is to create out of your element. So that's actually, for me, huge. Recently, my girls and I, we try to do a couple of retreats a year where we just all get together and we just, we try to take a class and do something different. So this last year, or about a month ago, we went to, my daughter has an Airbnb. We went and stayed in her Airbnb, and then we took a pottery class. And it was so fun and interesting because it was something none of us felt competent to do. But at the end of the day, we enjoyed the process. You know, we all loved what we did, and it just kind of filled us up. You know, it fills up that bucket. So there's something I forgot to tell you right at the beginning. You have to know this today. Today is You Can Do Everything Right Day. Everything you do is right day. That's what day is today. It's actually a real thing. So it's everything you do is right today. So it doesn't matter what you do. It's part of the plan. It's right. So I want you to keep that in mind while we're talking about this, the whole rest of this thing today. So so anyway, we made pottery one time. Oh, the other thing we did was that recently in our block magazine, and this is our block right here. In this issue right here, we made these. There's a whole article about the Geese Bend quilters and what they do. And we wanted to try our hand at making our own Geese Bend quilt, you know, so that we could show you guys how to make one. But it was, there's like no rules. And I am very, what's that word where it's like, I'll have a middle and then I'm the same on this side and it's on this side and the same on this side. What's that word? Symmetrical. I'm very symmetrical. My husband's over there. He can read my mind and he knows my brain when I can't think of things. And so I was really nervous about making one of these Geese Bend blocks. So a lot of people in our company signed up to make a block, and I signed up to make one. Natalie signed up to make one. Misty signed up to make one. And so we thought, all right, we got to do those blocks. We got to get them done. And we were a little terrified to start this because there's no rules. And so we put a little piece, they wanted a piece of black in every block. And so we put a little strip of black and we sewed a little on it, and we sewed a little on the other side, and we sewed a little on the other side. And it was so freeing. It was so freeing that we made like 15 blocks in like 20 minutes. And so these are kind of what the blocks look like. Your lines don't have to be straight. Your middles don't have to be straight. And I've already made a whole quilt and finished a whole quilt because it was so cool. So that's one thing you can do. Create out of your element if you've lost your sojo. Another thing you can do is if you just go wander in the quilt store, your local quilt shop, and just pet the fabric. It's very, It's just very regenerative to your soul. You just got to feel it. And you've got to look at all the beautiful displays that all these local gals do in their shops. And you've just, that in and of itself will cause you to do something, will cause you to feel better. You can also finish something. So a lot of times, like you have something and you don't know how much that weighs on you, you have something that isn't finished. I'm doing a thing on the first Thursday of every month on the MSQC All-Stars page that is called Unfinished Business. So every time I make a tutorial, I make about 6 or so, blocks to show you the layout. And then I also make the quilt and finish the quilt. So I have these 6 blocks. So I just put that aside because I'm just going to make 3 more and finish it for a baby blanket. I'm going to do something like that. So I literally have an entire wall in my studio, my downstairs of my studio that is full of things that I haven't finished. And so I thought I have lots of things to finish. And so we started doing this unfinished business. And I finished a quilt for my camper. Ron and I just got a little camper. And I finished the pillow today. Here's the little pillow. Isn't that cute? And it's just string quilting. And I had those blocks left over. I actually have a bunch of strips left over, and I'm actually going to give those away on that first Thursday. I'm going to do a couple of giveaways because I probably have enough for like 2 more quilts that I've already cut out, that they're ready to go. So, anyway, we had that. I have those bins and I have those things I need to finish. Well, I also have a shelf up here in my studio that's like little projects that I work on when I want to relax. So because so much of what I do is for work, I actually work on things every day, a little thing that's just for me. And I have 3 different things I actually work on. One is the tiny houses. I'm always making those tiny houses. And I probably have enough to put another quilt together of those as well. But I like to make them. They bring me joy. I'm making some birds right now. They're just really cute. And I'm making some birds. I also have a Christmas project. And if I make too many of those, it could turn into a Christmas project for all my kids. But right now, it's just something I'm making for myself that is a block that I'm working on. And then I also have crumb piecing. So I do a lot of crumb piecing, which means I save my tiny pieces. And I literally just take them and I'll sew a few blocks in the morning, and I'll sew this strip to these and cut them apart and put this one on that side. And I just keep sewing tiny pieces together until it gets big enough that I take my 10-inch square and I will cut that block out of. Now, all the pieces I cut off the outside edge, I sew those together and start over and make these tiny crumb blocks. And so Victoria Finley Wolf came in, and she was out here at Missouri Star one time and visited me. And she talked to me about how important it is to take care of ourselves and how important it is she calls it 15 minutes of play. She has a whole book about it. And she's the one who got me hooked on this crumb piecing, doing these little tiny pieces that we save that we put together. And who knows what we're going to make out of it, but they're there in a basket. And so I always try to do something for myself. And that keeps me from feeling like, because for most of us quilters, let's be real, probably 80 to 90% of everything we make is for somebody else. We're making, somebody's had a baby, somebody's graduating, somebody's getting married, and those kind of things there's just tons of reasons we make quilts, but generally involves somebody else. And so it's nice to do something for yourself. And that's what I do. Somebody just asked to see my crumb piecing. Here, let me get a block. So here's what I mean when I say crumb piecing right here. So see all those little pieces on there? Just sewn together, no rhyme nor reason. And when I do a crumb quilt, Bonnie Hunter just posted one that just blew my socks off. And tons of tiny little pieces. Oh, I was just like, I love this, so now I know. She says, do I border them? Do I what? And then she decided to just put them all together. And it just literally looks like, I love scrappy quilts. So it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful. Anyway, let me look at my notes. What do I have here? Okay. So a lot of us buy quilt magazines, and those will inspire us. Now we come out our block magazine. We have 10 quilts in it. It comes out every other month. I have no idea. It's backwards to the camera, so I have to like get it right. So 10 projects in it every other month. They're listed on the back. 6 a year. There's no white cards in here. No advertisements. It's all just quilt patterns and stories and fun stuff. And then you can get, you know, you can get a set of them. And then you can get these boxes, yearly boxes that you put them in. You can get it by subscription and you can get it by regular. But literally, if I sit down with any quilt magazine, it doesn't have to be mine, but if I sit down and look through it and I see these beautiful things, and I realize, especially with block, because we've got all the, you know, we've got actually the printouts of how you make it. You know, you get 10 patterns in here. The whole block magazine is like $7.99. It's very reasonable. And on the, I don't know what day this is. This is Wednesday. So tomorrow is Thursday night. Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock on our channel, Natalie and I are doing a block party where we will literally show you all the quilts that are coming out in the next block magazine. So you can get a lot of information. But when you see on these blocks how easy it is, you know, because maybe this quilt looks like, maybe it looks like it's got a lot of little pieces in it. But when I show you actually what I'm doing and you realize that all I did was make a 4 patch and I cut it twice, all of a sudden you're like, oh, I could do that. And that gets that sojo going. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, whatever you do. So the other thing I love to do is, because I love stuff for my hands to do, so I also knit. You know, I always have a project going. I finished 1 1/2 sock. This half sock is that's a struggle right there. Because a lot of people finish 1 sock, but the second sock. So I've decided I'm actually doing a little, Natalie and I are going to go do a little retreat, and I'm just going to take knitting and I'm going to finish that sock. So, you know, make a plan if you want to finish something. And then when you finish it, you're going to be like, oh, I finished it. So the finishing is huge. I think the finishing part is huge because a lot of times we get wrapped up in too many things and too many projects and too much giving, and we don't fill our own bucket. And I have to tell you a little story about that. So I used to always talk about how important it is to fill your bucket. And there was a time in my life, I had 7 little children. My life was very busy, filled up with giving. And most of the time, everybody's okay with this. But, you know, everybody's like, you got to fill your own bucket. You got to fill your own bucket. It didn't matter what I did. I didn't feel like I could fill my own bucket. And one day I was listening to a lady talk, and she was giving a inspirational talk. And she said, you know, a lot of people talk about filling their bucket. And she said, I may never fill a bucket, but I can fill a little cup. And as long as you fill today's little cup, you have enough to give tomorrow. And for me, that was like a lifesaver. It's like, I can't fill my bucket, but I can fill this cup. I can fill this cup. And if that's going out and looking at flowers, if it's going out doing a little gardening, if it's getting your hands in the yarn, if it's going to the fabric store and petting fabric, I mean, if that's what it takes to fill your little cup, fill your cup and keep giving. So you know, so I think that's a great thing. So let's see what I've got here. Oh, also you can plan a day with a friend. And like for instance, I've been working on the Norm and Nanette quilt. Now those Norm and Nanettes, I'll show them. I'll show you now. So this is Elizabeth Hartman, and she has, here's Nanette. How cute is she? Nanette with her boots. And then here's Norm right here. Norm with his hat and his belt and his boots. They're so cute. But this is not Jenny Don't Easy. This is like lots of little pieces that I wouldn't normally, this kind of quilting I wouldn't normally do. But I have a friend who wanted to make this. And so I was like, okay. And so she and I get together on Tuesday nights and we make these Norm and Nanette blocks. Now at first, it was so hard for me to even think about staying. I had to make it work for me. So if I go home and I get in my chair, I probably am not going to get out for the rest of the night. So my friend said, I will bring you dinner and I will come about 4 and we will just stay and sew and we will just make one of these blocks and we'll go home. And if she hadn't done that, I think I probably would have given up the first week because when you go home, you don't want to get out. So we made this plan where we would have dinner here, and then we would make one norm. And one night we got so excited that we like made all the faces. Well, once you make all the faces, then it's really easy to put all the bodies together. And so we planned on doing one on every Tuesday. So I just have to, I thought we were going to work on this like till October, but like we are going to put them together tonight, this very night. She's coming over. She's going to bring dinner, and we're going to try to sew our quilt together. We'll get at least one roll done. And so that will be, that will just be really fun. And so get a friend, find a friend to sew with. And if you can't do it, if you can't go out and do it over the computer. This kind of, so I'm doing a lot of this kind of speaking because I'm not really traveling right now. And, I'm older, I'm 63. So, and I'm too young to get the vaccine and too old to not be at risk. So we just decided we wouldn't do traveling. So I still get to see all my fun quilting friends, over the computer like this. And I love that they asked me, and I love that I could do it because this kind of thing is really fun for me. So you can talk to your friend over this as well, or do FaceTime on your phone or something like that. So whether it's in person or virtually, whatever, you can actually, get together. And so thank you. Somebody said 63 is young. All right. So the other thing you can do to keep your sojo going is that you can actually try something harder. Like I said, with the Norm and Nanette. When we go, everything is online. Like if you think I could never make this, go watch a video, go watch YouTube and see if you can actually do it. Oh, this is lovely. Deb says, it's awesome. My sister and I sew together almost every weekend. So one of the things I love about this is that to sew together with somebody, they do not have to be your best friend. You don't even have to, have a really good relationship because you're just sewing together. So don't look for that soulmate thing to happen. Just find somebody who likes the kind of stuff you do and get together and sew. And you'll find that you have more in common than not. Also, when you're sewing, when you go to a retreat, this happens a lot. Sewing is a learned skill. You are never going to sew like the lady across the table from you. You're never. So what you're going to want to do is you're just going to want to be grateful for where you are. And then know that if you sew an hour today, tomorrow you're an hour better. And so just be comfortable with what you're doing and where you are. It was years before I ever squared a block. I just didn't feel like it was necessary. I just didn't. I didn't want to do it. I like to finish things fast. I believe finished is better than perfect. By the way, this Saturday, Misty is doing the cutest, I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you this. Misty is doing the cutest wall hanging for National Quilting Month this Saturday. It's going to be a little tutorial that's going to release, and it's the cutest little wall hanging, and it says finished is better than perfect. It's so cute. I'm making one myself because I really believe that. So anyway, we've just be gentle with yourself. Just enjoy your journey. Don't worry about trying to be as good as the lady across the street. Now, if she shows you a tip and you're like, oh, that's awesome, that helps me, use it and be grateful for it, but again, I said this yesterday, and it's just really true. You do the best you can do, but be happy for somebody else who can do it better. Now, will I ever make an art quilt? Maybe I will someday. I actually consider crumb piecing and my geese bend blocks kind of artsy blocks. They're not something I would normally do. And I've given myself freedom to do those things. And so, whatever you can do to, to lift yourself, fill your little cup up, whatever that, it's worth it. So also, one of the things I want to talk about is we sit a lot at our sewing machines. And so our shoulders get sore, and our neck gets sore, and our back gets sore. And here's a couple of little tips for you. Your sewing machine and your chair are almost always in the same place. I used to sew on a folding chair at a table. One day my son said to me, I'm going to go buy a new office chair, and he's my computer guy. And I said to him, Alan, your office chair isn't in bad shape. And he goes, Mom, I spend my life in a chair. I'm going to have a nice chair. And I was like, I spend my life in a chair. I need a better chair. So I actually went to Office Depot or Max or one of those. I sat in every chair. I bought the cheapest chair because I'm cheap that way. But it was so much better than what I had. Now, the thing about that you have to remember is that if you change the height of your chair, you use different muscles to sew with. It's also true with your sewing machine. So if your sewing machine, if you put a book under it and it's a little higher, or if you put it on a little lower table, or even if you take like a roll of masking tape and lift your sewing machine up and slide it under the back so the sewing machine is at a tilt, you will use different muscles. The other thing you have to do is soga. It's like yoga for sewers. So you're going to want to roll your shoulders. You're going to want to stretch out these arms, keep these things going. We don't want to stop sewing. We want to keep sewing. So, we keep doing these exercises to keep our muscles loose so that we can keep sewing. So that's soga and sojo. So those are two fabulous new words for your vocabulary that you can get into. All right. So I've been talking for a bit. Why don't you guys ask me some questions and we'll see where we go from here. Any questions? Any questions? Hello. He probably wasn't ready for me to stop. Wait, I can't hear you. How do I hear? How do I hear? Oh, do I have to touch one of my buttons maybe? There. Can I hear you now? No? Nope. I can't hear you. We have to be able to hear you.
So can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
There we go. I had turned my pack off. I'm sorry about that. We were scrambling around going, okay, why can't she hear me? So we do have a ton of questions for you, Jenny. And yeah, you caught us a little off guard. We weren't ready for you to stop yet. So we were enjoying.
I can talk. I looked at my list and I was like, you know what? I've covered just about everything on here. So maybe we have some questions.
Oh, so we got a little bit more time to do this. So, I love the new two words, sojo and soja.
Soga. Yoga, like
Okay.
soga, and
then
our sojo.
Sojo. I love the sojo.
Gotta
So
keep
our first
sojo up.
question, it says, when is Missouri Star Quilting going to open?
So I just want to tell you a little story about this. We actually closed a year ago in March, and literally everybody who was in town went out to the warehouse and worked, and our online business picked up because everybody's home sewing, and we literally never had to lay one person off. We actually still are, we've kept hiring the whole time and are still hiring. So that is super cool. I consider that a miracle. I consider it a miracle. But we are trying to get our stores open in May. And I don't know if they've actually set a day, but I don't know. It's probably like around the first week of May. We're shooting for. We're keeping our fingers crossed. We're trying for. We will require masks in the store, and we're trying to get our stores all restocked and together. Now, one of the problems of that is so much stuff with COVID is sitting in a port somewhere, and they can't get it to us. So, we're definitely going to fill those stores up. We were hoping to have like 2 new stores open, and we're still hoping to do that, but there's a lot, like we can't even get some of the boards we can't even get to finish things, and so they have trouble getting construction supplies and stuff like that, things we weren't counting on. So as much as we wanted to have this, it's like, if we have to close, we're going to open with a bang. Well, we're just not going to open with a bang. We're just going to open the door. And it'll just get better and better throughout the year. So sometime in May, and I'm sure you'll see it on the website and that sort of thing. We were going to do a grand big party reopening. We are not going to be doing that. We're just going to do this soft opening and and have our people come back to their shops. They've missed the shops. Some of them love working in the warehouse and they're staying out there. So, it's just fun to think about, but hoping for the first weekend in May.
All right, fantastic. So our next question is some advice. Somebody that wants to start their journey with free motion quilting. What advice would you give?
Okay, now I just have to admit something. Free motion quilting is not my thing. It's not my thing. And so I literally quilt with a credit card. I send my quilt off to the quilter and I quilt with a credit card. But I have tried free motion quilting. I'm not a doodler or any of those things. So I I'm not the best person to ask, but I do know a few tips because I've had a few people on my shows that have taught free motion quilting. Rob does free motion quilting. Liz does free motion quilting. I know lots of free motion quilters. I know lots of people that have great online classes. So you can actually do that. When I quilt my own projects, like a little pillow like this, it's just a grid, it's straight line quilting. And I actually didn't even do that. I had Courtney do that here. But that's the kind of quilting I do if I'm going to do it myself. And so, so I'm not very good at that. But here's what you can do if you want to practice. First of all, there are things you can get that are like little handles that have like little pens in them. And you can, if you're going to long arm free motion quilt, and you can practice with those. If you're going to do it on your sewing machine, then you're just going to lower your feed dogs. You're going to put a free motion quilt foot on. It's like a darning foot, and you're just going to move it around. Now, one of the things they suggested that I think is super smart, because a huge quilt is overwhelming when you're starting free motion quilting. They say to start from the center, but do practice, put some little sandwiches together, 10-inch blocks, piece of backing, and practice on little 10-inch blocks until you feel comfortable taking on your own quilt. Now there are, like Liz, who is our microphone behind Natalie's show, and she is the one who sits in on my tutorials and makes sure that I say the right amounts and things like that. And she's over our production here. She's okay with whatever she does because she realizes she's on her journey. I'm a bit more of a perfectionist than that. So if I make a quilt, I don't want to risk it not looking good. So I would always practice until I felt very competent doing it. So that being said, I would search online for some free motion quilt tutorials. You can learn anything you want to know from YouTube. And if it's your thing, you'll really know it's your thing. But it is a learned skill. So just try it and practice. You're going to get better every time you do it. Yes, people are sending in comments, and it's saying, oh dear, I didn't know that would come online. So anyway, people are saying practice, and you'll get better and better. And that's true with anything. So start small and just work your way into it. That would be my suggestion for that. But I'm just really, everything I make looks like Coco Pelli falling over. It's just not great.
So, hey, Jenny, our next question, they want to know, do you, Natalie and Misty, sew together every day at work?
Yes. So let me just show you right here. So this is my sewing area right here. We have an old, it's a Carnegie library. It's in Hamilton. And let me just turn so you can see behind me. So right over there, you can see that's Misty's area right there, way over in that corner. And Natalie's is behind this wall right here. Natalie's over in that corner over there. So we each have a little corner. We have our own design walls. We each, we obviously have our own little studio, but we sew together every day. And actually with the school thing, Misty takes a lot of mornings off because she still has 3 littles at home, and she has to, they did the virtual school. So they started homeschooling with their kids and doing the virtual school. And so she's been doing that. And so she comes in Tuesday morning to do live, but other than that, she's usually home in the mornings. And so, we enjoy being together, and we sew together every day.
Okay, great. So our next question, it says, how would you respond to, I got to make sure I get this right.
Whoa.
It says, how would you respond to those who think our passion for quilting is a bit overboard?
Oh my gosh. So what I would respond to by that is by telling you that, well, first of all, our quilts are going to outlive us by generations. Whatever we make, is going to outlive you by generations. It will live much longer than you. So go ahead and put a label on it so somebody knows, who made it, who did it. Because say you make a quilt for your son-in-law, and you never liked him anyway, and now they're divorced, and he gave it to the Goodwill. That quilt may not live the life you intended, but somebody is going to find that quilt, and they are going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I found that. And that quilt is going to start a whole new life in somebody else's. But so many people make quilting for other people. And let me tell you what happens. I mean, if you make a quilt, say you make a quilt for a kid in foster care, and you're going to put him in, you're going to give him to the sheriff. He's going to put him in the trunk of his car. And that sheriff is going to go pick up a kid. And that kid is, say he's 9 years old. He's a boy. He's just angry. And that sheriff is going to say, well, I have this quilt for you. And he's going to say, that kid's not going to say, I love it or thank you. He's going to say, is it mine? Can I keep it? And the officer's going to say, it's yours. And he will keep it forever because it's going to be one of the only few possessions that he really owns. And he's going to bring him comfort. He's going to wrap up in it. He's going to love it. Lots of us make quilts for our friends who are ill. And quilting is life-changing when you give a quilt to somebody. So when we first started, I was quilting on the quilt machine, and a girl had brought a quilt in. And every time I quilted on that quilt, I would get emotional. And I'm like, what is wrong with me? I've got to get my hormones checked. I'm not sure what's going on. I can't stop crying. And I finally, when she came, I said to her, can you tell me about this quilt? And she goes, oh, it's just for my friend. And I said, it has to be more than that. I feel like every time I get close to it, it's so full of emotion. I just tear up. And she said, well, it's for my friend who's dying of cancer. And we often make quilts for those people, and they will feel love, but mostly they'll feel hope. They'll feel comfort. But the thing they didn't know they would feel, they didn't even know would be a problem, is that they'll feel warm because chemotherapy is very cold. And when they are wrapped up in those arms of love, it makes all the difference in the world. So when we make quilts, they just have them forever. Whenever I make a quilt for my grandchildren when they graduate from high school. And it's generally has something to do about the next phase of their life. And I'll write them a little note or a little letter. And one of them I made, my granddaughter, Annie, I made her a quilt that had wonky stars on it, white background, all different colored stars. And I told her how every star is beautiful. It doesn't matter who you are, what you do, every single star is beautiful, and every star shines their own light. And that she just needed to be her own star, her own light, shine her own way. And that I hope that it comforted her, because when you're going to college or you're in high school or whatever, the world's going to let you know that you're not all that. But if somebody thinks you're all that, if you can think you're all that, if you can believe you're all that, I mean, it makes all the difference in the world. I struggled for a long time in my life with negative self-talk. And one time I was standing in front of the mirror, and it was just like I kept saying all these things in my head to myself that I would not say to another living soul. I would never be that mean. And into my mind came these words: there are more than 40 million women that love you. Your husband loves you. Your family loves you. Love yourself. Just love yourself no matter how you are. And that has just changed my whole life for me, because you guys are out there and you love me. So quilting is one of the most powerful things I've done. So I actually literally get letters every week, and the letters always tell me the story of somebody's quilting. Every quilt has a story. Every quilter has a story, and your story changes with the quilts you quilt. So this last week, I got a letter from somebody who said, I am an officer in human trafficking. And the fact that I can come home and quilt something, and I can watch a tutorial, and I have my mind on something besides what I have to do every day, it's made such a difference to me. So amazing. And so for me, she says, thank you so much for all you do. Well, I just thought I was sewing for so many years, and the story started to come, and I started looking deeper, and I started looking more intently at what was happening to quilters around the world. And all over the world, people are making things and changing the world around them because they are wrapping somebody in the arms of their love when they make a quilt for somebody. So for me, that was just huge. And I just couldn't believe it when I realized how much, because I thought, I originally said to Alan, I'm not sure I want to teach quilting for the next 50 years because it's just a hobby. when I realized how huge it was. When you ask the people in your guild or that you talk to what charities they love, you can't even number them. There are women who make quilts for babies who will never take a breath. They make quilts for their moms so that they have something to hold and are comforted with. You know, we make quilts for our soldiers. We send pillowcases to them so they have something else to think about besides what's going on around them. We change the world with the stitches that we take. It's amazing to me what's happening out there. And it's not just in your circle. It is worldwide, literally, no matter where I go in the world. People are changing the world with the quilts they make. And so it is so much more than any of us ever dreamed of. And you think you're just one person, and maybe you just made that one quilt for your son-in-law, and maybe that quilt went to the Goodwill, but you don't know what life that quilt's going to live after it leaves you. So don't be stressed if you give a quilt to somebody and they change the oil with it, because it's going to outlive them. And that quilt's going to go, it's going to go way, way someplace, some other life you never knew. You just have to let it go and know that that quilt's filled with your love. So that's, to me, that's huge. And I don't think a lot of us realize what a difference it makes.
Jenny, that was such a good point. Great point. So our next question is, they want to know, what age did you start sewing?
So this is actually a really funny story. So I actually, as a young girl, my grandmother was the youngest of 13 children. Her sisters came from Sweden to America, and they were seamstresses, and they were fabulous seamstresses. But my grandma was the baby. There were 13, and they sewed for her. She never learned to sew. So her art was embroidery. And so my mother never learned to sew, and her sister never, there was just two of them, my mom and her sister, they never learned to sew. And so I came along and I got like all the sewing genes. I'm the only girl in my family that sews. I have several sisters. They don't love it like I do. Some of them never even tried it. I had to sew. So as a little girl, I would tape things together and staple things together to make clothes for my dolls, for my Barbies and things like that. And I actually would cut little pieces. The only fabric I had available to me hung in my mother's closet, and she had beautiful fabric hanging in there. And I would just cut a little piece out of a dress that she had hanging in her closet. And I would be sewing and stapling it. My mother would be like, "Where did you get that?" And she would look at that. You know, I could still, in my mind, I see her standing in the hallway, like backlit with a flashlight. "Jenny, where did you get that fabric?" You know, and in my mind, it was just like, she would never miss it. It didn't occur to me it was a dress. It was just like, I could just use a little piece of this. And so I would cut stuff up. Well, when I was old enough, I was about 10 or 11, I think, and I joined 4-H. They put me in 4-H, and I learned to make, my first thing I made was an apron. And I did clothing. I did all the dress reviews, and I made all the clothing and the dresses. And I was ever so glad, because all of a sudden, by the time I was about 13 or 14 in the 8th grade, I was 5'8". And then I grew 2 more inches in high school. Now, my first year of high school, they let us wear pants 1 day a week on Fridays, and they couldn't be jeans. Well, if you're a tall girl, you know, if you're a tall girl, you cannot find pants that are long enough anywhere. My height was all in my legs. And so I could make my own pants. And so I did. I would make these little seersucker pants and things like that I could wear once a week on Friday. You know, because you can buy jeans by length, and I wore boys' jeans because you get them by length, but you know, you couldn't wear jeans to school. So I was able to make my own clothes, and I did that for years. And then I went on, and I was involved in musical theater, and I would make costumes for that. And I also, you know, I sing, and I love to do silly things. So I loved musical theater. And so I would do, I do costuming. And then of course we came to Missouri, and nobody needed a costumer, and I loved to sew. I had to keep sewing. And when your children get to be, you know, I don't know, probably about 17, they will no longer wear matching clothing. And so I always, any event we went to, I dressed my children alike. Every family picture, it's like, it's all the little sailors, you know, all the little sailor, the square collars, you know, all the little kids in racing clothing, all the little kids, you know, anything we did, I wore made matching clothing for. So I actually started very young, didn't realize I was sewing at the time, but I was putting things together, and that was just kind of how my brain started working. So little girl.
That is such a great story. So, hey, we have a question too. They're wanting to know, what are some of your favorite designers?
Oh my gosh. I love all of them. They all are unique in their own way. Personality-wise, some of them click better than others. And of course, it depends if I'm loving the people who design using pre-cuts, the way I sew, so that I can pick up one of their things and go, oh, I want to make this, or if I need a challenge. So, that would happen. I love me and my sister. I love Lynn Hagmeyer. I love Vanessa Gertzen. I love, I love Sue Daly. I love Sue Daly's stuff. I just have there's lots of eclectic designers, because a lot of times we're not making things for our own taste. We're making things for our, to give. So like right now, whoever designed the construction truck fabric is my favorite designer, because guess what? I have a little grandson who wants that. And so we are, she's my favorite designer right now. And I don't even know who it is, because I just I gotta have that fabric, So I actually took it over and said to him, which one of these do you like the best? And of course he was just like, oh, he just couldn't believe it. All this construction fabric. So he's going to turn 3 in a couple months. So he's little. Anyway, lots of them. There's wonderful, wonderful designers out there. I love blue. So Deb Maddie, I mean, who wouldn't love blue and white, right?
Oh yeah. You're right. There's so many out there. It's overwhelming sometimes.
Yeah.
So I got another viewers wanting to know, do you work a typical 9 to 5 day?
My mind is just going crazy with all the things I'm thinking of, all the, and you'll know in my tutorials, I use different fabric from all the different fabric houses, from all the different designers. And I love that I get to use all this different fabric. Batiks, I love batiks, So anyway, the question was,
it was, they want to know if you work a typical 9 to 5 day in the studio.
I really do. I have a really strong work ethic. And, that I think, that's typical of my generation. We have a really strong work ethic. I like having something to do. So I like to come in here. I actually I have to actually make it to teach it. And so that's how my brain works. And so if somebody else makes my quilt, I can't teach it until I've made at least a few blocks. And so I usually make the tutorial quilt. And so we film those 6 or 8 at a time, so that we can always be ahead, so that I don't have to. So I try to take at least a month off a year, and we've never actually been able to do it yet, but it's on the calendar for this year. We're super excited that maybe we won't have to do anything for a month, which we think would be really cool. So I typically do work a 9 to 5. I'm usually a little later than 5. I try not to do very many meetings after 2, because I'm just kind of like, the later it gets, the more tired I get. So I do a lot of that rote sewing, because a lot of what I do is making the same block 42 times, and so I do a lot of that in the afternoons. If I have meetings or anything like that, they're going to be early afternoon. I always film in the morning, because then I have more energy, and so, but I pretty much work a 9 to 5. Oh, this year though, I have been trying to take Fridays off. It's only worked a few times. I'm always like, well, I'll just come in and finish this, and then I'll be home in the afternoon. But honestly, Ron has kind of taken over my house. He does the cooking and he does the laundry, and I don't even know what to do there anymore, because there's nothing for me to do. So I know I'm lucky, but so I'm just not sure what's going to happen about that. But I do.
All
I
right,
do.
Jenny. So our next question is, what is your favorite quilt block?
I do not have a favorite quilt block, because I have that moment, like I was talking about earlier, I have that favorite moment where I put something together, 2 blocks, and that secondary pattern appears, and I'm like, oh, that's so cool, And so I love that creative, when all those, I don't know what it is, endorphins or something that release, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. So I love that moment when you look at something you've done and it just feels amazing, because the quilt blocks are so different. And if you just put something different in the corner, it's a whole new block, whole new secondary block. And I'm always doing that. And so I love it all. I wouldn't say I have a favorite, so depends on the fabric, depends how it looks.
Well, we have time for 2 more questions, Jenny. And one of them, let's see, it says, do you prefer basting spray or pinning?
So actually, I have done both, but now there is a product. It's actually been out for a couple of years, but it's a powder that you actually use like a salt shaker, and you shake it on and then you iron over it and it sticks it together. And I love that because it's no fumes, no overspray, no pinning. And it's just literally, it's by Quilter Select makes it. And I can't think of what it's called, but it's a powder. It's like in a shaker, and you just shake it on your batting and iron it on the top. Misty started using it, and I was like, wait, what are you doing? And then also Alex Anderson showed it to me at Market one year, and I was like, that is slick, you know. So I like, that's my favorite thing for that basting process.
All right, and I think the one more question, and this is a good one.
Oh, they've all been
It says, well, they are all good. This was a really good one. It says, did you watch any of the quilt shows in the early 90s or the 90s and the early 2000s?
So if you're meaning like Fonz and Porter early in the morning, I still do. I love them. So I just think they're a lot of fun. So right now I watch Nancy. Nancy she did clothing for a long time, and then she started getting into some quilting things and doing some quilting things. But I actually, you know, they are early here. Like you have to get up like at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning to watch them here. And I still love them. You know, I mean, it's what we do. We love quilting shows, and I don't think we really care who we're watching. You know, we just want to see how they do it and how interesting it is, you know, and they always have techniques on there. Like there's a lot of landscape quilting and things like that. And I always think that is really cool. Maybe someday I'll do that, you know, or somebody will do, you know, the things that always really interest me are the things that either it's a different way to do it or it's something I've never done, you know, and they did very well at both those things. And I love them. I love, you know, I loved all those shows. Who doesn't love those shows?
Well, Jenny, thank you so much for being here. I know that, you know, we try to get as many questions in as we could. And this hour went by really fast. And, but it's a pleasure always getting to talk to you. And I'm so glad you got to do this with us. And anyway, I know that anybody can find you. You're on, as we talked about yesterday, every Friday you have a Facebook Live show.
No.
And it's pretty easy to find you. And
I love live. Every Friday, tutorial releases at midnight. And so those are pre-filmed tutorials.
Oh, okay.
Those are, so we have a great app. I don't know if you guys have our app, but if you don't have our app, it is free. Let me show you. So right here, wait, let me get up to the windows. All right, wait. Okay, see this little bird right here, that little bird? That little bird is our app. And it's free, and all the tutorials on there. So you can actually download that app for free, and you can search a pre-cut, you can search a block name, you can search anything, and they'll all come up. So it comes out on that, and it also comes out on YouTube. So you can see me on YouTube. Now, there's a funny story about that. Let me just tell one more story. I think I have like 3 more minutes. So when there was a lady who has an Apple phone, like I do, and she took it to Apple because randomly her phone would just make a quack. And the Apple people, you know, looked at it and they said, we have no idea why it's doing it. So the next week it made another quack, and she took it back to the Apple people. 5 times she went back to the Apple people to repair her phone. They could not figure out why her phone was randomly quacking. And she was telling somebody at her guild about this. And she said, well, every time Missouri Star releases a video, if you have their app and it downloads to your phone, you'll get a quack. And you don't know what time of day it is. You don't know if you're going to be at the store or at church or wherever, but it'll be like quack. And all of a sudden she realized it was our app that was causing her phone to quack. So if your phone is quacking randomly and you have our app, no, that's why. Do not take it in to be repaired because it's already, it's doing what it's supposed to do. But anyway, yes. So you can see me there. The first Thursday of the month, you can see me on MSQC All-Stars for Unfinished Business. You can see Misty every single Tuesday for Facebook Live And you can see Natalie on her final stitch. Her shows come out. They a few of them come out. I'm not exactly sure. They come out like in little sections and things like that. So just watch for those. And hope you guys, thank you so much for having me. It's just been a delight to be able to chat with you all and see you all. It's just been wonderful. Thank you.
Well, Jenny, thank you. And hopefully we'll get you out here in San Diego again real soon when all this kind of opens up a little bit and they start letting all you young people out there get your shots.
There you go. Right? You're like in section 5 or something.
Well, anyway, we thank you so much for spending an hour with us today. And I know all the fans out there are loving you. And again, we look forward to working with you again in the future and hope y'all get back to work real soon up there.
Gosh, yes. And all you guys take a trip and come out here to Missouri Star and see me. It's Disneyland, middle-aged women out here. It's awesome.
I may have to take you up on that and make a little trip to Missouri.
I love that.
All righty.
All right.
Thanks, Jenny. We'll see you later.
Enjoy Quilt Fest, everyone. It's awesome, I think, that they're doing. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Y'all heard it from the rock star quilting right there, Jenny Doan. And we are so, so happy that she spent an hour with us today. And, she was here yesterday and what an inspiration she is. And, just talking about her, you can just see the passion that she has and just talking about all the quilting things that she's done and everything. So great, great, great time. And, but anyway, we're getting ready to have another presenter coming up. But before we do that, we'd love to hear a word from our sponsors. Well, hey, everybody, we're back, and we want to thank all of our sponsors for this event. And hey, next up, we have Denise Schober from Baby Lock, and we're super excited to have her here. And again, I'm so impressed with all of our presenters, the experience they have. But Denise has more than 40 years of sewing under her belt and industry experience that spans over 25 years. Denise has a vast pool of knowledge from which she draws and travels around the United States. She's appeared on The American Sews with Sue Hausman, Martha's Sewing Room with Martha Pullen, and she's worked with Martha Stewart designing embroidery towels for her television show. Denise does trunk shows and teaches numerous shows across the United States. So I want to welcome Denise to our second day of the virtual Quilt Fest. How are you, Denise? So I think I can't hear you. You may still be muted.
Now.
I think you have to, there you go.
It wasn't unmuting, but I am here.
We
I
got
am
you.
here.
So,
Well, thanks for having me.
hey, you know, and today it's all about quilting, and I know that you get to talk all about the Gallant, the 15-inch baby lock quilting machine, and we're super excited for you to show us that. And as you know, we're one of the top dealers in baby lock, and we love their products, and we're loving this machine. So I'm ready for you to show us all about it and all of our viewers about it.
So let's talk about what we have here. This is the Baby Lock Gallant, and it's a 15-inch machine. So what that means to a person using it is from the needle to the harp of the machine back to the back, we have 15 inches. And what's nice about that is I can quilt a large quilt and get a 12-inch block and be able to do things like you see on the walls behind me. It's freehand, and what that means is instead of me moving the fabric like on a tabletop, I'm going to move the machine. So I call that moving the pen. And I really like moving the machine. Although I do both styles, I do the tabletop and move the machine. But here's the difference. I can stand, so I'm going to stand up, hold the machine, move it, and I can dance with my quilting machine. Now I have a stitch regulator built in, and what that means is no matter how fast or how slow I move the machine, it's going to get me consistent stitching. Right now I have the stitch set at 14 stitches per inch. I can take that up to 18 or down all the way to 4 stitches per inch. So depending on the weight of thread you're using, depending on what you're quilting, what that batting weight is, there's all kinds of choices here. So I've changed the stitch length back up now. So now I'm a little longer, and it doesn't matter if I go slow or fast, it's going to memorize my speed, which is really, really nice. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to, wonder, are my stitches going to look good? They're always going to look good. Now, I have the optional rear handles in the back. And what that means is literally I can go to the back of the frame and quilt. So I'm going to go back there and show you what I mean. So as I come to the back of the frame, what happens is I have handlebars back here. I have a paper pattern, okay? So here's my paper pattern. I lay it out on the back of my frame back here, and I now quilt from the back following a pattern with a laser light. It makes it so easy. So rear handles. Now, while I'm back here, I'm on the Villa frame. So the option with the Villa frame is 4 foot and 8 foot come in the same box. Well, if I have room for 10 feet, I'm going to add that 2-foot extension, which enables me to have a 10-foot frame. And that makes it very, very nice. It doesn't take up a lot of space forward to backward, about 42 inches. And I'm average height. So I'm 5'6", maybe shrinking a little bit as I get older. But the frame height can be adjusted. So Jenny talked about her height being 5'8", and then she grew 2 more inches. Well, it doesn't matter who's at the frame. The height can be adjusted for you, which is really, really nice to have that ability. Now, over on a table over on the side of my Villa frame, I actually have my bobbin winder. So it has a secondary bobbin winder that sits on the stand and enables me to wind bobbins while I'm quilting. I don't have to worry about having another spool of thread on the machine. I do it right on my bobbin winder right beside me. Now I'm going to come around the front and talk to you about a few more things. Now, some people would ask, what is freehand compared to like other quilting? Freehand is literally your hands move the machine. So as I say that, what I want you to think about is cursive writing. If I were to say to you, you can write your name, it's all continuous line. Well, free motion is the same as that. Now, I'm going to move the camera And I'm going to show you a little freehand quilting because I want you to see the machine move. Now I'm in my Koala Studio chair, which actually goes to bar stool height. And what's nice about that is I can actually sit and quilt. I can pull right up to the frame and I can quilt. I have my optional ruler base on here. So I have an extension table. I like to place a hand on that ruler base when I quilt to give me nice movement and smooth. So I'm going to place my hand on the ruler base and I'm going to move the machine. Sorry about that. Not sure why my machine, it's that duck like Jenny had. So I'm going to quilt. And you can see I can move in every direction. Now, what does that mean? Well, the machine moves forward and backward, left to right, does circles, does squares. And if I want precision, I'm going to pull that ruler and ruler base in to get precision around something. I really like the freehand element. I move the machine, I dance with it, I put music on. And why I do that is it's my zen. So when you're free motion quilting, you really got to find your zen. What is it that makes you relax? What is it that makes you have the ability to just be free? And free motion is my freedom along with some music. Now, we have a monitor on the front of the machine. Let me tell you what that gives you. That gives you your stitch regulation. So there's cruise and there's precision. Cruise is what we would use with our ruler. If I turn the machine on, it's on right now, but nothing happens until I move it. Okay, it's still on, but nothing happens. So that allows us to position the ruler without stitching. Then we have what's known as cruise mode. And cruise is really for stars. It'll pulse when we get into those points. So I always ask quilters, do you leave a parking spot with your foot to the gas pedal? Well, probably not. But a quilter does. They'll put their hands on the machine and go. Well, what cruise does is gives us a little extra stitch in our corners and gives us the ability to have a nice clean point on our stars. So if I was going to put this in cruise mode, I would then go, put it in cruise. Now I can do the star and I can change the speed that I have with that cruise. Now we have another mode that's called manual. And manual, is free motion, but it's non-stitch regulated. So what that means is I'm in control of the speed of my hands. The machine is in control of the speed of the needle. So when would I use that? Well, if I'm going to thread paint and make art quilts and things like that, I might use the manual mode to make the grass longer and change how things look. When I'm making quilts like what you see on the wall here, I'm going to use the stitch regulated mode so my stitches are consistent. But maybe I'm going to do a sea life quilt and I want to make seaweed. I want those stitches to be longer. Now, some of my favorite features of the Baby Lock Gallant, along with our other Baby Lock machines, is the feet that you have. My husband saw my ruler wall one day. He was helping me hang something in my studio and he said, "You need all those rulers?" And I said, "You need all those screwdrivers?" The right tool for the job makes it easier. So with the machine comes a standard foot. It's on the machine now. It's a closed toe. So it's a big giant circle. Then you have an open toe. You have a glide foot. I like to explain the glide foot like a contact lens. It's kind of like a bowl shape. Now, when would we use this? Well, if I was going off the fabric here or quilting one of these quilts and going off the quilt top, you want the glide foot to go smoothly over that edge of the fabric. Then we have yarn couching, and I was playing with the yarn couching earlier. We have all kinds of different feet. So because of that, you want to make sure you have the right foot for the job. Now, with the Gallant, all the feet go on and off with a little Allen key, and it makes it really, really easy to adjust those feet. It does come with the leaders. I've got the backing attached with the leader on the take-up rail and the leader on the backing rail here. So that comes with it. And it just is a really nice setup. It is our newest baby lock machine in our series, where we have 4 machines and then some more, you know, because we have all those sewing machines too. But it is our newest machine. Now, I'm just going to do a little quilting, and I want you to be able to kind of think about what I'm going to say and do. The first time you walk up to a long arm, it's not easy. There's kind of a panic mode, and you know, we're like, how do I do this? So I usually tell people, close your eyes. Think about moving. Think about driving. When you drive your car, and now Blaine will know this, but some of you may not. When we drove our car, we were told, don't look at the hood ornament on the car. Okay, yes, I'm dating myself. But here, you don't watch the needle. You watch where you're going, not where you're at. So I'm going to dance a little bit with my machine and do some movements of it. And you'll see that I can actually move anywhere within this space. Again, I have that 15-inch reach, so it gives me a nice stitchable area. So it moves very smoothly. So some of you are wondering, well, how does it move? It moves on what's called a lower carriage. The machine sits on the carriage. It's a 4-wheel system, meaning that you have 4 wheels that drive the machine back and forth. Literally, like a bicycle or a car, you grab a hold of the handlebars and you start moving. You can put stencils and pounce your designs on the fabric. You can do the pantographs, as you saw when I went to the back of the machine. It's really up to you. But quilting is putting that top, the back, and the batting together, and having the ability to really give yourself a history that somebody can enjoy, something somebody can cuddle with, somebody can love, and enjoy for many years. I'm going to pull some quilts in and show you some samples that I freehand quilted. So give me just a moment to grab that.
While Denise is moving her quilts over there, I want to tell everybody a little bit about the pricing and how you can order this. So it is $49.99. It's going to be free shipping right to your door. This thing comes with an 8-foot Villa frame. It is a 15-inch machine. And you're also going to have a $150 rebate that you can send in and get a rebate back from Baby Lock directly. And we're going to actually ship this free to your door. And you also, if you need financing, we have 60 months, 0% interest financing available. So this is a great machine. And if you're just getting into quilting, this will be a perfect machine for you. And it's got an 8-foot frame, so it'll fit in those areas real nicely. So let's go back to Denise and let's look at those quilts that she wanted to show us.
So I've got a few quilts here. This one is a 30-degree wedge ruler, just a very simplistic design on it. And the big thing to know is that I know that at Sewing Machines Plus, they have lots of classes. We also have classes at Baby Lock. So we'll help you with things like, what thread do I choose to quilt something like this? How do I know the right size needle? We help you out with all of that. We have a great series of classes already for the Gallant that walk over a lot of the things that I was telling you about. This particular sample I love, and I love to talk about it because it has free motion quilting on it, sashiko quilting on it. And I just love the polka dot binding. But the thing I want you to think about is if you decide that you want to get one of these quilting machines, the big thing to do is to start with a practice panel. So this was a panel. I did not piece these. I'm not going to tell you that I pieced them. I didn't. We don't cheat, we practice. So this was a practice panel that I was able to put those in there and practice quilting around. Just like this panel here, it's a panel that I cut up, put back together again, and then practice quilting. And I even was bold enough to put a chartreuse green thread on black. And then the one that I showed you first, it has a taupe colored thread. The one on the back wall has a green thread. So there are many classes out there that we can help you with. I know that Sewing Machines Plus has classes that they help you with, but the Gallant would be a great place to start. And I'll tell you, you'll get a lot of quilting done. The biggest thing I always say is, I'm not perfect, but I get things done. And you will be able to do that with the Baby Lock Gallant for sure.
Hey Denise, I love those quilts that you're showing, and I want to remind everybody again on the price. We got a great package put together for this. So this is the Baby Lock Gallant 15-inch long arm quilting machine. It comes with the 8-foot villa frame, and right now you have a special rebate offer of $150. It's going to be directly from Baby Lock. You mail in and get that rebate, and also you're getting a free 60-day trial of the online classes that Baby Lock offers. So a great package. We're going to ship it right to your door for free, nationwide. And also, if you need financing, we have a special financing package together with 60-month 0% interest to make those low monthly payments, provided by Synchrony Financing. So a great package, Denise, for somebody who wants to get into this.
And I love that this machine is one that is pretty simplistic. I set it up, I put the handlebars on it, I did all the things myself. So the setup is an easy one with great instructions. And that 60-day free trial is wonderful because I know that we have over 10 classes already for the Gallant. And then we have over 200 classes for long arm quilting. And so you don't want to miss out, getting the machine, great pricing that Sewing Machines Plus has, and then that 60-day free trial of the love of knowledge.
Hey, Denise, I've got a couple questions that came in. They want to know, how hard is it to thread this machine?
Well, I'll tell you a secret. One, it's not hard, but you want to keep the right side of the frame open. So if you have the ability to stand on the right side of the frame, what happens is you can see if I'm trying to thread like this, it's a little harder, but it's not any harder than a sewing machine. But I actually teach you, and we have a video of it. It is legal to tie the thread off and pull it through once you've threaded it.
Okay, great. And then the other thing, on the height adjustment, how adjustable is that frame for your different heights?
I don't know the exact numbers, Blaine, but it has got a lot of height adjustments in your legs. I believe the highest height of the bed is 40 or 42 inches around there. Mine is set right now with the optional wheels. So it's a couple inches taller than normal. And mine is about 27 inches.
Okay, great. Well, I know that, Baby Lock just stands for quality. Everybody that knows Baby Lock knows that when they get something, they're getting quality. And I know that there is optional casters that you can put on this. So if somebody's a little taller, needed that extra height, they could actually raise it. But without the casters on it, it gets it down there lower. And I know that, we've got some ladies that are, 5'2", that can stand with this and work on it fine. So I think it's probably got a lot of adjustment. I don't know the exact numbers either, Denise, but I know it's a wide range for height adjustment, as far as if you use the casters in conjunction.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, we
and
got a
the
great package.
Chair. Sorry, the Koala Studio chair is great too, because I like to sit so that I can get really intimate with what I'm doing.
You're exactly right. So I want to remind everybody again about this special we have, the show special. This is a great package put together, and it is the Gallant long arm machine. It's 15 inches, and you're getting that Villa 8-foot frame with it, and you're also going to get a $150 rebate back from Baby Lock that you mail in, and you're getting the 60-day trial of free classes, and it's called the Love and Knowledge that you're getting for this. And they have a lot of additional classes that you can sign up for, you can purchase. But this gives you that trial to see if it's going to be something that you want to do. And we have 60-month 0% interest financing available. And right now, you can go on our online at sewingmachinesplus.com and order this thing directly. You can speak to one of our live chat agents, or you can give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. And we have sales agents standing by. If you can't get through today for some reason, because I know the phone lines have been lighting up, Kyle has been putting in the chat, he's been putting a Google Sheets link in there. And on that Google Sheets, you can go in there, just put your name, put your contact phone number, and put the product that you're interested in. And one of our sales agents are going to give you a call. That is, it's updated real time in the call center, and they see that. And as soon as they get off the phone, they're going to try to be reaching out, calling people. You are a priority today. Anybody that's on the Quilt Fest is one of our priorities, and so we're going to make sure that we can help you out. But again, this Baby Lock Gallant 15-inch is an incredible long arm sewing machine or quilting machine, and with that 8-foot Valiant frame or Villa frame, it is a great combination. So Denise, what would be your favorite feature? If you could just pick one, which I know sometimes it's hard, what would be your favorite feature of the Gallant?
So my favorite feature is ease of use when getting loaded, and that means getting loaded on the frame. With the leaders and the Velcro backing, I'm a person that I like to be very efficient because I normally travel a lot, but I've been home for 1 year. And so I actually have 2 sets of leaders, and I've got a quilt in the queue ready to go on the frame when this one's done. But the ease of loading, not all frames are easy to load, and this is very simplistic and easy to load. It's considered what's called a 4-rail system: take-up rail, idle bar, backing rail, and top rail.
Okay, great. Well, hey, we're coming to the end of our time, Denise. We surely appreciate you coming on and showing us this. I know that we got a great lineup of Baby Lock educators all week, and we're showing a lot of different products. And this is one of the products that's one of your newest ones, and we are super excited about it. And as I said before, if it's got Baby Lock's name on it, it's quality, and you can put your stamp of approval on it.
Yep, and we'll give you the education along with you guys and help you get started quilting.
We sure can. All right, Denise. Well, thank you so much for coming on board.
Thanks
and
for
hopefully
having
we'll
me.
get to see you real soon.
Bye-bye, everybody.
All right, so y'all heard it there. That new Gallant Baby Lock 15-inch long arm machine with a Villa frame, 8-foot frame. What a great combination. And you can call in and get that thing right now. It's a great combination if you needed a good frame and a great long arm machine. And right now, especially if that $150 rebate that Baby Lock's throwing in, you just mail that rebate in and you get the $150 back, and then you're getting that 60-day trial of their classes. And so I'm telling you, that is a great package put together, and we're going to make it easy and affordable for you to buy it. Just give us a call, and we got 60-month synchrony financing for you to make those low monthly payments. So guess what we have coming up next, guys? We have Eileen Roche with Dime coming on board. And Eileen and I go way back. We've worked together a lot. And I'm telling you, she is such an innovator. And she used to make frequent visits on the TV show Sewing with Nancy back when Nancy Zeman was on air. And we, she's done that. She's worked numerous educational type events. Her and her sister used to have these big events that they went and did. It was called the Stitching Sisters. And she has been involved in this business for a long time. And like I told y'all, she's very innovative. She invents a lot of really cool things that help the industry. And so this morning we highlighted one of those items, that the weightless quilter. Now we're getting ready to do that snap hoop monster, and it works so well with that weightless quilter. And so I'm sure she's going to show us again, but welcome back to the show, Eileen.
Hello, Blaine. How are you holding up? This is 2 whole days of nonstop chatter for you.
You know, and my whole crew was worried about me because they said, you know, this time you're hosting this thing by yourself for 6 days, all day long, you know, 7.5 hours a day for 6 days. And we're on day 2, and I'm holding up pretty good right now, but, you know, check back with me on maybe Friday.
Well, you're looking really good. I hope they're feeding you. It's always important to feed the talent, right?
Well, you know what I'm doing is I'm sipping water and eating bananas, and they're throwing food at me, you know, between guests to try to keep me hydrated. So, but hey, we are so excited about the products you're showing today. And I'm telling you, that weightless quilter blew everybody's mind. They're flying off the shelves. But the great thing about it, this next product you're going to show works so well with it, you almost need to make a combo package.
Well, it would be a great idea, but there's so many machine models. So, you know, you have to get the hoop for your machine. So the bundle idea doesn't really work that well. But you have great pricing on both of those products,
my gosh.
the weightless quilter and the hoops, which is, you know,
and I gotta remind everybody too, you know, I've told them throughout the show, there's certain products that I can actually tell you what the special is, the show special. This particular product, I cannot. I can tell you what the regular price is, but to get the show special, you have to call in and get it. And I can tell you this, Eileen, it is a great, great show special. They do want to make sure, if they're interested in either one of those products, give us a call, don't delay. And I'm telling you, these things are flying out of here. And we have, I forgot how many different hoops you have for, how many different ones for different machines. I know there's a ton.
Yeah, there's about 30 different hoops. Yeah.
That is right, 30. I was thinking it was around that range. It's and this thing is awesome, and it makes your life so much easier. And you know, the number one thing people hate about embroidery is hooping.
Right. You know, you say I'm so innovative. Well, you know, really, it's because I'm just like my customer. I mean, I sew and embroider hopefully every day. Doesn't happen every day, but definitely several days a week. And, you know, I struggle just like they still struggle. So that's how these products have been developed. And Snap Hoop Monster is a flat magnetic hoop, metal bottom that's flat, magnetic top that's flat. So there's no inner outer ring, nothing for the fabric to, you know, go over and under and across. So let's go over to the overhead cam and take a closer look. When you get the hoop, it comes in a box, and it's going to have 3 parts. It's going to have your top, your magnetic shield, and your metal bottom. Of course, the attachment will be attached to the frame, and that will be recognized by your machine. So let me move that out of harm's way. And you'll find the instructions that come in the package. Inside the instructions are, you know, tell you how to use the product. And then you're going to get a sheet of Target stickers that we find are very helpful for designating the center of a design. And you'll find your adhesive rulers. There's also instructions on how to mount these rulers, but I thought I would go ahead and show you how to do it. There's a link inside these instructions that tells you to go to my blog and download a crosshair design. So we will go ahead and take a look at that crosshair design. And you can see I've already stitched it in green thread. So that's what you see here, the green. And it really doesn't matter what size you download. Even if you download the 4x4 crosshair, it doesn't matter, because what you're going to do is then place a ruler along that line and extend the line out to the edge of the hoop. And you'll do that on all 4 legs. I've already done that on this sample. And then you take your adhesive ruler and you're going to position it so that the 0 is aligned with that crosshair. Now, before you do that, you know, you will hoop a piece of tearaway stabilizer, and it's key that you make sure the bottom frame is aligned with the top. And literally you can just do that with your fingers, or you can put the hoop on its side and, you know, align it like that. Okay, so once we have the crosshair stitched on our fabric and marked to extend those crosshair legs out to the edge of the stabilizer, we're then going to remove that protective paper. And I like to apply my rulers with the lines on the inside of the hoop and the numbers on the outside, because you know what? I don't pay any attention to the numbers at all. These are metric, and they are literally just there to designate lines that I will use to align with seams or maybe stripes or a placket, something like that, depending on what I'm embroidering on. That's the only reason why these marks are on this hoop. On your standard hoop, you don't even have numbers. You just have some notches, you know, that are in equal increments across the width of your hoop. And that's what these lines function as also. So you would go ahead and apply all 4 rulers. Now, remember, I told you it comes with that magnetic shield, and that is normally positioned between the metal bottom and the magnetic top. It's also really handy to use to transport a hoop when you're going from your work surface to your machine. So I'll just set that aside for now. And let's go ahead and take a look at a 5x7 hoop. But again, if you remember, right, keep these together, because this is what makes it easy to separate the top from the bottom, because it's really quite strong, and you're going to see in a minute. So people want to know, does the magnet harm my machine? Well, years ago, when you know the first embroidery machines came on the market, they told us don't use a magnetic pin cushion anywhere near the machine. And at that time, we had cell phones that were in tote bags that were about this big. And today, your cell phone is in your handbag or your back pocket, and your entire life is in that palm-sized computer. Same thing with your embroidery machine. The computer in there is small. It's about the size of a thumbnail, and it's highly insulated in a protective material inside the machine. So you don't have to worry about that. But here is the magnetic side of the magnet frame. So when I place scissors on it, it sticks right to the bottom, right? Well, that's not going to go anywhere. But then when I attach the hoop top and bottom together, and then try to attach the scissors to the bottom of the metal, it won't stay. It just keeps falling away because the magnetic force is stopped by the metal bottom frame. So you can rest assured that that magnetic force is not getting into the bed of the machine. So you are safe to use that hoop. So since I have a 5x7 out, let's go ahead and hoop a towel, because, you know, that's one of the most common items embroiderers stitch on all the time. So I would place my tearaway stabilizer over the bottom frame, and notice how I just align the edge of my cut stabilizer right along that attachment. And here I have my center of my towel and the center of the embroidery design area marked with a target sticker. Now you probably are wondering, well, how are we going to get in there nice and square? Well, if you have a border on your towel and you align that with the straight edge of the hoop in this fashion, I can feel that that straight edge of the stripe is aligned with the straight edge of the outside of the metal frame. And then when I place my magnetic top, I hold it perpendicular right by the attachment. That's what this lump is here. And I'm kind of feeling that the hoop is aligning the magnetic frame with the metal frame on the bottom, and then I just drop it in place. And look, I am just about dead center. Now, the first thing I want to do when I hoop is pull and tug on that fabric. Make sure it's in there nice and taut and tight and smooth, so I get that kind of drum, tight as a drum feeling. But you know, you're not allowed to do that in a standard hoop. And I know many of us do, and we are all tempted to do it, but you really should not do it, because that's what causes fiber distortion. But in a flat hoop, you can pull and tug all day long. In fact, you can even make minute adjustments to the position of the fabric right here, just by, you know, lifting the fabric a little bit, maybe pulling it down, dropping the hoop down, and making sure it's aligned again. So minute adjustments are acceptable in a magnetic hoop. So we'll set the, well, let's go ahead. Another item that people love to use the magnetic hoops on is a quilt sandwich. And again, that's going to, you're going to address that in the same way as you did as the towel. You most certainly would have a target sticker or a template of a design positioned on your fabric. You're just going to cover that metal frame with your quilt sandwich, and again, place this perpendicular and somewhat align it. Keep your finger out of the way, and then just make sure you're aligned, and now you are ready to go. Now, the hoop test is to make sure that you have a strong enough hold on your quilt sandwich, your heavy-duty beach blanket, whatever thick fabric you're trying to hoop in a magnetic hoop. So do this, hoop it, and then just kind of, you know, give it a good shake and hold it with one hand on the fabric and no hand on the hoop. And if it doesn't move, then you know you are safe to stitch in this hoop. And then if you get it on the machine, and if by any chance you have any hoop movement, that's because you're not maintaining the weight of the item, the quilt, the big beach blanket, whatever it is. You have to control that weight so that's not dragging the whole hoop with it. So that's my test. I love that test. Okay. So they come in all sizes. That was a 5x7. Let's go ahead and take a look at a 4x4. This is such a handy size. 4x4, boy, you do left chest in this, you do napkins, children's garments, all kinds of things. Really fast and easy you can do in a 4x4. So again, it comes with the magnetic shield. Now I'm going to pull this forward on me so that kind of keep it in the screen, but I want you to see that I have already placed my target sticker on my center chest of this little onesie, and that's designating the center of my embroidery design. And I do have a no-show mesh fused onto the wrong side of the onesie. So now I'm going to turn the onesie inside out. And I always make sure I even get the little sleeves turned, because, you know, those things can get caught in the hoop. Now, this is our design area, right? This is the wrong side of the design area. So we're going to flip this garment over, because that's what we want to go onto the bed of the machine, right? So smooth that out. Now I'm going to take my monster frame and I'm going to attach hoop guard to it. Now, hoop guard just snaps right onto any side of the magnetic frame, but you only want to put it on the side that is opposite the pantograph and in front of the needle, right? If I put it in the back of the hoop and I try to get this onto the machine, I'm not going to be able to clear this hoop guard with the foot and the needle. So always know that the hoop guard either goes opposite the pantograph or to the front of the hoop. And for a onesie, we're going to put it on the front of the hoop. And then I'm just going to insert this right into the garment. And I'm going to make sure that that design area underneath the hoop is flat on the work surface. And I'm going to peek inside right here. I can see that my target sticker is just about dead center. Not perfect, but that's okay. And then I'll lift this hoop and shirt and just bring it over to the metal frame. And then just open up the garment like so. And that hoop guard keeps all of that bulk out of harm's way. Now I could, if I'm worried about this area, I most certainly have to flatten this out so that when I attach it onto the machine, I can clear the foot right here. And once I do that and have this attached to the machine, I then just work this behind the foot, and actually the foot will keep it just open, and I don't have to worry about anything, you know, falling into the sewing field. I love that on that little hoop. That's just ideal. Okay, so then on an adult t-shirt, we would use the same hoop on an adult left chest, right? Another popular area to embroider. You know, I remember teaching around the country and people, this one woman came to me and she said, my husband wants me to do golf shirts for him and I'm petrified of doing left chest embroidery. And so I gave her some tips on how to do it. And still, you know, she was really a newbie and she was pretty scared about doing it. And then she came back to me about an hour later and she said, you know, I called my husband and I told him, my machine doesn't do menswear. So that was it. She got out of that task. But I think by now she's probably doing left chest embroidery with no problem at all. And goodness, today we have, you know, templates and all kinds of things that make that a lot easier. So, you know, just like the onesie, and because we're on a flatbed machine, we have to keep the garment inside out, and we're going to position the design area right over my metal frame, and I'll just insert that top frame into the neckline, and then I'm going to nest it all open. And when I go to the machine, this will be wide open. I attach that right to the machine, make sure this is nice and flat to bypass the foot, and then center my needle over that target sticker. Make sure the orientation of the design is going to stitch correctly, because here's my neckline. So, you know, just always pay attention to those details. Didi Gonzalez, you say that would be that little hoop be perfect for all your grandchildren's onesies. Oh, there's nothing better than decorating adorable onesies for new grandbabies. I mean, that is just so much fun. It really is. Okay, so now let's take a look at a larger hoop. Here's an 8x8, and here's a big template, right? So this is center chest, but it's a great big shine on, really fun garment. I stitched this on a black tee with a metallic thread, and that looked really great. Of course, I do have my fusible no-show mesh applied to the wrong side of the design area. You know, that's that cutaway that's so lightweight and easy to use. And so now I have an 8x8 hoop here. And I think for this time, because we have that big template, let's hoop right side up so we can really see what we are hooping and are we centering that frame. So I'm going to put the neckline through the, you know, going to put the attachment through the neck opening. That makes it helpful. All right, so let's see. Now I just want to make sure I'm somewhat straight. I do have the ability to rotate my design once I get it on the machine. And of course I have a template, so I'll be able to calculate the rotation. And I'm just feeling that everything is smoothed out, and I just have one layer of fabric. And then I just drop that metal frame in place. Now, because I have stabilizer on the wrong side, I can pull this fabric and not worry about distorting any fibers. And that's all nice and smooth. And then I would nest this all above the hoop, so that when we go to the machine, I don't have to worry about stitching the back to the front. I always take those sleeves, turn them wrong side out also, because I've caught enough sleeves in the needle. Now, when I go to the machine, before I do anything, I'm going to take my magnet shield and slide it underneath my hoop and transport it in that fashion. Then I don't have to worry about dislodging the fabric from the hoop. You know, you want to keep that nice and flat. And then when I get to the machine, I just, you know, pull this away while I attach this to the machine. Of course, you're going to have to flatten everything to bypass that hoop. All right, so then we have, let's go back to our 5x7 hoop, I think, if I can find it. And we'll do this t-shirt, sweatshirt, which is 5 for now. That's the back of a t-shirt, a sweatshirt. So this is a bulky garment. And it has one design detail on it, which is that yoke. It has that seam. That's the only real design detail, except for the rib neck. So again, I'm going to insert this in a horizontal fashion across the shirt, because this is a long text phrase. And in a 5x7, of course, this 7 inches is the length of the hoop. So I want to make sure I get that whole sewing field so that I can fit the word in there. All right, then let's see. So I can feel my hoop. I know you can't see it and I can't see it either, but I can feel it. And that's, you know, you're going to work with your hands for sure to make sure that you feel it also. And then once you get this top in place, this is when you can focus on making sure that that yoke is going to hit your rulers at the same increment. And so I can see here that I need to pull this sweatshirt up just ever so small amount, just at the 2.5 mark, and there you have it. And then I'm nice and straight. Now when I take my magnet shield underneath my hoop to transport, I am absolutely safe to get this on the machine. Of course, I'm going to have to nest, turn it right side out, well, wrong side out, and I'll take the time to do that, you know, most certainly. But that's just a fabulous way to use these hoops for knits, sweatshirts, quilt sandwiches, towels, onesies, you name it. Let's see, do we have any questions, Blaine? Do we have any questions? Susan, you're looking for your sojo, huh?
Yes, everybody's wanting their sojo, and we do have a lot of questions. So yeah, you know, Jenny gave us 2 new terms today. So,
Well, I heard soga, right, for yoga.
yeah, soga and sojo.
What was the sojo? I must have missed that. I was kind of
It's when
working.
it's same as having mojo.
Oh
but
yeah,
it's sojo.
sojo. I kind of always have sojo.
Yeah, she says when you lose your sojo, you need to be around other people that's sewing and quilting and things and get your sojo back. So
That's great. She was a
Well, we have-
wonderful interview.
oh my gosh, she's awesome. So
She's
hey,
great.
we've got some great questions for you,
Okay.
Eileen. And the very first one, it says, do the target stickers come with the hoop?
Yes, you get 1 sheet of Target stickers. That's 15 little round ones, and I think 5 long ones. And the long ones are really for text. It allows you to use the trace feature on your machine. So what I do when I'm doing text, I align my needle with the center of the target sticker, and then I use the trace feature to go right and left to the most outer perimeter of the design. And I watch as that foot travels across that long target sticker to make sure that that line on the target sticker stays centered in the foot. And then I know that I'm hooped absolutely square.
So the next question that comes in, it says, do these hoops save on sticky adhesive?
Well, you don't use, well, that's a good question. Actually, we make a sticky hoop and I have that sample here. You have them on your website. So how about if I show you them? It's an entirely different hoop because you really, I mean, you can use sticky stabilizer on our hoops, on our hoops, but you don't really want to gunk it up. So we have a different product that we have created called the sticky hoop. Aren't we creative? But it is a metal bottom frame with the attachment that's recognized by your machine and 12 pieces of pre-cut stabilizer of our peel and stick tearaway adhesive stabilizer that is cut to fit that hoop. And so you apply it to the back of the hoop and then just peel off that protective paper, and then you can use it to hoop all kinds of unwieldy things. Like, for instance, this magnetic case, you know, this is really an adorable jewelry case, magnetic case, but they're hard to hoop. You know, they're really awkward. So here I can just stick that down, go to the machine, and then that will stitch. Also for slippers, you know, those Velcro slippers, these are a nice gift, lots of brides. But the key to these are making sure that you have a nice large bed for the sole of the foot. You want to keep that stable. You don't really want to use a small hoop for this type of project, even though the design is only about 3 inches, because you really want to support that whole sole. And so then we would just put the other one in this fashion. even if it's overlapping like that, it's okay. You know the sewing area, the design area is not overlapping, and yet you're supporting that, the length, you know, of the sole. So that's a good application for that. And then also, you know, lots of people buy these stuffed animals that have a removable pod, like this really kind of cute little hedgehog. And so they can be a challenge to embroider. And so you just, again, position the body right on that sticky stabilizer, and now he's out of harm's way. You're not going to stitch on, you know, the backside of the stuffy or his nose or anything like that. So that's what sticky hoops are made for, and they're at a very reasonable price, and you do have them on your website. If you were to use a magnetic hoop with sticky, you wouldn't want to apply the sticky to the back of a magnetic hoop, because there's suede there to protect your machine from the metal frame. So if you cover that with the sticky stabilizer, you know, it'll get gunky and you'll kind of ruin the use of that. So that's why they're sold separately, and they don't have the suede on them. So they've been engineered specifically for that.
Eileen, I got another question for you. What all brands of machines do the snap hoops fit?
So Baby Lock, Brother, Viking, and 𝓤𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮, and then we also make it for 2 Gerome models, which is the Gerome 500 and 500E. So they're the 2 Gerome models that we make it. We don't make it for their top of the line 1500 due to the location of their attachment. If you're a 15,000 owner, you know what I mean, because that hoop is very, very large. Too heavy.
So Eileen, another question we have is, do we sell these in a set, or can you have to buy them all individually?
Yes, well, they're all sold individually, and really that's because it's hard to make a bundle, because those size hoops may not be compatible with the variety of machines that they are compatible with individually. It's kind of a logistical nightmare. But we also make them, you know, we have multi-needle ones. I didn't pull that out earlier. And they're lovely also. People really like them. So they have the 2 arms, the 2 points of attachment. And so this is a 4x4. This is for your free arm machines or tubular machines, your multi-needle, you know, those type of Baby Lock and Brother machines. Now, these were designed so that the magnetic frame goes on the bottom, so that when you are doing a t-shirt, you know, you can use that free arm ability of the machine. But if you're quilting with this, you most certainly can also put it on the top. So either way is acceptable. It's been designed to be on the top or the bottom. It's pretty versatile.
And then the next question we have is, what size do you recommend to get started?
Well, if you are quilting, if that's the main reason why you're going to get a monster hoop, then I would suggest you get the largest hoop available for your machine, the largest sewing field that your machine can accommodate. If you are purchasing a hoop for multi-use, then if I were you, I would give a moment to think about the most often used hoop, what size that is that you reach for all the time in your standard hoop. Do you always reach for the 4x4, or is it the 5x7 or an 8x12, something like that? If that's your number 1 hoop, get that in a monster hoop, because you'll be more comfortable in it and it will accommodate, you know, most of the projects that you're doing. You have to remember, you know, you got to fill that hoop with fabric. So the bigger you go, like a 10x16, that top of the line Baby Lock and Brother, or the great big 𝓤𝓲 and Viking, you know, that's a lot of fabric, you know, so you have to be doing large projects. Keep that in mind.
All right, Eileen, I got to tell everybody how they can get these things. So we're going to show you, you know, these things are the monster snap hoops. They start around $139 and go all the way up to close to about $200. We have over 30 different styles and sizes of the hoops for different machines. And right now, I cannot tell you what the deal is. This is another one of those things I told you, some of our pricing, we can't advertise it, so you have to call in to get the special, but we have an unbelievable show special. You have to call to get the special though. And everybody needs one of these snap hoops if you want to do the quilting. And I tell you, Eileen, I was so impressed with how you use that in conjunction with that weightless quilter. And to me, it's just the combo you need. I think if you want to do some quilting with your domestic machine, get one of these monster snap hoops to go on it and use that weightless quilter. And I'm telling you, you got a really nice combo.
It's really the only way to go because you don't have to take the quilt off the machine to rehoop every time. That's the beauty
Exactly.
of that. You know, 50,
I loved
60, 80 hoopings, that gets old.
I loved how you demoed that this morning. That was just great. And how you moved the, the fabric in. So again, these are available now, guys. We got a great price. You have to call in and get that special. And again, the price range is about $139 up to about $200, depending on the size. There's a lot of different machines. Eileen told you there's about 4 different types of machines that it fits, and or 5 if you count the Gerome, couple in Gerome. So great product. And Eileen, as always, we love having you on. Anytime we're doing anything, we love you being involved. And again, thank you for Dime. Dime was one of our platinum sponsors, and this would not have happened if it hadn't have been for your company and you. And we certainly appreciate it.
Well, you're very welcome. It's really been our pleasure. We love our partner, Sewing Machines Plus. Thank you, Blaine.
We love y'all.
So,
yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, bye.
All right, so it's your last chance right now before we move on. I'm gonna tell you one more last time about this monster snap hoop. This is going to be available all week. But again, if you want that show special, you have to call in to get the show special. They start out regular price about $139. They go all the way up to close to $200. There's over 30 different styles. And again, you got to call in. We got a special show price for you, but you have to call in to get it. And we also, if you want to buy multiples, we have Synchrony financing, 60 months, 0% interest we can hook you up with. And again, call 800-401-8151 and we'll get you set up. All right, guys, it's time to move on. And we are going to go and start talking about the world of robotics. So I know that this is something I love. We go to all these quilt shows and we have our big King Quilter. That's our own brand quilting machine that we, go to these shows with. And we actually have robotic systems that we use. And we actually use this one that we're getting ready to talk about. It comes from Lighten Up, and it is called the Q-Bot. And we have the CEO of Lighten Up here. David Hook is here, and David is an inventor. He is the one who invented the Q-Bot. He is the one that invented the Quilter's cruise control. And when he's not inventing products, he's making educational videos to help the quilters out there. And I am so happy to have David on the show. We've worked together at some shows, and it's always a fun time. David, welcome to day 2 of our virtual Quilt Fest.
Thanks for having me, Blaine. It's nice to be here. We just had our last snow, hopefully, for the season yesterday.
Oh
so
my gosh.
I can't wait to come out to San Diego again.
I know we need to get you back out here, but our weather the last week or two hasn't been great. We've had some really good days here and there, but we kind of been feeling some bad weather too, which is nothing like what y'all are getting. I know that y'all been getting hammered pretty well up in Illinois there, but I can't complain at all, because it's been pretty nice here most of the time.
Yeah, I from us in the Midwest, yeah, it's hard to hear anybody from California complain about anything. But you can keep the mudslides and the earthquakes. There you go. You can keep that.
So, we were talking about, I introduced you about the robotic systems. And as you know, I love the robotics. I demonstrate the Q-Bot on our machine when we're at a lot of shows. And I know that you've worked in our booth with us. And it's just amazing what the robotic systems will do. And, today we actually had 2 machines on our show that people asked about robotics. And you actually have a robotic system that works on both. And one of them was the Handy quilter, that new Moxie, and the other one was the Baby Lock Gallant. Yep. And you have a robotic system that goes right on both of those. Great pricing. Yes. We're going to talk about that today. And then we have a robotics that fits about everything else out there.
That is correct. We fit just about every frame and just about every machine and just about every combination. We'll work with anybody to get a Q-Bot on their system. And today I'm actually demonstrating on the Moxie, and I'd like to get right on into it because we got some good stuff to show.
Let's show it. I'm ready to see it.
All right. So with 𝓤𝓤𝓵, one of the nice things about 𝓤𝓤𝓵 is that it's very intuitive, precise, and amazing. That's our kind of our tagline. And what I'd like to show is, just looking at the tablet here, our interface is very easy and intuitive to use. And I wanted to just get into demonstrating for you guys. So let's go into pattern quilting. What are we going to use pattern quilting for? Well, just about any design you put on your quilt is a pattern. So quilts are basically broken into blocks. You know, you have block quilting to do, and then you have edge-to-edge quilting to do. And in between that is a border, a corner, a sashing strip. But all of those things are just variations of block quilting or edge-to-edge quilting. So one of the simplest things to do with 𝓤𝓤𝓵 is just a block. So what we do is, I'm going to select the points of the block outline. I'm going to pretend what I've got here on the fabric is just a square I put down on a plain piece of fabric using a Sharpie, but it represents a block. And to the left of my needle, you'll see this little red dot. That's our laser pointer. And when I'm selecting points, I'm actually selecting points with that laser. We have a calibration. The laser is a small addition to the 𝓤𝓤𝓵 system, but we have a calibration that lets me know the precise distance from that point to the needle. So when I'm selecting points, don't focus on this needle part, focus on that little dot part. So I'm going to go around and select points, and all I do is tap my screen. I can tap the screen hitting the set point button like I just did there, or I can tap the screen if I'm busy looking down at the quilt. I just tap in the field on the right of my screen. And I'm only going to select 4 points so we can make it go along a little bit quicker here. But we can select any number of points when we're quilting. And we're just defining the shape. So I've defined the shape. You can see it in red on the screen. And I'm going to put in a block. Let's do this one here. And the design pops in. But if you look at the corners, you know, what if this were a real quilt? Well, now I'm quilting beyond the borders of that, and that's going to look a little bit sloppy. So I'm going to hit modify, and with 𝓤𝓤𝓵, moving the design, you can use just a single finger to move it, 2 fingers to size it, or 3 fingers to rotate it. And when it comes to the ease of use with 𝓤𝓤𝓵, what we do is we have 3 ways to interact with the 𝓤𝓤𝓵 system. 1 is always with your fingers. 2, we have little nudge buttons that we can nudge the design a little bit at a time, or rotate it a little bit at a time, a degree at a time. And then the third thing is to actually type in a value for all of those things, to move it, scale it, or rotate it. So here I have it. I think that looks good, you know, for what it is right now. And we're done. Let's just say we're done. And we want to quilt. So we just hit the move to start button. Again, very intuitive. It moves to the start. And here I like to pull up my bobbin thread. So I just do a needle up, needle down, pull up my bobbin thread. And I'll hold these. And I also have a quilting option that's turned on that's called tie-off stitches. So I press go, and 𝓤𝓤𝓵 will automatically take a tie-off stitch and then quilt this design out. One of the things that's nice with 𝓤𝓤𝓵 is that as it's and I'll tell you, as it's quilting here, just about everything we do with 𝓤𝓤𝓵 is the same thing. We just select points, place our design, modify it a little bit if we need to, and then press move to start, and then press go. That is 𝓤𝓤𝓵 in a nutshell. Another thing with 𝓤𝓤𝓵 we get asked a lot is, well, why did you come up with 𝓤𝓤𝓵? And our whole company is basically based on things and the desire to make things easier for the customer. So we came out with our Quilter's Cruise Control, for instance. And then we were at quilt shows and free motion quilting and showing that stitch length regulator. Works great. But then we got very busy and we lost the ability a little bit to do free motion quilting. Plus, when you're standing at a quilt top that you've pieced and spent all of that time on, and now you're just looking at it, oh, what am I gonna do? And I don't wanna ruin this thing. So what 𝓤𝓤 does is it allows you to envision what you wanna put down on the frame and on the quilt top. And then 𝓤𝓤 does the rest and you get professional looking results right away. So it doesn't matter that it was me doing this or somebody who had just set up their 𝓤𝓤. All you had to do was select 4 points, pick a design, and press go. So that's a kind of a neat feature and one of the mainstays of the 𝓤𝓤 system. We're done with this block. But sometimes, you know, we have quilts that when they're pieced, the blocks are just a little bit off. You know, they're not exactly squares. And one thing with robotic quilting or automated quilting is when you're quilting with these things, they are going to make everything perfect. And there's nothing that makes you feel a little worse when you're quilting is that your piecing is a little bit off, but the quilting is perfect. To the viewer, they just know something's not right when they see that perfect design in there in something that's just a little bit off. So we have a feature called 4-point quick scale that takes care of that. And I've got a block on the quilt here that is just a little bit wonky. Well, it's more than just a little bit wonky. It's kind of skewed and almost a trapezoid. So what we do in that case is we use 4-point quick scale, and then we follow the instructions. And we're going to choose the upper right point. Now the upper right point is right here. And I'm pointing again, I'm looking at my laser light. Now, if this were a real quilt, and let's pretend that everything we're doing today is a real quilt, we're going to come in just a bit, maybe 1/8 of an inch to 3/16 of an inch, because you don't want that design to go right into the seam, lines. So we're going to press and set that point. Now it says to choose the lower right, which we do. Now it says choose the upper left. And now the lower left. And again, I'm just staying in that area a little bit. Now you can see on the screen that, whoa, that is kind of a crazy block. But never fear, let's just put in that design. And 𝓤𝓤 automatically skews that design, rotates that design, stretches it, and makes it fit perfectly in that space. So now we'll move to the start point again. I like to pull up my bobbin thread. Keeps the back of the quilt nice and clean so we don't have to find those little enders when we're done with the quilt. And we'll quilt this block out again. So again, for the new user and for the professional alike, this makes it very easy, especially if the quilt lends itself to a block quilting. And there's lots of quilts that do this, that are just like this, where we go block by block and quilt out the whole top. Now, one of the things that new users, one of the questions we have and one of the things that we see with new users is they want to quilt all of the blocks at once across the quilt. And I recommend not doing that. I recommend doing block by block. And the reason is that we quilt on textiles. These textiles are flexible. Fabric, if you've done embroidery, you know fabric eases in. And if you have a and that's embroidery where it's really, you have a stabilizer even, and then the fabric on top. With a quilt, you have a backing, then you have a batting, and I use a low loft batting, but there's others that use a higher loft batting. And then you have the quilt top on top. If you select all of your points along the quilt at once, by the time you've sewn down that first block, everything else on the quilt in that row has now moved to a different position. So when you say you want to go to the next block if you've set everything up and you go block by block using the same selected area, you're going to be off 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch. And the robots they don't pay attention like our human brain does, where they, we can compensate. A robot has a reference point based on the quilt frame. So we do block by block, and then everything comes out just fine. So here we have that second block. Pull up my bobbin thread again, trim those threads, and everything fits in beautifully. So we've accomplished the first block, which is just a standard straight on block, simple scaling, rotation, no problem. 4-point quick scale, which takes the drudgery of, worrying about having that block look slightly odd when it's, a perfect block inside of a slightly odd space. Okay, the next thing we have to do is we look at an edge to edge. So here on my quilt top, I've got a spot here, and this represents an edge to edge quilt. So imagine yourself that this is a little mini quilt or a large size quilt, but we're just doing a small section here. But we have our left side and our right side, and the rest of this is where the batting would come out, and then the edge of the quilt where we have our clamps. Now we're going to do an edge to edge design across that. Again, we go into pattern quilting, and again, we're looking at that dot right there. We're going to set points that define the boundary. Just like that, that's simple. We press done. We have a question here, select inner boundary shape, and that came up before, and this is and I immediately said no. What that is if we had an embroidery inside there or some section we wanted to knock out. So say you wanted to actually do a background fill. It's the same procedure. You wanted to do a background fill around something. You select the whole outer area, you knock out the inside, and then the background fill will happen around it. And we'll cover that tomorrow. We're going to make each of the days that we're presenting. So we're presenting today, tomorrow, and the next day. We're going to have a little bit of different syllabus each day so that we build on what we're doing today. So we have that, but we'll get to that tomorrow. But for today, we're going to say no. So now let's put in let's build out actually a nice edge-to-edge design. So I'm going to choose this. This is kind of a neat design. It's not an edge-to-edge design, is it? That's like, well, that's like a block. So what we're going to do is we're going to modify that. I'm using my 2 fingers to pinch it down to, let's say, around, I'm looking at it, it says 47%. Let's actually hit the button there and say we're going to make it exactly 2.4 inches. 0.4 inches. There we go. And, well, we don't have enough of those now to go across the whole quilt. So what we do is we hit the chain button. We chain a few together. And that almost goes to the edge. So we're going to just use our fingers again, and we'll stretch it just like that. Nudge it over. Let me scale it just a little bit with my fingers. Now I'm nudging it. That looks kind of good, doesn't it? Great. So let's quilt that out. So we're say done and move to start. We didn't have to do any math. We didn't have to think about it too much. We just selected the points of what the quilt actually is. Trigonometry was not involved. Calculus, differential equations, nothing. We just press go. And now we're quilting that out. Now, as this is quilting, we can talk about the speed of quilting. Right now, with the weight of this machine, we'll get a little bit into the engineering here. The weight of the machine, this is a mid-range machine as far as weight goes. We support machines that go from maybe 82 pounds down all the way down to the mid-arm machines, which is the Juki TL series, the Gerome 1600, Viking Mega Quilter, Grand Quilter. all of those machines. So that's basically our span. It's a span of basically all machines that have been made. For this machine, we have it right doing really well. And with this design, as it's going around those curves, if we can see it whip around here, look at the needle cam, goes around nice, and then it changes direction really pretty fast. So we're right at that edge. If this were a heavier machine, we'd probably slow it down just a tad, because we don't want to get any kind of jagged motion. So we're coming to the end. And again, let's pretend that this is an edge-to-edge quilt. So we've quilted a row all across the quilt, and we're coming to the end. Now we have to do the next row. One of the things that makes 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿 awesome is that doing that next row is super easy. Super easy. So it's done. We'll do our tie-off thread again. If I can get my fingers in there. There we go. And here we go. We're going to do that next row. Well, with 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿, doing the next row is easy as saying overlay. Now, overlay would put it right on top of that. Well, we want to modify that. So now we just drag it down with our finger. Now we're in a dilemma, because this design really doesn't want to do that unless it were something that is in, say, a piece of maybe a bag, or you were creating some fabric. We really want it to be like that. But now we have a problem because it's too short. It's not going to go off the right. It's going to end too soon. So we hit the chain button and it adds another row. But as you know, if you're quilting an edge to edge and you get to the edge, you have the quilt top, you have the batting and the backing. And if you go off the top and then come back around, there's a good chance you're going to catch the top, it folds over, and now you've looped your thread around your hopping foot. And that's like, oh, you got to cut it out. It's just a pain. So what we do is we just trim. And we're going to trim to the boundary, left and right boundary. So we trim it and then say done. And now it's trimmed. So all we have to do now is move to the start point. Pull up our bobbin thread again. I keep repeating that just so that we get into a good habit. Press go. And now it's quilting that second row. While that's quilting, let me show you some of the things. Let's show some examples here of block quilting. You know, these are things that you can dream in your mind, but then when you try to free motion this, you say, nope, that's not going to work. And then you get sad. But with 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿, you can do this. It's just a block. You select some points and press go. Other designs, and these are designs that come with 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿. Another block, similar with the feathers and all of the nice close lines. When you have things like that, it's almost borderline embroidery, but it's not. It's quilting. But things like that for table settings. Blocks like this, where there's back stitching. As this goes around, it comes back and back stitches beautifully. That's the precision we talk about with 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿. Now we're doing edge to edge. So the edge to edge stuff, this is an edge to edge. This is a nice design. You can see that it's nested beautifully and inside. And now this is shown just on a panel. This is from just a quilt show. You know, this is what we hoop up when we show 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿. Beautiful work. And this is, you know, small size quilt, but it doesn't matter. 𝐓𝐤𝐻𝐿 can go all the way to 14 feet. We support a lot of gamels at the 14-foot level. So that's what we're doing now. We're finishing up. We're getting just about done with that row. And this is a good example too. So just as I was saying earlier, just this design in this little space, we have eased the fabric in, and you can see how just over this space, easing the fabric in, we're about a 1/16 of an inch off the quilt, which is fine because, again, we're doing an edge to edge. So in edge to edge, it doesn't matter because we're trimming that and then we're putting on a binding and everything's good. So last couple of things I want to show you, because this covers the major stuff of what you can do with 𝐏𝐫𝐞. But let's get into something which is really nice and can add a lot of decorative texture to your quilts. Let's go into crosshatch. We have built-in crosshatching, so no rulers are needed, and we can do some really kind of great stuff. I'm going to select some points around the boundary. And we're going to fill this with crosshatch. Now it has automatically populated. You can see on the left side of the screen my spacing. I'm going to make that just a little bit bigger because I don't want to take all day. And then we can change the direction. So I'm going to change the direction with 2 fingers. You just rotate that around. Say we'll do it at, and then we'll dial it in at 45 degrees. And then let's do the intersections at 90 degrees, but we can do, let's do 120 and then change this to 60. So there we have cross-hatching there. We're going to stitch the outer boundary and we'll press done. We have other selections there, which you would use for certain applications. If you're doing, and I'll show those applications in a second. Pull up our bobbin thread, press go. Now it's going to stitch that boundary first, and then it's going to do the cross hatching. Now, an example of cross hatching, well, I'll show you some examples while it's doing that. If you get really tiny on your cross hatching, now it looks like darning, and you can add some really creative elements to your quilting. Here's just a shape with some cross hatching in, just to show that it doesn't have to be a square. It can be any shape. Like here's another design where we did some cross hatch fills in these flower petals. Here's another design. We got lots of them. One of the nice things, we did a ring bearer's pillow for a wedding, and this is silk with a matching thread, and just the texture alone from this is really kind of cool. And all of this is crosshatch fill here and here around a block that comes with 𝐏𝐫𝐞. One of the things that I like to do a lot of is, because my wife, she makes bags, use the crosshatch feature, and this is just a backing, some foam inside, and then a canvas type material. And then you crosshatch that, and the texture is amazing. This also has decorative stitching that 𝐏𝐫𝐞 does. It's under the applique feature, which we'll show tomorrow. Decorative stitching where we can stitch and have a blanket stitch with angles. Everything looks really nice. And here's a leather example with the crosshatch in the diamond pattern. And nothing adds texture like, crosshatching. So back to what we've done on the frame here. Everything came out great, and it was just that easy. If there's any questions out there.
Hey, David, we do. We have a couple questions, and
Sure.
One of them is how many designs actually come in the machine?
About 300 designs come with the 𝐏𝐫𝐞, and you can download extra designs from any of the design suppliers on the internet. And most of them have their designs for 𝐏𝐶.
And then the other thing, the other question is, I know that you kind of mentioned that it works with anything, but the question was, does it work with Juki? Does it work, how it works with every single long arm machine and frame combination, correct?
Correct. So the Juki, like the TL series, all the way to the QVP, to the long, you know, the long arm Juki. I don't know what exactly, it's a QVP something now.
Okay. Well, that answers our question. So what I want to do is I want to tell everybody how you can get this and what the pricing is, because we have great show pricing on this. And David, if we could show the overlays real quick. So guys, we have two versions of the Q-Bot that you can get. The first one that we're showing right now is $39.99. This one actually fits the Gallant, Baby Lock Gallant, and the Moxie, like David was actually showing right there. Those both fit those two machines, the 15-inch, and this is $39.99. Great price, and that is the show price. You can go right online and buy that. You don't have to call in. You can go right online. We have the pricing on our website right now, or you can call in and get some help. You can call the 800-401-8151. You can speak to one of our live chat agents, or you can go unassisted right to the website and purchase. And if you want to do financing, we have special financing, 60-month, 0% interest financing. And you can actually, when you get in the checkout in the cart, you can actually put that you want to do financing. So we'll get all that works for you, and we'll get somebody to finalize that for you. They'll probably call you and finalize your financing for you. But that's a great way to get a Q-Bot robotic system for those two machines. Now, as David said, they have a robotic system automation for any quilting machine and frame combination out there. So if you want the other version that'll do all the other machines, there you see it on the screen right now. It's $48.99, and this will fit all those other machines out there. And I can personally tell you, I have used this. We have it on our King Quilter, our own brand machine, and I've done many trade shows, and actually David has worked trade shows with me. And I've used this machine myself, and it works great on our King Quilter, so I know it's going to work great on all the other machines out there. So, hey, David, I got a question for you too. So, you know, or not a question, a comment. I remember, you know, we've worked some quilt shows, and one of my favorite features of this machine, and I'm sure you're probably going to touch on it this week, but is the copy feature. So, like if, you know, somebody has a great free motion design that they can do, you can hit the copy feature, and it copies it, and then that actually makes a design in your program, and then you can just go stitch it multiple times, perfect every time.
That is correct. Yep, we have it's called our record feature.
Record, yes. I love that feature. And then the other one that you know, I've always talked about is it has built-in channel locks.
Yes, basically. So correct. So underline quilting, yes. Underline quilting, which we'll discuss tomorrow when it comes to sashing and things like that. You can select a single point from left and right and choose the line or the X component of it or the Y component of it. So essentially, we'd have the perfect channel locks.
And you know what I love about robotics, which, you know, I'm just a, you know, my experience has been, I had to kind of learn the robotic system because we go to trade shows and not a lot of people we would take with us knew them. So you know, somebody had to be able to do it. And so I was kind of forced to learn the robotics part of it. And I enjoy that part of it because you can be so creative. You can take the robotic system and you can pick a design and actually quilt it out and then come back over and put a design within a design and make something extremely unique. And so that was one of the things I just loved about it. And to me, you know, I always tell people, if I can do it, anybody can do it. To me, this Q-Bot is so easy and user-friendly. I tell you, you actually gave me a training day. If you don't remember, you gave me a little training day on it, and you had me in 30 minutes, you had me up and running where I could do things myself. So that to me impressed me.
Yeah.
Well, again, I want to remind everybody again, the pricing of this, we're running this a little bit over, but guys, this is an incredible price, incredible machine to get. If you want any kind of automation on your quilting machine, this is what you want. The one we're showing right now is $39.99. Hey, that goes on your Gallant, Baby Lock Gallant, and it also goes on that Handy Quilter Moxie that we saw on the show today. You can automate both of those machines and have automation on those. If you have any other brand of long arm quilting machine and frame combination out there, the other version we have is $48.99. And again, we have, it's all on our website. You can just type in QBot in the search bar and you'll be able to go right to the QBot page. And we have Synchrony 60-month 0% interest financing. We're going to make it easy for you to buy this, and the payments are very low. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. And if you need help, you can go to sewingmachinesplus.com. We have live chat going on. And so we're good.
Okay, well, Blaine, thanks again. And do I have more time?
Yes.
Okay, I've got one last thing that I can show. We're going over a little over time. Here we have one of the last things, which always worries people, is how do I do a triangle? And because now we're down to 3-point selection. So let's go back in here. We're just in pattern quilting, and again, I'm just selecting using my laser stylus. We'll say done and then no. And let's see, we're into our blocks, and I think where it's at the end here. Yeah, we've got this Urban Elements design, actually. It's very nice. And this could be actually turned into a edge-to-edge design and then flipped and so forth. But we'll get into that later in the week. We're going to modify this, and just with our 2 fingers, we're going to set that in there nice. Now, one of the things I skipped over was this scale here. I have proportional and non-proportional scaling. So I can just stretch it with my fingers just like that. And then I can turn that back off and just move it ever so slightly and then say done. We'll move to the start point. And here we go. And then we just press go. Now, other features that we're going to talk about, while that's quilting out, we'll come back to it when it's all finished. Another feature that's really kind of nice, and I got my cheat sheet flip chart right here. So I've got all the features. And, well, here, getting back to that crosshatch, you can tell I like crosshatch. Here's when we knock something out, and here's when we actually use the background fill feature right here, that little thing. We'll get into that. Here's our line quilting. So you were talking about doing the X and the channel locks. Well, the channel locks is just a subset of our line quilting. So with line quilting, so you've got and we'll try to get this to show nicely here. Say you have a block, and say this were between sashing strips or something like that, where you can't really put in a design because it would be too dense. And we're talking maybe if it were like a 2-inch block or something like that. You can just select the boundary and then use our pillow function and repeat function. And it creates these nice little elements like that to fill in a space, just so that it's tacked down and doesn't turn into a puff ball when the quilt's all quilted out. Similarly, we have this kind of an effect where we've placed echoes around lines with our line quilting, or just point to point. But when you're doing in the ditch stitching, super easy with line quilting. You just align your laser point down the ditch, and then you just press go, and it will stitch in the ditch for you. So, you know, it makes it very, very easy. It takes that control out of your hands and puts it into the QBot, and it does a better job going down a line. And then another feature we have is called our applique stitch. Now, I showed it on that bag, which had the like a decorative version of the applique stitch. I'll show that again, where we've stitched, we've set our stitch width. I'll come a little bit closer to the camera there. There we go. So we have our stitch width. You can see we've set it there, and our stitch length, and then we can change the angle, and we can do it on one side or both sides. Well, here on this little thing, on this applique, we have a blanket stitch going all the way around this element. And we do it in little blocks because applique stitch is one of those things that it puts a lot of stitching in one place and can ease the fabric a lot. So we break this design up into 4 elements, and then we do a blanket stitch or an applique stitch around that, all done in Q-Bot. And it's like a decorative stitch. It's really kind of cool. Then we can go and do an echo. We have an echo feature to do that, to go around the block. Blaine mentioned the record feature. This is kind of my Quiltosaurus here. There's the original. And then once it's saved, you can play it back and just, you can do that with, say, your signature name or a signature thing that you do as a quilter. So those are the features we have in Q-Bot, and tomorrow we'll get into a little bit more, show a little bit more of Q-Bot V3 Pro. One of the things that I want to be sure that everybody knows is that the Q-Bot V3 app is available on the Google Play Store. So the hardware is in the back and it has motors that move everything, but the software, the app, is downloadable on the Google Play Store or on the Amazon App Store. And the user provides their own tablet. Now with the Moxie setup, we provide the tablet holder. We have a bracket under here, and we have a tablet holder that holds up to a 12-inch tablet. So that comes with the Q-Bot, but the tablet itself, the user buys, as long as it's an Android tablet, runs the Android operating system, about $100, $110, and then you download the app from the Google Play Store, and all of the updates come through the Google Play Store as we release them if there's a bug or something like that. So that's what we have, and that's kind of our ecosystem and how we how Q-Bot is packaged and how it comes together.
David, that's great. I tell you, I'm a big fan of the Q-Bot, and I love using it. And again, it's so easy, and I just love the interface. And people a lot of times think that just because it's a robotic system, they're like, oh, it does it all for you. But you still have to, be creative. And I tell people all the time, yeah, it does the stitches and it makes it perfect and it makes your life easier. But just being creative and doing the things with it, the better that program, the easier it is, and the better you can do things. And just like you were showing those samples, there's a lot of things that you can do creatively, adding different designs together to create unique art pieces. And that's, to me is what it's about, So right. I like using that robotic feature. But again, hey, David, we sure do appreciate you coming on here. I know you're going to be on here again tomorrow, and we're going to go more in depth. And thanks for the little bit of overtime. And we'll have you on again on Thursday. So I look forward to seeing you then.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. And I think actually we see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you will. See me tomorrow. Yep. All right, buddy. Okay. See you then.
Okay, see ya.
All right.
Bye.
I want to remind everybody again about the Q-Bot. If we could put that overlay back up, David, and show everybody. So this is the one that you can put it on any quilting and frame combination. It's $48.99. You can turn any quilting machine, any existing machine you have right now, you can turn it into robotic system automation. We actually have this on our King Quilter that we have our own brand quilting machine that we sell. We're going to have it on later this week. You'll get to see it. And but we actually have some of these set up on it too, and it works fantastic, and we love it. But it's $48.99, and you can get this right through our website unassisted. You can go right in. We have the show pricing right on the page already, or you can give us a call at 800-401-8151, or speak to one of our live chat agents on there. The other version that we showed today, as you saw us earlier today, we had, Handi Quilter had the Moxie 15-inch quilting machine on here, and we also had the Baby Lock Gallant 15-inch machine on here. This version right here is $39.99. It's about $900 cheaper, and it'll fit on both of those machines and bolt right on and make it automated. So you can turn those two machines into robotics, which is incredible. So hopefully y'all, if you're interested in that, give us a call. We would love to answer your questions. Our staff is extremely knowledgeable in the robotic systems, so we can really help you out, and they're very knowledgeable in any quilting machine. So we are ready to give some stuff away. Oh, by the way, I was going to tell you, we had one of our judges was going to be on here that we were going to have, Sherry McConnell was going to be on, and we were going to have a meet the judge with her. She had some technical difficulties, couldn't get in, so that's why we let David kind of go over a little bit on his time. Hopefully we'll get Sherry a little later in the week when we have another session for Meet the Judges, and you'll get to meet her and hear her story about quilting. So are y'all ready to do some giveaways? I want y'all to chime in out there. If you're having fun and you're enjoying this Quilt Fest, let us know. Get on there and make some comments. Ask plenty of questions, and let us know if you're having fun and enjoying this. And because, hey, this is day 2, and we got a bunch of more days left. We got 4 more days. So we're going to go all the way through Saturday with tons and tons of demos, giveaways, and things going. So right now, it's ready. It's giveaway time. And our first item that we're going to give away comes from Kai's Scissors. And it is that 3-piece GS7 set, and which is a really, really nice set. And our winner for this is Joyce Pfeiffer. So Joyce Pfeiffer, congratulations on winning this. And again, I'm going to tell y'all at the end of all these giveaways how you can collect your prizes, okay? And our next giveaway is Set the Outer Rim template. Comes from So Steady, and it's called the Set the Outer Rim template. And So Steady's providing that to us, and there you see it on the screen. And Melanie Harville is our winner from Facebook. And also, I forgot to say, Joyce Pfeiffer was actually from YouTube. So Melanie Harville from Facebook is the winner on this one. So congratulations, Melanie. And I think she also gets that So Steady Flower Power Galaxy class series and their flower templates. So there's a pretty good little package there from So Steady. So congratulations, Melanie, on that. And then our next product comes from Dime, and it is the 6 wood racks. So it's the thread storage rack, so you can put all your thread on there, and there's 6 of them. So it'll actually hold 200, I think it's 288 spools of thread. So you can put all your different colors on there. So this is a really cool giveaway. And so our winner is actually coming from YouTube, and it's Penny Locklear. So congratulations, Penny Locklear, on winning those 6 spool racks. And guess what? We are giving a sewing machine away. So everybody loves winning those machines. And this winner's from Facebook, and it is a Gerome 4160 QDCT. Incredible sewing machine. And Kyle, what is the value on this? Do we know what this sells for? So it's a $499 machine, and our winner from Facebook is Debbie Lane. So congratulations, Debbie. So everybody wants to know how to claim your prize. So how we want you to claim your prize is send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to sewmachinesplus.com. In the subject line, put I won, and in the body, put your name, your shipping address, where you want the product shipped to, and then just tell us what you won, so we can match that up real quickly, and it makes it easier on us. So just tell us what you won. Make sure you get the shipping address you want, and you're going to email us to contest, plural, with an S on it, to sewmachinesplus.com, and we'll get that out. We're going to start shipping things out early next week, and we'll start shipping prizes out. So hopefully it won't be but a couple weeks before you get it. So is everybody having fun out there? Let me know. Get in there and chime in and let us know if you're having a good time. And I want to know how many people have been here since 8:15 yesterday. How many people has been watched the whole 7 hours yesterday and have watched it all the way till today? Because I hope there's some people out there who are sitting here with me, because I'm going to sit here through all 6 days. I'm going to be right here with you. So I want to know who's going to be with me. All right. So y'all chime in and let me know. So if you've just joined in late this afternoon and you didn't get to, yesterday morning or this morning, you're getting this afternoon, you kind of want to know what's going on. Got to tell you some things that are going on. So, we had over 80,000 people participated in the website. We had 35,000 votes on the quilts. So this quilt contest just blew up. We had 222 entries on the quilt contest and some unbelievable quilts that we showed. We've had 5 finalists in each category. We had a Best of Show category that were chosen by our 4 celebrity judges. We also had 5 finalists that were chosen by you, the viewers, for our People's Choice Award. Each one of those winners are going to win a $7,500 quilting package that is incredible. And in the runner-ups are not going away empty-handed. Second place, we're giving you a sewing and serger package from Baby Lock worth $1,700. So they're going to have something as well. So we're so excited to be able to give those prizes away. And guess what? We have a huge prize to give one of you viewers out there. So we have a $50,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And this thing is absolutely incredible. I got to tell you what's all in this. So you're going to get a Grace 21 Pro with the continuum frame with the light bar. I mean, guys, this is a big time, great, nice quilting machine. You're getting the robotic system that you just saw from Qbot. We're going to have a robotic system put on it for you. So you're going to have a full frame, quilting machine with robotics. You're also getting a Handi quilter Capri with that new Insight table. Hey, this is that sit-down version you saw us demonstrate yesterday. What a great, great machine for sit down to do free motion. Then you're going to get the Baby Lock 𝐓𝐤𝐸𝐸 serger, one of the top of the line sergers. We love this serger. You're going to love it. Then brother, you're getting the NQ3600D. That D stands for Disney sewing and embroidery machine. This is one of the best machines out on the market for the size and the price point. And to go along with that, to complement it, you're getting that brother SDX 230DX Disney scan and cut. So those two machines from brother are going to work hand in hand with Disney. You're going to be able to create all kinds of great designs with Disney. You're getting a 𝐭 professional set, that GS7 that we showed a while ago, we gave away, that 3-piece set. You're also getting the Aero hydraulic sewing chair to go along with all your stuff. And you're getting the kangaroo cutting table with cutting mat. And you're getting a 𝓤𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵, that Smart U ironing system. You're getting the Juki, that DX 4000 QVP. And last but not least, you're getting that dime bundle, which includes a ton of stuff. It's so much stuff I can't even go over it all. But part of that dime bundle is that weightless quilter. You're getting all those wood thread racks with 288 different colors of exquisite thread. And so it's a great, great package. If you want to see all the packages, you can go visit sewingmachinesplus.com, go to that virtual quilt page, and it shows you all what the Dream Studio has in it. So again, hey guys, what I want to do right now is I want to have a little word from our sponsors, because we really appreciate all of our great sponsors. And I got to just tell what the sponsors are again. In our platinum level sponsors were Grace, Dime, and Handi Quilter. Our gold sponsors were Baby Lock and Juki. Our silver sponsors was Aero Cabinets, Bernina, and Lighten Up, featuring the Qbot. The bronze sponsors were Brother, So Steady, Gerome, and 𝓤𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵. And our associate sponsors was Kai Scissors, Daylight, and Synchrony Financing. And we're so happy that those guys got on board and sponsored this, because we were able to give these awesome giveaways to everyone out there. So with that said, let's hear a word from our sponsors. Okay, we're back. and we're ready to go. We're on the downhill slide of this afternoon. So, hey, I hope y'all are ready to go. And so we got a great afternoon planned for you as well. And next up, we have 𝓤𝓵𝓵𝓬𝓵 from Handi Quilter. And again, guys, you know, Kim learned at an early age from her mother how to sew and her grandmother. And she has been, you know, sewing all her clothes and different things and got inspired. She, you know, did a lot of things in the community. She actually got hooked up with Handi Quilter, and she's been one of their educators and hasn't never looked back. And we love working with Kim. You're going to love her. She's super excited, super motivating. And we are going to talk about a bunch of Handi Quilter products today. And I'm so pumped. And I think we're talking, what are we talking about here, Kyle? The Pro Stitcher, right? So we're going to continue that robotic theme. You know, that's, you know, really close to my heart. I love the robotics, and any, you know, anybody out there, it's like me, they love that kind of like a CNC router type thing. That's what this is. And the robotics are awesome. So Kim, welcome back to day 2 of our show. And you're speaking to my heart right now when you start talking about robotics.
Awesome. Me too. I absolutely love my Pro Stitcher. It is I got to say, it's actually probably my favorite way to quilt. I still love free motion. I love, like yesterday I showed the capri. I love doing that kind of quilting, but I have a special place in my heart for the Pro Stitcher. It is so easy to use, and it's so great. I can finish so many more quilts with my Pro Stitcher. I absolutely love that it's fully integrated with our Amara. It integrates with all of our machines. And yeah, Kimberly, I'm super excited to tell you about this today. So let me start with a basic of using the Pro Stitcher. So if we take a look down here on the quilt, I've got a block that I've stitched out. Look at how beautiful this is. It's a feather. It looks so great. It fit perfectly inside that triangle. This is I love doing feathers this way. So let me show you how I set this up. So first, I'm going to set up an area. So I select the area tab in the Pro Stitcher, and then I move my machine to the top corner, and I touch the multi-point button. And I now have a point on my workspace. I'll do another multi-point, and I'll touch the refresh button so you all can follow along with what I'm doing. And we'll do one more multi-point. I've got this perfect triangle area. Now I want to bring a design in here. So let's go to the File tab and select Design and Open. And we're going to go into the design library, and there are so many designs in here, you guys. The Pro Stitcher now comes with over 1,000 designs, which is awesome. I'm going to choose specifically a triangle design from this triangle folder, and I want to use this right here, this feather triangle. I'll just do a double tap, and my design is opened here on my screen. Well, to make it fit inside this triangle, I'm going to use one of my modify tools. So let's select the Modify tab, and I'm going to use this Rotate tool, which is selected. And over here in the sidebar, I'll touch this button that says Flip. And it just flips that design over so it's oriented exactly the way I want. I can use my finger and grab this design and just pull it down so it's in the center of this block. But you know what? I want that to fit just a little bit better. So let me show you one of my favorite features of the Pro Stitcher. It's the triangle skew. So I selected skew from my Modify tab ribbon, and over here in the sidebar, I'll touch triangle skew, and it is going to make that design fit perfectly. Look at how beautiful that is. And it's as easy as that. Now I just touch baseline to remind the computer that, hey, I'm in charge. We're going to freeze those changes I've made, and now I'm ready to stitch this out. So I'll select the Pro Stitcher tab, have the quilt button selected, and over here in the sidebar, I've got my tie-offs. I can turn them off or turn them on. And I've got my pull-up on right there, which means that the machine is going to take a stitch and then pause so I can pull up my bobbin. So let's go ahead and hit the Run button. I'll verify my settings. And very important, you'll notice there I've got a little flashing sign there. It says, make sure the needle is up. Always make sure your needle's up before you hit Proceed. I'll hit Proceed. The machine takes that first stitch. And now we're going to watch this stitch out. And it's going to do some little micro tacks here to start so that my stitch will be nice and secure. And then I have this set up with the pause delay. So it stops for me. It pauses after it stitches for a couple seconds. so that I can clip my threads, and then I just touch resume and it goes ahead and keeps stitching. And let's watch this. I remember my first time I saw a pro stitcher in action. I just sat there and watched it. I was mesmerized. I love to watch these designs stitch out. There's something very zen about watching the machine, sitting back and letting it do the work for you. Look at how perfectly it's just placing those stitches. An absolutely beautiful stitch that Handi quilter machines are known for. She's stitching so, it's exactly where I want it. This is usually when I sit back with my AirPods in, enjoy a good audiobook, let the machine do the work for me. We're doing this last little plume here. And it's going to come and do these plumes on the inside. And you guys can see that I just echoed from this other one, flipped it over. I was just stitching perfectly. I love watching this. Sorry, I get a little mesmerized. And we'll do that last little plume. It's going to come up, do a couple of tie-off stitches. And look at that. I have an absolutely beautiful, perfectly stitched feather. Bring my machine back. Bring up that bobbin thread. You always want to do that when you're long arm quilting there at the end. Clip that thread, and then I'll move the machine out of the way so you guys can see. Look at how perfectly that's stitched out. I love the precision of the Pro Stitcher and how absolutely easy it is to do something like that. Wouldn't that look great on your next project? So let me show you some of my other favorite features of the Pro Stitcher. There's so many things we can do with this. So I've got a block here, just a great little shoe fly block. I'm gonna set it down here on top of my quilt. Actually just my fabric here. I don't have a quilt loaded today. And I wanna show you a fun feature that we have on the Pro Stitcher. It's the base stitch. So it's as simple as touching a button on my screen. So if you guys notice here, over here on the left-hand side, I have what's called my quick access tools. And if I touch this B button, you guys notice that just turned green, it's my base stitch button. And it allows me to do a base stitch. So I can just go ahead and do a base stitch right along the edge of this block to hold it in place, which is great. So we'll just base around this. Hold that block in place. And the nice thing about these basting stitches, right now I have them set at 1/4 inch, and they are super easy to pick out if you need to. What we try to do is have them be inside that 1/4 inch around the outside of the quilt so that they won't show when we get all done. They'll just be either trimmed off or else they'll end up inside the binding, which is really nice. But if a few of them peek through because they're such big stitches, they're really easy to pull out. So I'm going to turn off my based stitch. And then I want to show you one of my other favorite features of the Pro Stitcher. And I say that about every feature because they're all my favorite. So I want to introduce you to Mark. So Mark is awesome. Mark lets me easily create my own designs. So I'll select the Pro Stitcher tab here. And actually, I'm going to go back to the File tab and clear my screen. So I want to have a clean, fresh workspace to work with here so that you guys can all see what I'm doing. I'll select the Pro Stitcher tab, and then from the ribbon, I'm going to select the Record function. Now, the Record function actually has two functions with it. I can either record a free motion design or I can use Mark. And I want to use Mark. And so I'm going to move my machine, and I want to do some stitching 1/4 inch on the inside of this block. So instead of getting out my rulers, I'm going to stitch a line. I'm going to put a perfect little triangle that'll stitch 1/4 inch inside of here. So I'll just move my machine and touch my button, my Mark button, move my machine down, and I'll hit my refresh button again. And then I'll take it back up to my beginning point. Go back here, hit my Mark button, bring it back up here. I'll hit my refresh, And looking at the screen, I'll line that up so that they'll end up right where it should. Now I've got this perfect triangle stitch out, and it's going to stitch out exactly inside that design. So I'll baseline, and once again, I'll touch run and proceed. Go ahead and pull up that bobbin thread. Once again, it's going to take a couple of tack stitches, and then it's going to go ahead and do some stitching for me. And my pause. I really like my pause delay. That way I don't have to play chicken with my Pro Stitcher. And look at how easy that was. I have that perfect stitched just inside that echo, and I didn't have to get out a ruler, didn't have to do any free motion. It can be really, sometimes it can be a little difficult. Straight lines can be easier to stitch in free motion, but a diagonal line, getting it really straight can be a little tricky. So often for that diagonal line, you'll want to get a ruler out, but with my Pro Stitcher, I don't have to do that, which I absolutely love. So if I wanted to do a cool design here in the center of this one, we can do that too. So let me show you that. We'll go back to the File tab, and I'll touch Clear All to clear my screen. Once again, I want a clean, open workspace to work with. And let's set up an area again. So I'll go to my Area tab, and I'll just move my machine right along those edges and hit my refresh button so we can see what we're doing here on the screen. And I'll do my four corner. And you guys can see there on the screen, that's not perfectly square. I pieced it, and when I pressed it originally, everything was nice and square, but when we put things on the frame and they get stretched a little bit, things aren't perfectly straight. So it's nice to be able to make things exactly the shape and size that they are on my quilt. So let's go back to my library and let's open a block, and we'll just pick something simple here. I'm going to pick this block 12. This is a nice one. So once again, we'll make this fit inside there. I can just move it over with my finger, but it's too big. So I'm going to use my simple skewed again. So I have my modify tab selected, skew on the ribbon, and over here I'm going to touch just regular skew. And it's perfect. Look how it filled in right to the corners. And we'll go ahead and stitch that out. So we'll let that pull up and let that stitch out. Now that you all have had a chance to see what the Pro Stitcher can do, you probably have some questions for me. So let me know. You can see how that's just stitching perfectly. I'm probably just mesmerizing all of you with the Pro Stitcher running. And look at that, just like that, I'm done. I have that perfect design stitched in the center there. It's finished. We'll go ahead and pull up my bobbin thread, and I could keep adding designs, but I want to show you another really great feature of the Pro Stitcher that I love. I want to show you how easy it is to set up an edge-to-edge design. A lot of people, that's the whole reason why they buy a Pro Stitcher. They either want to be able to maybe start a business, or they just quilt a lot and they want to have that flexibility of just being able to do an all over edge to edge pattern, which when you do it with a thread, especially a thread that blends with your quilt, it just becomes an awesome texture all over the quilt. Just like this quilt behind me, this one has an edge to edge on it, and you don't really see the quilting, you just see that there's a fun texture there. And edge to edge design is perfect for that. So let me show you how I set up an edge-to-edge design. I'm going to just do kind of a mini one here on the edge so that you can get an idea of how this all works. So on the screen, I'll select my File tab and hit the Clear All button to take away what I just had. And let's go ahead and set up an area again. So I'm going to select my Area tab, and I'm going to touch this 2 corner button. And then over here in the sidebar on the right-hand side, I can tap inside this width box and I can just put in the dimensions of my quilt. So we're going to do 12 here. So my width is now set up at 12. And then we'll do my height as 15 and enter. And then if I hit my refresh button, you can see that I've got my quilt set up there. And yeah, it is kind of magical. I love the way that this machine just does so much of the work for you. I just had to set one point and then I was ready to go. So I have my area set up. Now we need to go in and pick a design. So once again, let's go into the Handi Quilter design library. So File, Design, Open. And this time I want to go into a different folder. I'm going to choose Continuous Line there. Now, when we're doing an edge-to-edge design, we always want to choose a continuous line. This means that the designs are going to lock together and stitch continuously from one edge to the other. Now, a quick, easy one that we can stitch out, just to give everybody an idea, is this alternating loops 2, which is just kind of a fun design. Just a nice loop that alternates. So, but as you can see, I've only got one design in there. Well, let me show you how easy it is to fill this entire area with this design. So we'll select the Repeat tab, and Basic is selected there on the ribbon. And then over here in the sidebar on the right-hand side, I'm going to touch this Fill button, and look at that. It just filled my entire area, which is so cool. But I want to make this a little bit special. So we're gonna jazz this up a little bit. So I'm going to make a few more horizontal repeats so that we've got a little bit, we can crop off the edge there. And then I'm going to choose vertical here on the ribbon, or sorry, in the sidebar. And I'm going to reduce my gap, which actually brings the designs closer together. Look at how easy that was. Doesn't that make a cool, fun design? Next, I'm going to add one more repeat there, because actually let's add 2 more so that we've got that interlocking design all the way through. Boy, that looks really good. I like the way that looks. So I'm going to baseline. Penny, I like the way you're thinking edge to edge. It is awesome. So I'm going to baseline that one, and then we'll go to my Modify tab, and I want to crop the outside of this design away. And I'm going to close my edges so that it just stitches continuously, and we can stitch this design out. So let's go ahead. I'll baseline, and we'll do my Pro Stitcher. We'll go ahead and hit Start. It's going to move up here. Take that first stitch, and we are going to be off and running here. This is when I definitely just sit back, relax, or when I'm at home in my quilting studio, I have my sewing machine set up right behind it, so I can sit down and piece at this point while my Pro Stitcher is doing the work for me. So look at how great this is. We'll just let the Pro Stitcher do its work here. I love to do edge-to-edge designs. They just add a really fun all-over texture to a quilt. They create a lot of interesting texture. And depending on the type of thread that you use, if you use something that just blends, it just disappears into the quilt. Sometimes you want your thread to be the star, so you might choose to use something like a variegated. So I'm at the end of my row here, and what I want to do is clip my threads. So I'll just bring up that bobbin thread, grab my scissors here, and I'll move my machine back over here to the left-hand side, and then I'll touch resume, and the machine knows exactly where to go. I don't have to reposition anything. I don't have to move anything. I'm just ready to go. Right now, because I'm doing this and my rows fit within my throat space, I'm not having to advance my quilt or do anything like that. So we'll let this next row stitch out. We'll see. I don't know. Any of the viewers out there interested? Are you guys liking what you're seeing? It looks like Penny does.
Well, hey, we got some questions for you.
Okay, shoot.
Are you ready?
We'll let the machine
All right,
do
so
the
we
work.
want to know what kind of foot are you using?
Oh, okay, yeah. So this is the Glide Foot 2 from Handi Quilter, and it is such a great foot. You see how it's this nice bowl shape? It just glides right over the fabric. It is the only foot that I use when I'm using my Pro Stitcher. It prevents the edges of fabric flipping. If you have a seam that is opening up a little bit on your quilt, it's not going to snag an edge and pull or rip anything, heaven forbid. We don't want that to happen to our quilts. So the Glide Foot 2, highly recommend it. In my book, it's a must-have accessory to go with the Pro Stitcher. It means that you can turn your back, go to the other side of the room, do some piecing, and not have to worry about your Pro Stitcher.
So, hey, Kim, I got another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I got another question for you. So they're wanting to know what all machines does the Pro Stitcher work on?
The Pro Stitcher. Okay. Well, the Pro Stitcher works on all of the Handi Quilter frame mounted machines. So the Sweet 16, the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮, the Forte, the Infinity. And we even have a version of it coming soon for the Moxie. So it works on all of the Handi Quilter machines.
That's awesome. And, I also know that y'all made a version for us.
Right.
We have a version for us that goes on our King Quilter.
That's
and then you
exactly
made
right.
You made a version for Gerome's 18-inch, and you made a version for the Baby Lock 18-inch. So
that is
y'all
correct.
have quite a few different versions out there. And
Yes.
so, yeah, great. We love it. We love the Pro Stitcher. We're entered on our King Quilter, and I think, matter of fact, this week we're going to be Carrie Hanson's going to be here demoing our King Quilter, and she's going to be using the Pro Stitcher on it.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a great system. It works with a lot of different long arms. All of the designs and features that you're seeing here work with all of those different machines. It's a fantastic system. So the Pro Stitcher system is your tablet and the cables that connect it. And then on the carriage of the machine, which you guys can actually see down here, the carriage of the machine has motors in it that move and make that stitching just turn out perfectly. So yeah, we have made versions that are compatible with a lot of different machines out there on the market. And it's an awesome product. One thing to note is we have a software engineering team on staff that do amazing things. They're the ones that have built this software, and they are always working on coming up with the next great innovations. On the team, I'm actually a member of that team who comes up with ideas and says, hey, this is what quilters want. Because I'm a quilter. I quilt all the time. And so it's fun to see them take the ideas that we have, come up with these great new ideas, and then we come out with updates every so often. And the updates are free. That's one of the really awesome things about the Pro Stitcher. These updates are free. When you update the machine, you get the new features. For example, that triangle skew that I showed you earlier on, that is one of the new features that's available in the latest version that we have out there, which is a beta version. It's still in the very, very last stages of testing, but it's available, and a lot of people love that feature. So yeah, that's some of the stuff that's available. Is there other stuff that, other questions?
Kim, they want to know, is it easy as it looks?
Yes, it is. It really, really is. So the Pro Stitcher is kind of like a 3-step program. It's the way I like to look at it. There is when you look at the screen, at the top we have tabs. And when I tap on these different tabs, you can see that the buttons on the ribbon change. So let me go in here and I'll open a block again. That way you guys can see more of. So I have different options that are available. And depending on what I have on my screen depends on what's available on the ribbon. But so it goes the tab, and then it goes the ribbon, and then over in the sidebar. So when I pick a different ribbon, a different button on the ribbon, you'll notice on the right-hand side, my sidebar options change. So I have different ways that I can go in and modify, change the designs, make all those cool designs fit exactly within my quilt. I just love it. It's so great and it's easy to use. Also, one of the other really great things about ProStitcher is the education that's available for it. ProStitcher.com is an awesome place you can go. We have an entire library of videos, and every single one of them, underneath the video, the little square video on the screen, there's a little button that you can click on that says download the PDF tutorial, and it's written out step-by-step instructions for everything that's in that video, because we know that everybody learns differently. Some people, they watch it and they get it like that. Some people hear it and they get it really easily. Some people want to be able to read it and take it to their machine. So that's why we provide the PDF tutorials also. We also have, education all the time, all over the country with our national educators teaching, doing virtual classes, things like that. So there's lots of ways to learn how to use a ProStitcher.
So, hey, Kim, one of the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they had another question. They said, are there free lessons and stuff? And what I wanted to tell everybody out there, if you buy a ProStitcher through us with either our King Quilter or any of the Handi Quilter products that we sell, we actually give you virtual classes, a series of classes for the ProStitcher. And we have Mary Yoder that teaches that for us. And Mary, I don't know exactly how many classes they are, but we're doing it through Zoom right now. So anywhere in the United States you live, we can give you lessons to get you up and running on your ProStitcher.
Exactly. And Mary, I know Mary, she is an excellent teacher. She's very good at helping new users understand how to get the most out of their ProStitcher. Mary's an excellent teacher. You guys are really lucky to have her.
Oh, we are. So real quick, Kim, I wanted to kind of just tell everybody, the pricing and how they can get this. And David, if we could pull that overlay up. So we have, the ProStitcher is $10,995. And basically right now you're getting a rebate, and it's $375 rebate, or not a rebate, I'm sorry, a gift card. And we are going to send that gift card directly to you through an email. So if you buy that, it's $10,995. And you're going to get that $375 gift card that we're going to send to you. And we have 0% 60-month financing to make that easy for you. But this will fit on our King Quilter 2. It fits on all the Handi Quilter machines. It fits on the Baby Locks 18-inch and the Gerome 18-inch. So great program. I've used this program many times, and I absolutely love it, and does a lot of cool features. And Kim, one of the questions I had for you is, how many designs are built in to the ProStitcher?
So right now, when you buy a ProStitcher, if you, it comes with 700 and something designs. I can't remember exactly the right number. But if you go in and do that most recent update, you'll have over 1,000 designs, which is just, it's like you can't even look at all of them. There's so many designs, which is so great. They all come with.
Oh, that's funny. So, again, I was talking, we had Q-Bot on here earlier, and I was talking to David over at Lighten Up, and it's kind of the same thing with the ProStitcher. I've done this at trade shows a lot that we've been at, and I've ran the robotic systems, and one of the things I tell people, a lot of people comes up, oh, it's robotics, they strictly do everything either free motion or they just use a long arm machine, and I tell them, so well, look, the robotics makes it easy for you, but still your creativity comes into play, because you can take multiple designs and merge them in one design and make your own unique thing. And then that record feature, again, on it, you can, if you got somebody that is just, your neighbor or one of your friends that quilt with you that are, they do great feathers, and you've always wanted to have a quilt with their feathers on it or something, you can get them to do one and just record it and lock it in as your design and use it anytime.
Exactly. Yeah, I absolutely love that record feature. It's really great. It just like you're saying, it allows you to create your own designs. So ProStitcher also comes with another software that we've created that's called ProStitcher Designer, which takes that to the next level. You really can create and edit any quilting design, which is way fun to use too. So.
Well, and I just see a comment up there. Somebody saying it must be the king of robotics.
Yes.
I believe it's right up there to be the king, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah,
It is.
I've crowned it the king. Totally.
It is. It's it's just great. We've had that. We've not had any problems whatsoever with it, and we sell a ton of them, as you know. And because I know Mary stays busy, so she does. Every time we sell a pro stitcher, you get that class over Zoom with her. And then we're getting ready. If you're local in Southern California, Carrie Hansen's getting ready to start teaching classes actually in the store. So we're going to have a pro stitcher class taught in the store here in our locations in Southern California. So locally, we're going to have you covered with in-person, and then we've got you covered nationwide with Mary via Zoom.
Yeah, that's so great. And one thing I always like to mention when I talk about the pro stitcher, every once in a while I hear somebody talking about robotics quilting as kind of being cheating. Well, I want you to know that it's not. This is a skill set just like free motion quilting is. And some people want to just do the simpler stuff, which is perfect, but you can do everything from simple edge to edge with a pro stitcher all the way to super custom, award-winning show quilts. All levels are in there, and it is not cheating. It is quilting. So it helps you finish more quilts.
You're exactly right, Kim. And, that's what I tell people at the shows. It's just, I will do a lot of, the designs that are in the machine. And, I'll have that, and I'll come back and actually, do a block that is really unique. And then I'll come back and do hit my points and do a design within that design. And it completely makes it so unique. And, people come up and just compliment it all the time on how awesome it looks. And, I'm saying, hey, it's not me, it's the machine. However, I did, it takes a little bit of creativity to actually put those together. So I think you're totally right. A lot of people, I've seen some just beautiful, beautiful quilts that people have created with their own designs that they've used a pro stitcher in. They've put their own design in there and done things. And it's crazy how much you can do.
Exactly. Yeah. Always give yourself credit for the creativity that you use, that you can use with this machine. It's absolutely, it's another quilting tool that helps you finish quilts. And yeah, it's awesome. I can't say enough great things about it.
I've got to ask you one thing. You got to pick one now. I always put everybody on the spot. So
you're going to do this to me again.
Every time I got to do it. You can't pick.
I know.
You had multiples last time.
I did.
Time I'm going to say pick your favorite feature of the machine, because I know there's a bunch, but pick your most favorite one.
My favorite feature of the machine is actually the modify functions. Just the ability to be able to take a design and make it fit exactly. I can rotate it, I can reposition it, I can resize it, I can use my skew, I can use my crop. All those modify functions allow me to make my designs fit perfectly on my quilt every single time. So modify functions, that's my favorite feature in Pro Stitcher.
Okay, so I got to tell you what my favorite feature is, and you have to explain to everybody how this works and how you use it. My favorite feature of it is the joystick.
The joystick?
Yes.
The joystick?
You know what I'm talking about?
No. Are you talking about the crosshairs?
Well, I'm talking about when you can use almost like the channel locks, where you can just hit the arrow and it'll actually go back.
Move.
Yeah, you can drive it and make it do the angles. I love that part of it.
So
I call it the joystick because it looks like a joystick on the screen.
I'm going to have to start using that one when I teach. I haven't heard it called that, but absolutely.
It sounds easy, if you just hit the little arrows and oh my gosh, it's so easy.
It's so easy. And it's, I always tell people that the Pro Stitcher has like vertical, horizontal. It has horizontal, vertical, and diagonal channel locks. And that's all found in the move feature. If we look here on my screen really quick, you guys can see I've actually got it pulled up over here in my left side of the, my right side of the screen, sorry. If I push that little button, my machine starts moving. You guys can see my crosshairs there on the screen moving, and I can go just like Blaine was saying, it's like playing with a joystick. I can move in any direction. I can stitch in any direction. So yes, I love when I learn something new. That was great.
Well, I know I wasn't calling it the right thing, but that's what I kind of remember that by the, it's kind of looks like a game joystick. And I was telling somebody, it's just like playing a game. It's a joystick and you can just do all your different angles, but just hitting that little arrow button and letting it move and it's perfect, precise. That's my favorite feature and it's pretty cool. So I love that. Hey, I want to remind everybody one more time, Kim, how they can get this and the pricing on it. And so again, guys, this thing is $10,995. If you order right now, we're going to send you a $375 gift card. We'll email that directly to you. We have financing available. We have Synchrony 60-month, 0% interest financing. And this is going to fit, Kim told you, all the machines. It fits any frame-mounted machine that Handi Quilter has. It fits on it. It also, they make versions for our own King Quilter that Sewing Machine Plus has. That'll fit on that. They also have a version that they've made for the 18-inch that Gerome has and the 18-inch that Baby Lock has. So if y'all have one of those quilting machines, the Pro Stitcher will fit on those. And again, if you buy it from us, we're going to give you free lessons. And if you're local in Southern California, you can do it in store with Carrie Hansen. If you're across the nation, you can do it with Mary Yoder via Zoom. So we're going to support that as much as we can. And again, Kim, we want to thank you again for coming on the show. And as always, you were very enthusiastic and very knowledgeable and a wealth of information. And we appreciate you being here.
Thanks. I'll see you, I think, tomorrow again. So thanks for having me.
You will. And I want to also thank, Handi Quilter for being one of our platinum sponsors. We couldn't have made this show happen without y'all. So we appreciate y'all doing that so much. So guys, hey, we're still rolling. And up next, we have Lou-Ann Hartley from Juki going to be here. And we're going to talk all about the direct-to-garment printing. And then we're going to also talk about their brand new 4000 QVP machine that came out. And so Lou-Ann, are you there? Lou-Ann is the education manager for Juki America, and she is here with us. And welcome back to the show, Lou-Ann.
Thank you, Blaine. How are you doing today? I've been enjoying watching.
Hey, did you buy anything yet?
No, I hadn't quite had time to do that, trying to get prepared,
right, well,
but not yet.
Text me your credit card number and what you want, and we'll get it taken care of for you.
I'm sure there's plenty of products.
There is. So, hey, we're glad you're here today. And, we talked about the printer yesterday. We talked about that machine. And I know it was a lot to pack in that 30-minute period. But I know that we're going to, people were wanting to know a little bit more about the machine. But I know we have Sherry Miller from Juki going to be on and talk strictly about the 4000. So today I thought maybe we could lean a little bit more toward the printer and talk a little bit more about the printer and show us some more of those great samples that you showed us.
I will, and then I'll jump over and show a little bit about the machine just to give you a little heads up for what she's going to show tomorrow too. So.
Awesome. Be perfect.
All right.
All right. So
all right. Thanks. So the Ricoh printer is sold through our Juki Business Plus dealers like Sewing Machines Plus. And it's a direct-to-garment printer. And what that means is it's going to print on your fabric. So it uses water-based textile inks. And these inks are going to print directly into the fibers of the fabric, where unlike other printers, when they print on top of the fabric. So you get that really hard feeling. With this, it's going to be as soft as what you are printing on. So if you want to print for something for a baby, it's going to be super, super soft. So this is the printer, and it works a lot like your home printer does. We have our printer here, and we have our heat set finisher down here. So in order to, like I said, it works a lot like your home printer. It even has the print cartridges, just like your home printer does. There's 4 cartridges in here. The only difference is these are kind of like cartridges on steroids. They are super big. You're going to get hundreds of prints with these. I've been using my printer for as long as we've had it out now, which has been at least maybe about 8 months. And I print a lot. You see a lot of samples. I'm nowhere near using any of this ink. So in order to transfer any of our photos to the printer, you need software, and the software comes with the printer. It's free with the printer. And this is going to allow us to bring any of our graphics into the printer. We can even download something directly from our phone and print it here. So what I'm going to do is just open the software, and I have an option to choose the fabric. T-shirt, sweatshirt. If you choose sweatshirt, it's going to put more ink into the fabric. So that's going to determine the thickness of the fabric you're going to work with and how much ink is going to be put in it. I can do portrait or landscape, and I'm going to do landscape. So I'm just going to touch OK. Now this is my canvas. I know it's a little hard to see on screen, but this is where I'm going to bring in my graphics and work with them. There are hundreds of built-in graphics to this software. There are fonts that you can go in and add your words, your letters to. You can also use any graphics program and create your own pictures, your own JPEG pictures, and bring them in and print them. You can go online and buy graphics, or you can go online and get free graphics and bring them in. You can bring multiple ones in and add 2 or 3 or up to 20 different ones in one printing here. So if I wanted 20 different pictures of children, I could print that all on one printing. You can even plug your phone directly into your computer. The software is going to look through the photos on your phone. You touch the picture you want to print, and the software will print it for you. It's as easy as that. So what I'm going to do is actually load one that I have already saved. So I'm going to go back to the beginning, and I'm going to load a saved pattern, and I actually have mine on a USB. You can read a graphic from a USB as well. And then I'm just going to open it up. Now again, I can choose my fabric. I can choose portrait or landscape, and I want to print this landscape. So I'm going to leave it there and touch OK. And there's the graphic that I have pre-worked with and that we're actually going to print. It says superhero, bam, pow. I'm going to do a little shirt for my grandson. You can touch this and make some changes. You can rotate it. You can blur the edges. You can contrast. I want more contrast on here so it prints a little more vivid. I can do my brightness level. So you can alter and change and get this exactly the way you want it. Once you have it, you simply touch print. You can save it or you can print it. So I'm going to touch print, and it's transferring to the printer. And I'm just going to print one more, so it'll go back to the screen. And when the printer is ready, it's actually going to give me a blinking light. So there's a little blue blinking light here. But before we print, we actually have to load our fabric into the tray. So this is the tray, and it has marks, you can see them, that help you to line up the crosshairs. It also has marks to show you where the neckline of the t-shirt should be placed. So you won't do like I did one time, turn the t-shirt upside down and you had the design the wrong way. It actually shows you how to do that. So I'm going to place this over here. We're going to open this tray, and I have a t-shirt already marked with the crosshairs. So I think you can see those pink crosshairs on there. And I'm simply going to lay this down and match those crosshairs with the crosshairs that are on this tray. And it's pretty easy to just line this up and get it exactly where you want it. You're just centering it on that tray. You can lift up to make sure everything is even. My lines are straight. Now, once I have this on here, I've got to do something with all this bulk. So this is just going to go under the tray. I have put an extra large sweatshirt in here. I had no problem at all getting all that bulk under the tray. So just smooth this down. Everything's tucked in. We're going to close this back up. And you can even push down on this now to make sure that this is a flat surface that you're working with. And you can see that I don't have anything sticking out anywhere. We're going to put this in the printer. I have a blinking light. I'm going to press start, and the machine's going to take over, and it's going to start my printing. So it's sensing the flatness and the thickness, and the printing has started. So while that's printing, I'll show you some things that I've actually worked with the printer. I've had a ball working with this. I love the printer. If you're wanting to start a business, this is a great product for starting a business with. You can customize so many things, get those orders from schools, and I'll show you some of those. So, you know, we're going to be wearing masks for a while longer. All of these are printed. None of these are fabric that I used. I didn't have to go to the store and hunt a specific fabric, and I only needed this much. These are all printed, including the wording. You know, our schools are going back soon. Our kids are going back to school. So here's a mask with the name of the school and the grade that the child is in, and you could customize those for the kids. Here's a little banner that I did. The balloons have been printed, and then the happy birthday was done with embroidery. This is a great thing to pair with an embroidery machine. I happen to use our 𝓥𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵 8-needle commercial machine to do this with. But, you know, a lot of embroiderers now are printing fabric first, and then they're coming back and doing thread painting on top of that. This is the perfect thing that you can use to do that with. So over here is a t-shirt I did. You can see this is the little child's t-shirt that I was referring to. Here is a t-shirt. Summer's getting here. I'm from North Carolina, by the way, so we don't have the California weather, but it has been getting very nice lately. So here's a new beach summer t-shirt. I didn't have to go to those beach stores and find one that everybody else is wearing. I can do my own. And talking about combining embroidery and printing, here's one where I did a breast cancer shirt for October, and the pumpkin down here has been embroidered. So this was a graphic I got off. I added the lettering and added the pumpkin with the embroidery. My son works for a construction company, and they wanted shirts. This is where you can go and get your business from. People who want shirts, who want the type of things that they have employees and they want to use. So here's a shirt, and then here's the mask. So he has matching shirt and mask. Legendary Construction, by the way. You want to print your photos? You know, we're probably getting back into doing some reunions. So here is the 𝓕𝓵𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 reunion. This is my family. And I just printed this directly from my phone. So you could print these for people afterwards. Maybe you have a wedding coming up and you have that bride that you want to print all of her bridesmaids a t-shirt to wear, or the bride or the groom, something special. Very, very nice way to personalize something like that without paying a fortune for the shirt. Here's just a nice little social distancing shirt. One day we're going to look back and the word social distancing is going to be a faint memory. So we're looking forward to that. And this came from my phone. This is my sewing buddy. This is Montana. He sits up there with me while I sew. So you can personalize things like that. And we all need a little sunshine once in a while. So here's a shirt that says "Be Happy" on it. But you don't just have to do shirts. There's other things you can do. You want to do tote bags. Here's a tote bag I did. Gnomes are really, really popular right now. So here is a tote bag with the gnome. And quilting. This is what I really like to do this with, is quilting. This is a little wall hanging I made for Easter. These are just some graphics that I picked off the internet and I added wording to them. I actually went into the sewing machine and added a decorative stitch around here so it gives a little definition to it. And here is a quilt. You know, I didn't want to go to quilt stores. A lot of them were closed. I didn't have the option to go to a quilt store, so I wanted to make my own fabric. So this quilt, this is completely made. I didn't need a whole lot, so I printed this, turned it into a quilt. You could even print this when the holidays were here for Halloween and Thanksgiving, and I only needed like a a quarter of a yard of something. I didn't want to go to the store, so I could print my own fabric just by getting graphics off of the internet. And behind me here is a quilt. Had a lot of fun making this one. These gnomes were free graphics that I got just off of the internet, and I personalized them through the software. Social distancing 2021. I added the faith, believe, and love 2021. COVID-19, you're out of here. Stay home, so over it. So I could personalize this, and I even have my last name Hartley down on the bottom here. This is what I like to do. I like to do t-shirts and have something new to wear, but being able to make my own quilt fabric was what really just made me fall in love with the printer. Okay, so we actually have this printed now. I'll pull it out. And there it is. And I'm preheating the finisher. It will cool down if you leave it alone, so I'm preheating it. Gonna open this up and just put this in. This is gonna heat set it and finish it, which flattens those inks into the fabric. So it's preheating for me, and I'm just gonna push this over, and in about 3 minutes, this will be ready to take out. So this is probably a good time for me to, while this is heat setting, I can turn it back to Blaine and he can tell you a little bit about the printer. And when we come back, I'm going to show you some more things. And I'm also going to show you a bag and a little bit about our Juki DX4000 machine. But when we go to him, he shows you a little bit about the printer and tells you his specials. If you have any questions, let me know and I'll answer them when I come back.
Thanks, Lou Ann. So,
okay.
Hey, I want to remind everybody at home about this printer. Now, this is a direct-to-garment printer. This thing is absolutely incredible. And if you want to use it to make even your own fabric, you can. It's $3,950, so $3,950. You can have it. Free shipping right to your door. We have Synchrony 60-month financing available. And that's not all, as Kyle always says. You can actually call in, and we actually have a show special on this product right now, but you have to call 1-800-401-8151 to get the show special. And you can get the show special on anything related to this. We have 3 different packages. You can go on our website right now, and you can just punch in the R1000 direct-to-garment printer in the search bar, or just the Ricoh, R-I-C-H-O. And you can put that in there and find it. But anyway, go to our website. You can see all the different packages we have. We have 3 different packages available. And to get the best price, you have to call the 800 number, which is 800-401-8151. And they'll give you that show special, which is a great, great price today. You don't want to miss out, especially with that great financing provided by Synchrony. So anyway, Lou Ann, are you ready back over with that machine?
We still have another minute. It has a counter here that's counting down. So I have about another minute or 2 before this is ready. So I'll go ahead and go over to this. And when this is done, I'll take it out and show it to you. So this is also a bag that I did. I customized it with the baby's name, the birth date down here. And I'm going to show you how I put the binding on up here. But this is a pocket. Has vinyl behind it. It has another pocket here. It has the mesh. It has a pocket back here. It has the mesh. These are some really thick seams that you have to go over when you're doing this. And the Juki had no problem going over these seams. We have an exclusive feature on this machine where we can change out our feed dogs. We can take those normal feed dogs out and put in our narrower feed dogs. So we can turn this machine into a semi-industrial straight stitch only machine. I know a lot of you know about our TL machines that are semi-industrial straight stitch only machines. We can take this machine and turn it into that machine just by changing that out. And that's something Sherry's going to show you how to do tomorrow in her segment. So I'm going to switch cameras and I'm going to go over to the machine and show you a few things. But before I sit down and use this camera, one of the things that this machine will do is connect to the internet. It's called Juki Sewing Net. So let me just flip this over to the 30-second timer. And we can actually access the Juki website through the machine. So if you need to go in and look at, say, a presser foot, we're working on putting videos on our website on how to use all of our presser feet. You want to look that up right quick, you can do it on the machine. You want to look up a project that we have, or you need to look up something on our website, you can do it right here on the machine. You can also go into YouTube. If you want to look up a YouTube channel on here and see what's going on, whether it be sewing or any other thing, you can get directly to Juki's YouTube channel, or you can just play music from YouTube straight through your machine. That's a wonderful feature that we have. So I'm going to, let's see, before I go over to the machine and switch cameras, this is ready. So let's take this out. And let me just set everything back up so that it won't beep at me and tell me I need to close my doors. It won't let you leave this open where the heat comes from. It makes you close that door. So here's the t-shirt I just printed for my grandson. Is that not cute? Oh, and this is completely machine washable, wearable, dryable. These inks aren't going to run. They're not going to fade. And that's why you want to get the heat set finisher with it, because you can see there's nothing's happening here. So they're completely machine washable and dryable. All right, I'm going to switch cameras and go one more thing before I switch my cameras, show you a little bit about this machine here. This is 12 inches from the needle to the inside, 12-inch sewing bed. It also has the extra height right here. So if you're going to roll a quilt when you're working with it, you've got extra height. We have 367 stitches, plus we have fonts for lettering on here. And we have the new big full color touch screen. And now I'm going to switch the camera so you can see that screen a little bit better. All right, let me get my chair here. So with our new screen, everything is right here on screen for you. All of the features, all of the functions are here. I don't have to go looking through the machine to find them. So I have the option here. If I want to start sewing and I don't want to lock stitch or reverse, I can turn that off. But maybe I want to reverse at the beginning and I want to do a lock stitch at the end. Or I can do reverse at the beginning and the end, or a lock stitch. I can customize how I want to start and stop my stitching. We have the presser foot lift. This machine has the automatic presser foot lift and the pivot function, and I can turn that off or on. Thread trimmers, I can turn those off or on. We also have buttons on the front of the machine that will allow me to do that, but I can do it here, and when I stop sewing, it will automatically do that for me. You want to select your stitches. This works just like your iPad. We're all used to swiping stitches. So you can swipe left to right. You can swipe up or down. You can select your stitch. Let me go back to sewing. You can, once you select a stitch, I can also go up here and select a category if I want to get to a stitch quickly. And once I select the stitch, I can now go and change and make changes to it. So here's my presser foot pressure. You know, a lot of machines have it on top of the machine and you have to figure out where to put it. Ours is right here, and you can turn that with a knob. You can change the stitch width. You can change the stitch length. And notice that you see what's happening on the screen as you're making those changes. Also notice that this turns blue. So when I come back and look at it, I know that I've made an alteration there. And then when I put it back to black, it's to the normal. So I'm going to go back to regular, just straight stitch, because that's the stitch I'm going to use in just a minute. So there's my straight stitch. I can change my needle position. We have this wonderful integrated wheel, and when I actually turn this, you can see on screen where my needle is moving. And I'm going to put this back in the center for right now. I want to change my thread tension. I have the same wheel, and if you can see it, when I move this, you can see what's happening to the threads. It's showing you how it's changing those threads on here. Another nice feature is our history. When you go into the history, this shows you the last 10 stitches, but it also remembers every change you did. So here's a stitch I did earlier, and I moved my needle position. This was done like 3 days ago. It remembered that needle position. Here is a stitch I did earlier, and I used a 30 weight thread. I changed my thread tension on here. So now when I go back and do this, and I remembered I used 30 weight thread, I don't have to spend 30 minutes figuring out where to set my tension. The machine remembered it for me, and that's a great time-saving feature that we have. So I'm going to go back into the sewing again, go back to my straight stitch, and go into the straight stitch. So I'm going to attach binding, and I'm going to show you how I got this really nice, straight, narrow edge here. So the presser foot that I'm going to use is our R foot. This is our stitch in the ditch foot. And I'm just going to attach it to the machine. Just set this down, put the presser foot down and attach it. Now this foot has a guide right in the middle of the foot. And I'm going to run that guide up against the edge of my fabric, and I'm going to make some changes on my machine. But one thing I want to do is we have built into this machine, it's called Smart Feed, and it's a top feeding system right here that I'm pulling down and engaging on the machine. It's built in. It's not an attachment you have to have. Everything is just built in there. Let me turn a light on. I think you might can see a little bit better. If that gives you a little more light. So this, when I pull this down, this top feed is now synchronized with those bottom feed dogs. So unlike a walking foot where it's just going to pull it through when your needle moves, this is actually going to pull the top fabric through as the bottom feed dogs are pulling the bottom fabric through. So I'm just going to lower the presser foot. I'm going to go back to my machine, and I am going to change the needle position. And I want that needle to be over to the right a little bit. So I'm just watching that, and I'm ready to sew. So I'm just going to keep that toe that's in the middle of that foot against the bar. And you see it's tacking it down for me because that's what I told it to do. And I am just going to stitch this down. We also have a laser that you can put on this machine. It's an optional laser that would give me a direct line to follow. I use that when I'm doing a lot of decorative stitches or I'm trying to place something. And I come to the end. I had told it to tack off, block stitch actually. It did that. It cut my threads and it lifted the foot for me. And look how nice and perfectly straight that is just by guiding it. The Smart Feed helps that a lot, that top feeding on there. So that's a quick little demo of the machine. And we'll have more tomorrow when Sherry, she's just going to do the Juki DX4000. That's the only one she's going to show tomorrow. So anybody have questions of either the Ricoh printer or the machine?
Hey, Luann, one of the questions that came up is, are cartridges available for that Ricoh printer?
They are. You buy them just like you buy your regular ink cartridges. These you buy separately. You don't have to buy a combo. I mean, well, I think we do have them priced as a combo, but you can buy them individually. And also something you can't really see on camera, there are indicators here that let you know your ink levels. And the black was a double, just like your home printer. It's a double one. But this shows you the level of ink that you have left or what you've used. So you won't all of a sudden one day run out in the middle of printing something. This is going to show you what you've used and what you have left on there.
And the other thing, Luann, is approximately how many printings are you getting per cartridge? How long does the ink last, I guess is what they're asking.
Yeah, and that's going to depend on how much, what they call the yield of the ink. How much ink are you putting in? If you do all sweatshirts and you're using a lot of ink or big projects, it's really going to be random. We would say between 600 and 800 prints. Now you could get more if you're just doing small t-shirts. You could get less if you're doing really thick things. But like I said, I have been using mine for, at least 8 months now. And I'm not even a quarter of a way through on my ink. So they're going to last a long, long time. But that will depend on the type of printing that you do.
That's good to know. Well, Luann, thank you so much for coming on today. I know that we're going to have Juki products back on here. We have Sherry Miller on here tomorrow. We're going to highlight that 4,000 a little bit more. But I want to remind everybody at home right now how you can get both of these products now. Now, the first one is that machine. It's the 4,000, the DX4000 QVP sewing machine. It's $39.99. And we have a show special. You have to call in to get the show special on this, okay? So if you're interested in the machine, this is a great, great machine. And I know Luann just scratched the surface of it, but tomorrow Sherry Miller is going to actually really show us and break it down a little bit more. But this machine is a fantastic machine. We have 0% interest financing from Synchrony. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we can help you with that. And you can get that show special for you. If you can't get through on the phones, we know the phones have been extremely busy today. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting up that Google Sheets link, and you can just hit that link. You fill your name out on that with your contact phone number and what product you're inquiring about, and it updates live directly in our call center, and they'll see that, and they're making you the priority. As soon as they get off the phone, they're calling people back. So just be patient with us. It may take us a couple of days to get back to you, but we're working hard. We've added staff in the call center for today and the rest of the week. So hopefully we can handle all the phone calls that are coming in. Again, that second product that we showed was that Ricoh printer. And again, if you're wanting to create any of your own fabric, oh man, is this machine for you? And this thing is $39.50. And we have 3 different packages to choose from. And you can call us again. And we have a show special. We cannot advertise it on air. We have to actually tell it to you. And there's going to be some products like that throughout the week that we just cannot advertise the price. But if you give us a call, we'll actually show you or tell you what the price is, that show special. We can help you with financing as well. We have 60 months offered from Synchrony on this as well. And we have 3 great packages. And if you're wanting to create your fabric, this is it. You saw some of the things that Luann did. It was incredible. You can make t-shirts. You can just, you can just run wild with your imagination. 2 great products from Juki. And like I said, again, we have Sherry Miller here tomorrow. Is going to get really in depth with that 4,000 QVP machine and tell you a little bit about that. So we are ready to move on to our next presenter. And wow, this day is going by so fast. I hope all y'all are still hanging with us today, and make sure that you're chiming in, asking questions, and saying hello and where you're from and all those good things. And if you're just brand new to the show we got on this afternoon, hey, we've got a lot of things yet to come. We're going to all be here till Saturday. If we all survive it till then, we're all going to be here till Saturday. And but up next, hey, we got our buddy Karla Gerome. She was here this morning. She's from Grace Company. Grace is one of our platinum sponsors, and we're so happy to have them. And Karla has got something new to show us this afternoon. So Karla, welcome back to the show.
Oh, thank you for inviting me back. And yes, I have something new to show you. It's our Q-Zone hoop frame. And what's great about this frame is we all love our machines that we know and have used so much. And what this frame does is allow you to use your home machine and put it on the carriage, and it just makes smooth, nice, easy work of quilting. So you can just see how smooth it is and how much fun it is too. So as I'm quilting, you'll notice that I'm moving the machine across the fabric, and I'm not moving the fabric under the machine. And this is a space-saving machine frame. So I'll just turn that off, because I like to quilt and I enjoy it. So anyway, what's nice about it, it doesn't get any larger than this, but it doesn't limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. It can accommodate a king size quilt. It's a hoop frame. So what you will have your quilt do is it will drape over the sides, and you use these nice clamps here to clamp your quilt onto your frame. And just like with the embroidery machines, you'll quilt across it and then shift your fabric and quilt the next section. These clamps right here in the front are grooved so they'll act like a ratchet to give you the tension that you need on your quilt. And what you'll do is you will sandwich all 3 layers of your quilt together, and then you'll bring it over to the frame and lay it across. And let me just show you where the machine sits. So I'm just going to undo it and lift my foot up. Remind me that my foot's up, okay? And I'm just gonna pull this off and kind of shift the fabric a little bit so you can see how easy it is. We have these elastic straps that are adjustable, so as your quilt gets larger, as you're quilting, you can adjust the straps to accommodate the bulk of the quilt from whatever side it's on. So let me just show you really quickly what it looks like on the carriage. So I'm just going to pull this back just a little bit. I'm not going to lose everything that I have here. Okay, so this is your machine on your carriage, and it's really easy. Since we use our machines so often, we use them for piecing. We'll want to have them work double duty. Okay, so this frame allows you to take it on and off, so you can take it off quite easily by just undoing the thumb screws here on each side. And then you can just take this out and take your machine off. That's as easy as that to change it out from a piecing machine to a quilting machine. So you're making it work really hard. Now, the machine has 2 parts. The frame has 2 parts to the carriage. It has the bottom carriage, which moves side to side, and your top plate where your machine sits moves front to back. So it accommodates that smooth flow that you're used to with the Grace frame. So you can move it back and forth, front to back, and you can get those nice circles that you love to make when you're quilting. Okay, so anyway, let me just put this back on and we'll get quilting again. So as you're quilting, I'll just show you how easy it is to adjust your quilt from one section to the other as well. Trying to get through this as quick as possible because that's what we want to do. We want to quilt and enjoy our time. With this frame, you can sit or you can stand. I particularly like to sit and quilt, but if you have back problems and you can't sit for long periods of time, you are more than welcome to raise it so that you can stand at it or get a stool and sit at it. Let me grab my, sorry about that. And you just clamp it back here. And then you're just going to roll this up, and they're going to clamp these straps back into place so they don't get caught underneath the carriage. And there's 6 straps that you'll use on the front here. And you can see on these that they have the little hook, so it just clamps over. You'll clamp that into place. And now we're ready to quilt our next section. And right here you have the little grooved clamps as well, so you can clamp it to the side. Now, what's nice about this frame as well is that this pole right here, if you don't want a dedicated, if you want a dedicated quilting machine and you want a little longer arm, you can upgrade to a longer arm machine, because this piece right here extends out to accommodate a longer arm machine. So you don't have to repurchase a new frame to get a longer arm quilting machine. And so we're ready to go. I'm just going to put my feed dogs down, my presser foot down, and turn my machine on. And I've got to my next area. And so with this frame setup, I'm using what we call our sure stitch. It's our stitch regulator rather than the foot pedal. But if your machine didn't work with our stitch regulator, you could use your foot pedal, and where it would be located is right underneath the frame here. And you would just push on it and you'd do your section and then shift your quilt and then just move on until you're finished with this area. And then you'll start working from top to bottom and start rolling it up, and you'll get that quilt done in no time. So let me just tell you about a couple other features that are really nice with this frame. So because it's so universal and it's really an adjustable frame, you can raise this section here up and down to accommodate your sewing machine. So if you have more than one sewing machine that you want to choose and try out, you can raise and adjust it to accommodate those taller machines. Bernina's a little bit taller machine. It works really well. Now the handles here are really nice as well. You can adjust the handles so you can move them up and down to accommodate how you want to quilt. So if you're standing up, you could turn them like this and move it like that, and move across your quilt. Or if you want it down lower so you can rest your hands on the bar right here, you can do that as well. They lock into place so they're not going anywhere. And this is where we've mounted our sure stitch. And you see another little accessory that we have here. This is an accessory that you can purchase, and it's the Gracie laser. This does not come with the frame. It's an additional purchase. And the name of this frame, it's really nice. It's called the Q-Zone hoop frame. We came up with the hoop frame quite a while ago, and it has done phenomenally. It's the frame that I used at home because I had several kids. And I wanted to be able to quilt, so I didn't have to come down here and quilt my quilts every time. So we got me a hoop frame, and I was able to quilt several of my quilts at home. And I can't tell you how much fun it is to quilt using the hoop frame. And it just makes it so much fun to move your machine across your quilt. And it makes it so much easier. And you know and love your quilting machine. So you know the little quirks that it may have. And you've been using it for your piecing for so long. And it just is such an easy way to finish all those beautiful quilts that you have, or all those quilt tops that you've pieced. So anyway, now let me show you quickly the laser and how it works. All right, so we've just mounted it right here, and you can see right here the little red dot. Can you see the little red dot there? Let me see. There we go. There's the little red dot. So the little red dot, that's what you would follow your pantograph with, and that's what I brought, because I thought you might like to see how that works. So what you'll do is, let's lift this up and cut my threads. we'll come back here. Now, with the throat of the machine, this is how far I can quilt. And so eventually you may want a longer arm machine. So that will quilt out to the here or even 19 inches. So this frame here will accommodate any machine from your domestic machine all the way up to a 19-inch throat, which we're selling right now this month at a fantastic price. So if you're looking for a long arm, a dedicated long arm machine, check out that 𝓤𝓼𝓻𝓽𝓪 because it's a wonderful combination with the 𝓤𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓵 hoop frame here. And so what you'll do is, and I'm just going to show you because I'm running out of space here. You'll just angle your little laser onto your pantograph. And I'm going to start down here just a little bit just to show you the movements, because this is quite a wide design, okay? And then what you do is you just turn on your machine and you're just going to follow it along, following your pantograph. And you can tell I'm not exactly on it. I'm not so worried about staying exactly on the line. Oh, I hit the back of my machine. I knew this design was a little big, but I just wanted to show you how much fun this little accessory is. It just makes quilting that much more fun. And you can work with this frame from the front because you can extend this out this direction, this pole, so you have more quilting surface, or you can work from the back as well. There are little holes right here on your handles to accommodate the laser to work from the back, and you'll just tape it across and make your adjustments and work from the back. But you do have to have a design, and I knew this was a little wide, to work within the throat space of your machine. So if this was about 4 inches, it would have been perfect. But I used it with another machine, and I just wanted to show you how much fun this accessory is. It's not hard to change your bobbins with your domestic machine. With the long arms, they usually are replaced in the front here. But all you'll do is you don't even have to unclamp it all the way. You'll just move your machine off to the side, whichever side is closer to the end. And then you'll just unclamp your clamps right here and just take your quill off, but mine's moved over, and you'll just lift it up and change your bobbin, and that's all you have to do. So it just makes nice quick work of changing your bobbins. And if you have a machine that has a top mount bobbin, it's easy. And you know, changing a bobbin is never fun. They haven't come out with that endless bobbin yet, so we do have to change them, but it's not hard with the hoop frame. So if you're wondering about that, you know, it's not hard at all. So let me just shift it off to the side, and then we'll finish quilting. Like I said, this machine, this frame is height adjustable, so I could also sit or stand at it, and it comes with our channel locks as well. So the channel locks will lock the machine into place. So you have a channel lock that mounts to the top carriage that it won't move side to side, but it move front to back, but it will move side to side. And then you have a channel lock back here that if I locked it into place, you couldn't move it side to side, but you could just move it front to back. And just make straight stitches. And sometimes that's all we want to do is make a straight stitch down and then shift it and adjust it. So it's really easy to use. And with the stitch regulator, then you don't have to use your foot pedal. So check out the stitch regulator pricing. It's a wonderful feature. It just makes it so you don't have to push down on the foot pedal, and it just puts the start-stop at your fingertips, but also as you're moving the machine back and forth, it's regulating your stitches. So you're not going to get those long stitches. You're going to get those consistent stitches that aren't going to be huge. So without the stitch regulation, we have a tendency to want to move the machine faster than it can actually sew. And with the stitch regulation, it just tells it to jump in and sew a little faster for us. So I'm just going to move it down just a little bit so I can finish quilting off here. And just clamp it into place and resume my quilting. So Blaine, I hear that you have some great pricing on this wonderful little frame.
Karla, you will not believe the pricing we have for all the things that you just showed. I'm telling you, oh my gosh, we have such a good price, and I got to tell everybody at home. So the hoop frame is one of my favorites because you can put any machine you have, any domestic machine on it, and we've got two different versions of it. The hoop frame, it is $9.89. We're going to have free shipping to your door, and then we have the Hoop Frame Pro, which is $11.89, and you can get that shipped right to your door for free as well. We have financing, 60-month interest-free financing on both, and either one of these, the biggest difference between the Pro and the standard, the Pro comes with an accessory pack that has the quilt clips, the bungee clamps, the G-series top plate. It has the handles. It has the table inserts, the cloth leaders, and dual track system. So that's it's the difference. So there's about $200 difference in the price there, but you're getting all those other things with the Pro version. The other thing that we're doing, any hoop frame that we sell on the show, we're going to throw in that laser pointer that you just demonstrated, absolutely free. Hey, but wait, Karla, that's not all. We actually got a show price, and the price we can't advertise it. So you have to call in to get the show price on either one of these. Great pricing. That's what the regular price is we just quoted. You want to beat that price, give us a call, 800-401-8151, and we have a great show price on this. So what a package. Also, that Sure Stitch regulator. Oh my gosh, it is $4.99, and that'll fit make all your, on any domestic machine as well, to make that so much easier to quilt instead of using your foot pedal, like you said. Again, that's a call-in special. Call in. It's $4.99. We have a show price. You have to call to get that show price. And we also offer the 60-month no interest financing on it. So Karla, what do you think about that package?
I'm really excited for you, and I want you all to call in and get that special pricing because I hear it is fantastic. And, it's a great opportunity for you to jump in and do what you love, and that's quilting. It is so much fun. And this Sure Stitch, if it's compatible with your machine, it is wonderful to use. And we have a lot of compatibility out there with a lot of machines. And this frame, I can't tell you how much nice. It is so nice. It's just nice and compact, and it kind of just wants to hug you because you can quilt close up. You're not really worrying about your neck and shoulders. We have a lot of stress and strain as we're quilting because we want to tense up. And so we're sitting here like this sewing because we're trying to get those perfect stitches. This machine and frame allow you to just kind of relax and enjoy quilting once again. So just turn it on. Just with the touch of a button. I don't even have to worry about the foot pedal, and then just start your quilting. And if all you can do are loops, great. You're doing beautiful loops because it makes a nice circle. You're not ending up with those little squares because the carriage is nice and smooth. Or you can get that wonderful accessory, the laser. Check out the pricing because I tell you, it is so much fun to quilt. And if you haven't quilted on a frame, you're really missing out because this frame makes quilting that much easier. Now, those ladies who are pushing their fabric underneath the machines, they are extremely talented. But this will alleviate the stress and strain on your neck and shoulders, and the bulk of your fabric is taken care of with the frame. It's an accessory to just help you manage your fabric that much more easily and smoothly. So I showed you how easy it was to shift your fabric. Again, I can't stress that enough that it can quilt any size quilt. When we first introduced this hoop frame, I get to test out a lot of our products, and I'm very lucky to be able to. And so I was testing the hoop frame with a little domestic machine like this, and I was able to quilt a queen size quilt in just no time whatsoever. Now, I had to get used to the throat space of the machine, but it's not hard to do. You just mark how far you can quilt, and that's all you'll do. So I can only quilt to here, so I'm just going to make sure that I don't quilt past this point so I don't hit the back of the machine. So that's all you have to do, and then you're just shifting your fabric side to side. And a lot of people are worried about getting their quilt on straight. It's not hard to do. To make any little adjustments that you need to get your quilt on nice and straight. And if you're worried about no basting, I don't like to baste. I hate to baste. It's not one of my biggest things I like to do. I don't baste my quilts, but if you are more comfortable with basting as you're sandwiching your fabric layers together, you can baste. You can spray baste, or you can just tack it down. So it's totally up to you. You quilt how you like to quilt, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something that you love, because we're giving you all these great tools and this great pricing that you have. Call. Don't delay. Just give them a call and just check it out. You have nothing to lose. And somebody's asking if there's a weight limit for the sewing machines. No, there's not, because we have some great things coming out in the future. So no, there's not a weight limit right now. However, I want to stipulate that there is one really, really heavy long arm sewing machine out there that just will not work. And I can't even remember the name of it, but it's like 90 pounds. And so no, I wouldn't put that on there. It would be a very heavy machine to move across your quilt. But with the wheels, the dual wheels on the Pro version and the single wheels on the 𝓤𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵 hoop frame, the original version, it's smooth and it's easy to glide across your quilt. And the laser, it being an accessory that they're adding in Sewing Machines Plus, kudos, because I love the laser. It's a fun accessory to help you as you're quilting. So there's so many great things about this frame. And again, the last thing I want to leave you with is that this arm right here extends out to accommodate a longer arm machine. So once you get tired of taking your machine on and off the frame to do your piecing, and you're ready for that dedicated quilting machine, check out the longer arm machines that will work with the frame, because it is a wonderful way to quilt. And they have built-in stitch regulation, so you're not buying an added accessory to work with it. So you might want to check those out with those great prices as well, because our 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 15R, our 15 Pro, and our 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 19 will all three work on this frame. And there's some great pricing that Blaine has for you. So I'll throw it back to you to tell them a little bit more about the pricing, Blaine.
Hey, Karla, you're exactly right. And hey, before I let you go, I want to talk a little bit about the size of that frame, because you know, that's one of the things that is so attractive to people out there. They're afraid to get into quilting because they have that, you know, they're thinking in their mind they have to have this huge 10 or 12 foot frame, where they can do this. This thing is 4.5 feet wide, it's 3 feet deep, and they can put their domestic machine that they already have at home. They've probably got a machine laying around that would fit right on this, that they could start quilting with.
Right, and that's a good point. I didn't point that out, but it is 4.5 feet. It can quilt a large quilt. With the rolling frames, you are limited to the size quilt you can quilt. It has to be a quilt that will fit within the parameters of the rolling rails. With this frame here, you can quilt a king size quilt or larger, and it really helps you manage that bulk of the fabric. Can you imagine a super king quilt sitting on your tabletop and you trying to manage the fabric and move the machine across it? How hard and how difficult that would be? I know there are quilters out there who have done it, but this is a frame that allows you to quilt very comfortably, very easily, and it just glides across your quilt as you are quilting. So give them a call, and thanks for letting me be a part of this demo today. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun.
Karla, we've enjoyed you. Hey, you're just a ball of fun. I'm telling you, everybody here is having so much fun listening to you. And you can tell that you're very passionate about that. And that's what everybody's loving. And we're having some great comments. People are chatting out there talking about it. But hey, you know what? Great, great demonstration. And I tell you that I have actually used this. It is so easy to use. And again, like we were talking about, if you're worried about space, this thing is so easy to put together. It goes in a very small space in your house. You can put any kind of domestic machine on it. And again, I want to remind everybody of those pricing. So the pricing on this, again, is coming up. It's a $9.89 for the standard version hoop frame. And then if you want that deluxe version, which I told you what all came in that, it's $200 more. It's $11.89. And it comes with some leaders and a bunch of different things. But it is in a dual track system, a couple different things in there. But it comes with that accessory kit that just gives you a little bit more value for the $200 extra. And I actually, this is the price. This is the show price. I just found out there's not a cheaper price if you call in. This is the show price of it. But what you have to call in for is you have to call in to get that free laser. So you have to call to order it to get the free laser. And then also we have that Sure Stitch regulator. Now that is a call-in special. We can't tell you what the final price is on it. It's $4.99. But if you want to get the show special on that Sure Stitch regulator, you have to call the 800 number, which is 800-401-8151 to get that great price. And again, so Karla, thank you so much for joining our show today. What a great product. And I guess we'll see you later on in the week then, correct?
Maybe not. We'll see what Nathan says. So it's been a lot of fun, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
I know it's been so much fun, and I know Nathan's going to be coming, and so yes. I know that we had a schedule change. Mark Martin's not going to get to make it, and Nathan's kind of stepping in and taking his place. So, and anyway, but we got Nathan coming, and so Grace is in good hands.
Yes, thank you so much. You take care.
Right,
everybody be safe.
All righty, bye-bye. All right, so y'all, Karla, what a great job she did. You saw the prices we had on the Grace hoop frames. Those hoop frames, I can't say enough about them. If you're wanting to get into quilting, oh my gosh, it makes it where you can put your domestic machine on that carriage and actually have you a quilting machine. And you can add that Sure Stitch regulator, and basically you've got what almost like a long arm works. So it makes it extremely easy to start quilting on. So great, great, great. All right, so guys, hey, that ends our show for today. We're so happy that everybody tuned in. And you know, the only thing left we have to do now is give some prizes away, guys. We're gonna give some stuff away. But before I give everything away, I wanna make a couple announcements. You know, one of the things that I want y'all to mark down on your calendars, everybody that's watching their show, you know, in June, we're gonna have Hoop Fest. So if you like what we're doing here with this virtual Quilt Fest, hey, in June, we're gonna have Hoop Fest. We cannot wait for it. And it's going to be June 14th through June 18th. Mark that down in your calendars. And then in September, hey, we're going to have Sew Fest. And that's National Sewing Month. We're going to have Sew Fest. And Kyle, do we have the exact dates on that yet? I can't remember the dates on it, but we'll try to get those dates put up for you. But just mark down in September, we're going to have Sew Fest. So anything and everything you want to know about sewing is going to be there. In the same way for our Hoop Fest. If you want to know about embroidery, we're going to have every expert of embroidery. We're going to talk about needles, threads, stabilizer, embroidery machines. So we're going to have everything here thrown at you. And so it's going to be a great, great show as well. So we've already started working on that, and that'll be coming up in June. So mark those down. So hope y'all want to win something. We got some prizes to give away. And the very first prize we have, it comes to us from Dime. And it's the Perfect Embroidery Pro, and that's what we're going to give away. And David's got it pulled up on the screen right there, and we got a winner. It's coming from Facebook, and our winner is Sue Rusher. So Sue Rusher, congratulations. And I'm going to tell y'all when I hand all these out or give all these awards away or the prizes away, I will tell you then how you claim your prize, okay? Our next up is from So Steady, and it's the Ribbon and Bows Galore class, and then the Ribbon and Bows template collection. And so you get the class and this whole big collection. And our winner's coming again from Facebook, and it's Gayla Chapman. So congratulations, Gayla. All right, our next product they're giving away is from Dime, and it's Ohio Star Cheater Quilt. And this winner is coming from YouTube, and our winner is Kathy Smith. So congratulations, Kathy. And our last prize for the day, what a great prize this is. This is a Burnett B05 Academy. This is a great sewing machine, and you see it right there on the screen. This winner is actually coming from YouTube, and our winner is Shirley Campen. So Shirley Campen, congratulations on winning this. And that completes all of our prizes for today. Guys, we had a huge turnout today. We are so happy that all y'all joined in. And I know some of y'all out there were, here yesterday all day. You were here all day today. Hey, I'm here. I'm going to be here 6 days, every day, all day long. So I want y'all to stay here with me and do this Quilt Fest with me. And some of our crew here, we thank y'all for coming on. And I want to thank all of our chatters today that helped out, all of our crew at the corporate office that's on the phones at the call center, and all of our live chat agents on the website. It takes a team effort to make this happen, and we sure do appreciate everybody coming. And again, I want to thank all of our sponsors. If it wasn't for our sponsors, this would not happen. And I'm telling you, they stepped up and really helped us out with these great, great prices. And again, our platinum sponsors were Grace, Dime, and Handi Quilter. Our gold sponsors were Baby Lock and Juki. Our silver sponsors were Aero Cabinets, Bernina, and Lighten Up, featuring the Q-Bot. Our bronze sponsors were Brother, So Steady, Gerome, and Laura Star Ironing Systems. And then our associate sponsors were Kai Scissors, The Daylight Company, and Synchrony Financing. So great, great time, guys. I hope y'all will join us here tomorrow. We're going to start our stream at 8 a.m., and I'm going to go on air at 8:15 a.m., and that's Pacific time. Hope to see y'all tomorrow. Have a great night.